Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into Dark Fanfics. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if Harry spoke to the Sorting Hat in Parseltongue and it revealed he owned all 4 founders' bloodlines? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, Serpent Tongue, Ancient Secrets. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with nervous excitement as Professor McGonagall placed the ancient, frayed sorting hat upon the wooden stool. Harry Potter, his palms slick with sweat, stood among the crowd of first-years awaiting their turn. The ceiling above reflected a night sky scattered with stars, seemingly endless in its vastness, much like the uncertainty stretching before him. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," McGonagall announced, her voice carrying across the hall with practiced authority. Harry barely registered the names being called, too caught up in his own racing thoughts. 1 month ago, he hadn't known magic existed. Now he stood in a castle that would become his home, surrounded by children who had grown up with stories of his survival, of his defeat of a dark wizard whose name they still feared to speak. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl he'd met on the train practically ran to the stool, jamming the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor, the hat shouted after a moment of deliberation. Names continued to be called. Neville Longbottom, the boy who'd lost his toad, joined Hermione in Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat. Draco Malfoy, the pale, pointed boy from Madame Malkin's, was declared a Slytherin before the hat had fully settled on his head. Potter, Harry. The hall fell silent as whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires. Harry stepped forward, legs trembling slightly beneath his robes. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Darkness enveloped him, and a small voice spoke in his ear. Said the voice. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking desperately, not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, said the small voice. Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. Harry squeezed his eyes shut tighter, panic rising in his chest. Please, anything but Slytherin. Not where Voldemort was. And then, something strange happened. As Harry's fear peaked, words formed in his mind, but not in English. A soft, sibilant hissing emerged from his thoughts, words he somehow understood yet had never consciously learned. Please listen to me, he unwittingly hissed in Parseltongue. I need to be somewhere I belong. The hat went rigid on his head. Then, impossibly, it began to warm, heating until it felt nearly alive against Harry's scalp. When the hat spoke again, it wasn't in English either, but in the same serpentine language that had escaped Harry's thoughts. Heir of the Serpent Tongue, at last you speak in the language of your ancestor, the hat hissed back. Centuries I have waited for this moment. Harry froze, confusion overwhelming him. What do you mean? I don't understand. Your blood carries ancient secrets, child. Not merely Slytherin's gift, though that flows strong in you. I see it all now, unlocked by your true speech. Gryffindor's courage burns in your heart, Hufflepuff's loyalty strengthens your soul, Ravenclaw's wisdom sharpens your mind, and yes, Slytherin's ambition drives your spirit. For bloodlines, converged in one heir after 1,000 years of separation. A strange tingling sensation began at the crown of Harry's head where the hat touched him, spreading downward through his body like warm honey. The feeling intensified, magic swirling inside him, responding to some ancient recognition. That's impossible, Harry protested in a hissing language that now came naturally to his lips. My father's family were Potters. My mother was Muggle-born. The hat's voice grew deeper, more resonant. Magic finds ways to preserve itself, young heir. Your mother was no mere Muggleborn, but the culmination of squib lines descended from both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, magic dormant for generations until it awakened fully in her. Your father's bloodline carried both Gryffindor's direct descent and a distant relation to Slytherin's sister line. Separately, each connection would be noteworthy. Together, they make you unique in wizarding history. The magic coursing through Harry intensified. Behind his closed eyelids, four distinct colors began to swirl and merge: scarlet, yellow, blue, and green, each carrying a different sensation: warmth, stability, clarity, and sharpness. The Founders placed enchantments upon me to recognize their true heir, should the bloodlines ever converge, the hat continued. Knowledge locked away for centuries now awakens. The castle itself will respond to your presence as it has not done since the Founders walked these halls. Outside the cocoon of darkness created by the hat, the great hall had fallen into confused murmurs. Harry's sorting was taking longer than any before it, and stranger still, those nearest the stool thought they could hear a faint hissing coming from beneath the brim. At the staff table, Albus Dumbledore leaned forward, his twinkling eyes suddenly sharp with concern. Severus Snape's face had gone rigid, his fingers widening around the stem of his goblet. And at the far end of the table, beneath his purple turban, Professor Quirrell felt a burning rage that was not entirely his own. Inside Harry's private darkness, the hat asked a final question. The time has come, heir of Hogwarts. The castle awaits its master. Where shall I place you? The magic that had been building inside Harry suddenly crescendoed. For distinct forces pulled at him simultaneously: bravery, loyalty, wisdom, and cunning, each demanding recognition. For a fleeting moment, Harry felt as though he might be torn apart by their competing claims. Then, instinctively, he made his choice. I want to be where I can unite what's been divided. Where I can be myself, not just a legacy. The Sorting Hat seemed to chuckle, a strange hissing laugh. Well said, heir. Then it shall be, Gryffindor, the hat shouted aloud in English, breaking the strange silence that had fallen over the great hall. But as McGonagall moved to remove the hat from Harry's head, it spoke once more, its voice suddenly echoing throughout the hall for all to hear: the heir of the Founders 4 has returned to Hogwarts. The circle is complete. A pulse of multicolored light, red, yellow, blue, and green intertwined, burst from where the hat sat on Harry's head, washing over the great hall in a wave of ancient magic. The enchanted ceiling briefly shimmered, revealing not the night sky but the four emblems of Hogwarts houses, merged into a single unified crest. Then the light faded, and Harry sat blinking on the stool as McGonagall finally lifted the hat away, her fingers trembling slightly. The hall remained frozen in shocked silence until, from the Gryffindor table, Fred Weasley's voice rang out. Well, that's one way to make an entrance, mate. Nervous laughter rippled across the hall, breaking the tension as Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table on shaking legs. The expressions that greeted him ranged from awe to suspicion. Ron slid over to make room for him, his freckled face a mask of confusion. What was that about? He whispered as the sorting continued, though most students were still stealing glances at Harry rather than watching the ceremony. I don't know, Harry managed, his voice hoarse. The hat, it said things about my bloodline. About the Founders. At the head table, Dumbledore's face had gone very still. He exchanged a significant look with McGonagall, whose normally stern countenance had paled considerably. Further down the table, Snape's expression had transformed from its usual contempt to something far more complex, a mixture of shock, calculation, and what might have been a flicker of reluctant recognition. The remainder of the sorting passed in a blur for Harry. He barely registered the final students being placed in their houses, or Dumbledore's welcoming speech, though he noticed the headmaster's eyes constantly returning to him throughout the evening. When the feast appeared on the golden plates before them, Harry found his appetite had vanished, replaced by a strange awareness of the castle around him. The stones beneath his feet seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm, like a giant heartbeat. The enchanted ceiling appeared more vibrant than it had moments before, stars shining with unnatural brilliance. And strangest of all, Harry could feel subtle threads of magic emanating from the castle itself, reaching out to him like curious fingers. "Harry, are you feeling all right?" Hermione asked from across the table, her brow furrowed with concern. "You've gone very pale." "I'm fine," he said automatically, then reconsidered. "Actually, I don't know what I am right now." Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, leaned over with an air of importance. "Potter, what exactly happened during your sorting? The Hat has never made an announcement like that before." Harry hesitated, unsure how much to share. The Hat's revelation felt intensely personal, yet it had announced his status to the entire school. "It said I'm related to all 4 founders," he said finally, keeping his voice low. "Through both my parents." The surrounding Gryffindors exchanged looks of astonishment. Hermione's eyes widened to the point where they threatened to overtake her face entirely. "But that's extraordinary," she exclaimed. "The founder bloodlines were thought to have diverged completely centuries ago. There's never been a documented case of anyone carrying more than one founder's direct lineage." "How do you even know that?" Ron asked, momentarily distracted from his plate piled high with food. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history, of course," Hermione replied with a touch of impatience. "There's an entire chapter on the founders' descendants and their contributions to wizarding society." Harry felt a flush creeping up his neck as more students leaned in to hear their conversation. "Look, I didn't know anything about this until 5 minutes ago. The Hat just started talking about bloodlines and heirs, and then there was this strange magic." He trailed off as he noticed Dumbledore rising from the head table, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Snape. The 3 were making their way directly toward the Gryffindor table, their expressions grave. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said quietly when they reached him, his voice pitched low enough that only those immediately nearby could hear. "I believe we should continue this discussion in my office after the feast. There are matters we must address promptly." McGonagall nodded sharply. "I'll escort him personally, Headmaster." Snape said nothing, but his black eyes never left Harry's face, searching for something with an intensity that made Harry distinctly uncomfortable. "Is Harry in some kind of trouble, Professor?" Ron asked, a defensive note in his voice. "Not at all, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore assured him, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Quite the contrary. However, what occurred during the sorting has significant implications that Mr. Potter should be made aware of in private." As the professors returned to their seats, the whispers around Harry intensified. He tried to focus on his meal, but found it impossible with the weight of countless stares pressing down on him from all directions. Even the ghosts seemed to be taking a particular interest, with nearly headless Nick hovering nearby with an unusually solemn expression. "Don't worry, Harry," Hermione said with forced brightness. "I'm sure Professor Dumbledore just wants to explain the historical significance of your heritage. It's really quite fascinating from an academic perspective." Ron rolled his eyes. "Yeah, because that's what Harry needs right now. A history lesson." Harry managed a weak smile at their attempts to normalize the situation. But as the feast progressed, he became increasingly aware of strange sensations rippling through his body. His magic felt different somehow, more volatile, yet also more accessible. When he reached for his goblet, the liquid inside rippled before his fingers even touched it. A candle floating overhead flared brighter as he glanced at it. "Did you see that?" Neville whispered from further down the table, staring at the candle. Harry quickly looked away, but similar incidents continued throughout the meal. Silverware shifted slightly as he reached for it. The stone floor seemed to warm beneath his feet. Most disturbing of all, he began to hear whispers that seemed to emanate from the very walls around him: "Heir, returned, awaken, protect." By the time dessert appeared, Harry was fighting to maintain his composure. The magic inside him felt increasingly difficult to contain, as though it were expanding beyond the boundaries of his skin. Relief washed over him when Dumbledore finally stood to deliver his closing remarks and dismissed the students to their dormitories. "First years, follow me please," Percy called out, puffing up with importance. Gryffindor first years, stay together. McGonagall appeared at Harry's side before he could join the line of departing students. This way, Mr. Potter. The headmaster is waiting. Ron and Hermione both gave him encouraging nods as McGonagall led him away from the crowd. As they exited the Great Hall, Harry noticed that Snape had fallen into step behind them, his black robes billowing ominously. The corridors of Hogwarts at night were a labyrinth of shadows and flickering torchlight. Under normal circumstances, Harry would have been completely lost within minutes. Yet as they walked, he experienced a strange sense of familiarity with every turn and staircase, as though some part of him recognized the ancient stones. Even more peculiarly, the castle itself seemed to be responding to his presence. Torches blazed higher as he passed. Doors swung open before McGonagall could reach for them. Staircases shifted position as they approached, aligning to create the most direct path to their destination. Professor, Harry ventured after a particularly obvious instance of a suit of armor bowing as they passed, is the castle always like this? McGonagall's lips thinned. No, Mr. Potter, it is not. She exchanged a significant look with Snape, who had yet to utter a single word since leaving the Great Hall. They arrived at a large, ugly stone gargoyle guarding an otherwise unremarkable section of wall. McGonagall stepped forward. Chocolate frog, she pronounced clearly. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved continuously upward like an escalator. McGonagall gestured for Harry to step on, following close behind him with Snape bringing up the rear. As they ascended, Harry felt a distinct change in the magical atmosphere. The headmaster's tower emanated power of a different quality than the rest of the castle, more refined, more deliberately structured. Yet even here, he sensed the stones responding to him, a subtle vibration of recognition passing through the ancient masonry. At the top of the staircase stood a gleaming oak door with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. Before McGonagall could knock, the door swung open of its own accord. Ah, Minerva, Severus, and Mr. Potter, of course. Please come in, Dumbledore's voice called from within. The headmaster's office was a circular room filled with strange silver instruments that emitted puffs of colored smoke and soft whirring sounds. The walls were lined with portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses, most of whom appeared to be sleeping in their frames, though Harry noticed several cracking their eyes open to peer at him curiously. Dumbledore himself sat behind an enormous claw-footed desk, his long fingers steepled before him. His half-moon spectacles caught the light as he inclined his head, gesturing toward 3 chairs that had materialized before his desk. Please, sit down. We have much to discuss. Harry took the central chair, immediately aware that the ornate wooden armrests warmed beneath his touch. McGonagall and Snape took the flanking seats, the potions master maintaining his rigid silence. I imagine you must have many questions, Harry, Dumbledore began, his voice gentle. What happened during your sorting was extraordinary, even by the standards of Hogwarts, which has seen its fair share of wonders over the centuries. The hat spoke to me in Parseltongue, Harry blurted out before he could stop himself. And I understood it. I spoke back the same way. A heavy silence followed this revelation. McGonagall's sharp intake of breath was the only sound in the room. I suspected as much, Dumbledore said finally, his blue eyes unusually grave. And what else did the sorting hat tell you, Harry? Harry hesitated, then decided there was little point in concealing information they had likely already guessed. It said I'm related to all 4 founders. That my mother wasn't really Muggle-born but came from squib lines of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. That my father was descended from Gryffindor and somehow related to Slytherin too. Impossible, Snape spoke for the first time, his voice cold. Lily Evans was Muggle-born. I knew her family. Ah, Severus, Dumbledore sighed. What we know of magical genealogy is often incomplete. Squib lines can disappear into the Muggle world for generations before magic re-emerges. The Evans family may well have descended from wizarding stock so ancient that all records were lost. But all 4 founders? McGonagall interjected, her Scottish accent more pronounced in her agitation. Albus, even you must admit the statistical improbability is astronomical. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled momentarily. And yet, Minerva, magic has never been particularly concerned with statistical probabilities. More often, it follows patterns of significance and symbolic resonance. He turned back to Harry. Did the hat indicate how it recognized these bloodlines? Harry frowned, trying to recall the exact words. It said something about enchantments the Founders placed on it, to recognize their true heir if the bloodlines ever converged, I think was the word it used. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. The Founders were known to have placed numerous enchantments on Hogwarts and its artifacts, many of which have been forgotten over time. It seems some of these enchantments were designed to activate only under very specific circumstances. But what does it mean? Harry asked, frustration edging into his voice. Why is this happening now? And what was that light that came from the hat? The three professors exchanged looks before Dumbledore spoke again. Harry, what you must understand is that magical bloodlines carry more than just hereditary traits. They can also transmit affinities, abilities, and in rare cases, magical legacies that activate when certain conditions are met. The light you saw was the visible manifestation of ancient magic recognizing and acknowledging you. The consequences of which remain to be seen, Snape added darkly. Indeed, McGonagall agreed, though her tone was less ominous. Mr. Potter, have you noticed any unusual effects since your sorting? Harry thought about the castle's strange responses to his presence, the whispering walls, and the volatile magic he could feel simmering beneath his skin. The castle feels alive to me, he admitted. Like it's watching me. Responding to me. And my magic feels different, stronger, but harder to control. Dumbledore nodded as though this confirmed his suspicions. Hogwarts is semi-sentient in ways that few fully understand. The Founders imbued the very stones with aspects of their magic, creating a structure that is, in many ways, alive. As their heir, you appear to have awakened certain dormant enchantments within the castle itself. A small silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk suddenly began to spin more rapidly, emitting a high, musical tone. The headmaster glanced at it with raised eyebrows. Most interesting. It seems the castle's wards are reconfiguring themselves as we speak. Reconfiguring? McGonagall repeated sharply. Albus, is that safe? Those wards have stood unchanged for centuries. I believe they are not changing so much as expanding, Dumbledore replied, studying the spinning instrument. Becoming more comprehensive rather than different in nature. Though I confess, even I do not fully understand the process that has been initiated. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Professor, am I doing this somehow? Not consciously, Harry, Dumbledore assured him. This is old magic responding to old blood. The Founders created Hogwarts not just as a school, but as a sanctuary and stronghold for magical learning. It appears they also created contingencies to ensure it would recognize their collective heir, should such a person ever exist. Snape's face had gone even paler than usual. Headmaster, if the castle's defenses are indeed responding to Potter's presence, we must consider the broader implications. Particularly in light of recent events. Harry didn't miss the meaningful look that passed between the professors at these words, though he couldn't decipher its significance. Quite right, Severus, Dumbledore agreed gravely. Which brings us to a more immediate concern. He turned to face Harry directly. Harry, I'm afraid that your unique heritage places you in a position of both privilege and peril. There are those in our world who will view your status as a threat to the established order. But I don't want any special status, Harry protested. I didn't ask for any of this. Nevertheless, it has found you, McGonagall said, her voice softening slightly. As these things often do. A sudden, sharp tapping at the window interrupted their conversation. A handsome tawny owl hovered outside, a scarlet envelope clutched in its beak. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the window swung open to admit the bird, which flew directly to Harry and dropped the letter in his lap before departing with a soft hoot. Harry stared at the envelope. It bore the emblem of Gringotts Bank pressed into a wax seal that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. "It would appear that news travels quickly," Dumbledore commented. "Even to the goblins of Gringotts. But how could they possibly know already?" McGonagall wondered. "Old magic leaves traces that those sensitive to such things can detect," Dumbledore explained. "The goblins have always been particularly attuned to matters of bloodline and inheritance." Harry hesitantly broke the seal. As soon as he did, the letter unfolded itself and rose into the air, hovering at eye level. A deep, gravelly voice emerged from the parchment. "To the newly revealed heir of the 4 founders, Gringotts Wizarding Bank acknowledges the awakening of the convergent bloodline as confirmed by ancient magics this evening. For ancestral vaults sealed for generations have registered your claim and await your attendance. These matters are of the highest priority and confidentiality. The Director of Inheritance Affairs will receive you at your earliest convenience. This letter serves as both notification and transport. Touch it with your wand when you wish to be conveyed directly to Gringotts, regardless of standard operating hours or anti-apparition wards. May your gold always flow, Ragnarok the unyielding High Director of Gringotts." The letter refolded itself and settled back into Harry's lap, the Gringotts seal reforming as if it had never been broken. "Well," said Dumbledore after a moment of silence, "that is unprecedented." "For ancestral vaults?" McGonagall echoed. "Albus, if Potter truly has access to the Founders' original vaults. Then the historical and magical artifacts contained therein would be beyond price," Snape finished, a strange expression crossing his face. "Knowledge and power that has been lost for centuries." Harry looked down at the letter, then back at the professors. "I don't understand. I already have a vault at Gringotts. Hagrid took me there." "That would be your trust vault, Harry," Dumbledore explained. "A portion of the Potter family fortune set aside for your education and personal needs until you come of age. What the goblins are referring to are much older vaults, established by the Founders themselves and apparently sealed until their true heir appeared." "And a direct transport letter," McGonagall added, still looking stunned. "I've never heard of the goblins offering such a service to a wizard before." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The magical world is changing around you, Harry, responding to the revelation of your heritage. We must proceed with caution." He gestured to the letter. "I would advise against using that transport charm immediately. There are preparations to be made, security considerations to address." Harry nodded, relief washing through him at not having to make any decisions about mysterious vaults tonight. His head was already spinning with all he'd learned. "In the meantime, Mr. Potter, you should join your housemates in Gryffindor Tower," McGonagall said briskly, apparently deciding that practicalities were the best way forward. "Classes begin tomorrow, and heir of the Founders or not, you'll need a proper night's rest." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed with a smile that finally reached his eyes. "Though perhaps, Minerva, we should accompany Harry to Gryffindor Tower ourselves. I'm quite curious to see how the castle continues to respond to his presence." As they rose to leave, a flash of movement caught Harry's eye. On a golden perch behind Dumbledore's desk sat a magnificent bird with crimson and gold plumage. As Harry looked at it, the bird launched itself into the air, circling the office once before landing directly in front of him on Dumbledore's desk. "Fawkes," Dumbledore said, surprise evident in his voice. "My phoenix companion. He rarely takes such interest in visitors." The phoenix regarded Harry with intelligent black eyes, then deliberately extended its head toward him. Without thinking, Harry reached out and gently stroked the brilliant feathers. A warm, comforting sensation flowed from his fingertips up his arm, and the phoenix trilled a few notes of song that seemed to ease some of the tension from the room. "Most extraordinary," Dumbledore murmured. "Fawkes is connected to Hogwarts in ways even I do not fully comprehend. His recognition of you is significant." Harry reluctantly withdrew his hand from the phoenix's feathers, and the bird took flight again, returning to its perch with a flick of its golden tail. "Come, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, moving toward the door. "Your housemates will be wondering what's become of you." As they descended the spiral staircase, Harry noticed Snape hanging back to speak quietly with Dumbledore. Though he couldn't make out the words, the intensity of their exchange was clear from their expressions. The journey to Gryffindor Tower proved McGonagall's concerns well-founded. The castle's behavior grew increasingly pronounced as they walked, with suits of armor saluting as Harry passed and portraits whispering excitedly to one another. Most strikingly, when they reached a staircase that had just begun to move away from their landing, it immediately swung back into position to accommodate them. "The castle hasn't been this responsive since." "Well, perhaps ever in my experience," McGonagall commented, watching as a door ahead of them unlocked itself with an audible click. They arrived at the portrait of the fat lady guarding the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. To Harry's surprise, the portrait swung open the moment she saw him, without requiring a password. "Oh my," the fat lady exclaimed. "The heir of the Founders. Such an honor, my boy. Welcome to Gryffindor." "Thank you," Harry mumbled, increasingly uncomfortable with the special treatment. The Gryffindor common room fell silent as he entered, dozens of eyes turning to stare. Many students had clearly been discussing him in his absence, and now watched eagerly for any sign of what had transpired with the headmaster. "Mr. Potter has had a rather eventful evening and requires rest," McGonagall announced to the room at large. "I expect you all to treat him with the same courtesy and respect you would extend to any fellow Gryffindor." Her stern gaze swept the room, effectively quelling the most obvious curiosity, though whispers immediately broke out in her wake as she departed through the portrait hole. Ron and Hermione pushed through the crowd to reach Harry's side. "Are you okay?" Ron asked immediately. "Did Dumbledore explain what happened?" "Sort of," Harry replied, suddenly aware of how exhausted he felt. "It's complicated." "You can tell us tomorrow," Hermione assured him, shooting a disapproving look at the eavesdropping students around them. "You look like you need sleep." "First-year boys' dormitories are up the stairs and to your right, Potter," Percy Weasley called over from where he was organizing a group of younger students. "Your trunk has already been brought up." Harry nodded gratefully and made his way toward the spiral staircase, Ron falling into step beside him. He could feel the stairs following him across the room, but was too tired to care anymore. The dormitory was a circular room with 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Harry's trunk sat at the foot of one bed, with Hedwig's empty cage on top. She was presumably out hunting or delivering to the Ollery. Neville, Dean, and Seamus were already there, arranging their belongings, but fell silent as Harry and Ron entered. Hi Harry," Neville ventured after an awkward pause. "Is everything all right?" "Fine," Harry said shortly, moving to his trunk and rummaging inside for his pajamas, desperate to escape the attention. "Look, mate," Seamus said, his Irish accent thickening with nervousness, "we're not trying to be nosy, but that thing with the hat, can we just talk about it tomorrow?" Harry interrupted, fatigue making his voice sharper than he intended. "I'm really tired." The other boys exchanged glances but nodded, returning to their unpacking with forced casualness. Only Ron seemed to understand Harry's need for space, giving him a small nod before turning to his own trunk. Harry changed quickly and climbed into his four-poster, drawing the curtains firmly closed around him. He lay back on the pillow, mind racing despite his exhaustion. The events of the day swirled through his thoughts, the Sorting Hat's revelation, Dumbledore's grave concerns, the Gringotts' letter, and the castle's strange behavior. All his life, he'd been nobody, just unwanted Harry Potter, sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. Then in the span of a month, he discovered he was a wizard, famous for surviving a curse that had killed his parents. And now this, heir to the 4 greatest witches and wizards in British magical history, with a castle that responded to his very presence and ancestral vaults filled with who knew what waiting for him at Gringotts. It was too much to process. He closed his eyes, hoping sleep would provide some respite from the swirling thoughts. As consciousness began to fade, he became aware of a soft, rhythmic pulsing beneath him, the very stones of Hogwarts, beating like a heart in time with his own. His last coherent thought before drifting off was that for the first time in his life, he was exactly where he belonged. And that thought, more than anything else that had happened that extraordinary day, brought him a measure of peace. Dawn filtered through a gap in Harry's bed curtains, rousing him from dreams filled with strange voices and ancient corridors. For a disorienting moment, he expected to see the familiar confines of his cupboard at Privet Drive. The realization that he was at Hogwarts, and the memory of everything that had happened during his sorting, crashed over him with renewed intensity. He lay still for several minutes, listening to the soft snores of his dorm mates and gathering his thoughts. Yesterday's events seemed almost impossible in the clear light of morning. Perhaps he had imagined the sorting hat's revelation, or misunderstood what it was telling him. A soft trill from the windowsill shattered this hopeful theory. Harry pushed aside his curtains to find Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, perched regally on the stone ledge, watching him with those same intelligent black eyes from the night before. "What are you doing here?" Harry whispered, careful not to wake the others. Fawkes merely tilted his head and extended one leg, to which was attached a small scroll of parchment sealed with Dumbledore's insignia. Harry carefully untied it, and the phoenix rubbed its head briefly against his hand before launching into flight, disappearing through the open window. The scroll contained a brief message in narrow, slanting handwriting: "Dear Harry, please join me for breakfast in my office at 7 a.m. We have much to discuss before your classes begin, including arrangements for your visit to Gringotts this weekend. Professor McGonagall will meet you in the common room to escort you. The password remains, Chocolate Frog. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. Fawkes seems to have taken a particular interest in your welfare. Phoenix attachment is exceedingly rare and always significant." Harry glanced at the clock beside his bed, 6:15 a.m. He had just enough time to dress and meet McGonagall. Moving quietly to avoid disturbing his still sleeping roommates, he gathered his clothes and slipped into the bathroom. The mirror over the sink fogged briefly as he approached, then cleared to reveal his reflection. Harry froze, toothbrush halfway to his mouth. Something was different about his appearance, though he couldn't immediately identify what had changed. His eyes seemed more intensely green than usual, and there was a subtle alteration to the contours of his face, nothing dramatic, but noticeable enough to give him pause. Most striking of all, the lightning bolt scar on his forehead appeared different. Instead of its usual angry red, it had faded to a silvery white, and if he looked at it from certain angles, it seemed to shimmer with faint traces of 4 distinct colors. "What's happening to me?" he whispered to his reflection. The bathroom door creaked open, and Ron stumbled in, bleary-eyed and tousle-haired. "Morning," he yawned, then did a double-take. "Blimey, Harry, you look different. You can see it too?" Harry asked, relief mingling with concern. At least he wasn't imagining things. Ron stepped closer, squinting at Harry's face. "Yeah, your eyes are. I dunno, brighter. And your scar's gone all funny." "It feels different too," Harry admitted, touching it gingerly. "Not painful anymore. Sort of, warm. Is this because of what the hat said? About you being related to the Founders?" Harry nodded slowly. "I think so. Dumbledore wants to see me before classes. Professor McGonagall's taking me to his office." Ron looked impressed. "Special treatment already. Fred and George will be jealous." His expression sobered. "Listen, Harry, about last night. I know I'm not much help with all this magical stuff, being raised in it but still not knowing half what Hermione does about history and whatnot. But if you need someone to just be normal around you with all this air business, well, I'm your man." The simple offer of friendship without expectations warmed Harry more than Ron could know. "Thanks. I have a feeling I'm going to need that." By the time Harry had dressed and descended to the common room, several early-rising Gryffindors were already gathered there. Conversation died abruptly as he appeared, and he felt the weight of their stares as he crossed to where McGonagall waited by the portrait hole. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she greeted him, her sharp eyes taking in his altered appearance with a slight widening but no comment. I trust you slept well. Yes, Professor, Harry replied, though in truth his dreams had been filled with strange images and half-heard voices. Very good. The headmaster is expecting us. As they left through the portrait hole, Harry heard the buzz of excited conversation resume behind them. News of his heritage had clearly spread throughout Gryffindor House overnight, and he suspected it wouldn't be long before the entire school was talking about it. The morning corridors of Hogwarts were peaceful, with only the occasional early-rising student or professor crossing their path. As had happened the previous night, the castle itself seemed to respond to Harry's presence, torches brightening, doors opening, and once, a staircase changing direction mid-swing to create a more direct route to the headmaster's office. McGonagall watched these occurrences with a mixture of fascination and concern. The castle's recognition of you has only strengthened overnight, she observed as a suit of armor stepped aside to clear their path. Hogwarts has always had a certain awareness, but I've never seen it respond so actively to an individual before. Professor, Harry began hesitantly, what exactly does it mean to be the heir of the Founders? What am I supposed to do? McGonagall's expression softened slightly. That, Mr. Potter, is what we all hope to determine. The Founders left no specific instructions for such an eventuality, or if they did, that knowledge has been lost to time. What we do know is that you represent something unprecedented in magical history, the convergence of 4 powerful bloodlines that were never meant to intersect. They reached the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Before McGonagall could speak the password, the gargoyle moved aside of its own accord, bowing its head slightly to Harry as it did so. The headmaster was waiting for them in his office, seated behind his desk with a breakfast spread laid out on a small table nearby. Fawkes had returned to his perch but trilled a greeting as Harry entered. "Ah, Harry, Minerva, right on time," Dumbledore said warmly, gesturing toward the food. "I thought we might discuss matters over breakfast. I find difficult conversations are always improved by the presence of hot chocolate and pastries." Harry took a seat, suddenly aware of how hungry he was. As he reached for a croissant, he noticed several ancient-looking books spread across Dumbledore's desk, their pages marked with numerous bookmarks. "I see you've noticed my morning reading," Dumbledore commented, following Harry's gaze. "I've been researching references to the Founders' bloodlines and any mentions of a potential convergence. Rather sparse information, I'm afraid, though there are a few intriguing hints in Ravenclaw's personal journals." "You have Rowena Ravenclaw's journals?" Harry asked, surprised. "Copies of fragments only," Dumbledore clarified. "The originals were lost centuries ago, or perhaps, as seems increasingly likely, sealed in one of those vaults awaiting your arrival at Gringotts." McGonagall served herself tea from a silver pot. "What have you discovered, Albus?" "Indications that the Founders anticipated the possibility of their bloodlines converging someday," Dumbledore replied, opening one of the books to a marked page. "Ravenclaw in particular seems to have had prophetic insights about a distant heir who would unite their legacies. She refers to the circle completed and, for streams returning to a single source, terminology remarkably similar to what the Sorting Hat proclaimed last night." Harry sipped his hot chocolate, trying to process this information. But why would they want their bloodlines to converge? And why now, after all this time? "Excellent questions, Harry," Dumbledore said approvingly. "As to the first, the historical record suggests that while the Founders began Hogwarts in harmony, disagreements eventually drove them apart, particularly Slytherin's departure after his infamous dispute with Gryffindor. It's possible they created contingencies for a future reconciliation through blood what they could not achieve in life. And as for why now," McGonagall added, "magical convergences often occur at times of great need or significance. The timing may not be coincidental." Harry frowned. "What do you mean?" Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a look before the headmaster spoke again. "Harry, there are forces at work in our world, forces that have been dormant for many years but are showing signs of stirring once more. Your parents fought against these forces, as did many others." "Voldemort," Harry said flatly. Dumbledore inclined his head. "Among others." Dark wizards rarely act entirely alone, even when they appear to do so. A chill ran down Harry's spine. The Sorting Hat said something about Voldemort targeting me specifically because of prophecies related to the Founder's heir. Is that true? A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. There was indeed a prophecy concerning you and Lord Voldemort, though its exact contents and interpretation are matters we should discuss when you're somewhat older. As for whether it related to your status as the Founder's heir, that is a connection I had not previously considered, but which now seems disturbingly plausible. But Voldemort's gone, Harry said, though the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. He can't hurt anyone anymore. Neither Dumbledore nor McGonagall responded immediately, which Harry found far more unsettling than any direct answer might have been. Let us focus on more immediate concerns, Dumbledore said finally. Your visit to Gringotts, for instance. I propose we arrange this for Saturday morning, allowing you a few days to adjust to your classes before confronting the revelations the Founder's vaults may hold. Professor McGonagall will accompany you, along with another security measure I'm arranging. Harry nodded, simultaneously eager to learn more about his heritage and relieved to have a few days to prepare. What about my classes? Will things be normal? A smile flickered across Dumbledore's face. As normal as possible, though I suspect your professors and fellow students may find it difficult to treat you as just another first year under the circumstances. Which brings me to another matter we must address. He gestured toward Harry's face. You've noticed the physical changes beginning to manifest. These are likely just the first of several magical awakenings you'll experience as your heritage asserts itself. Each Founder was known for particular magical affinities, and it seems these talents may now be emerging in you. What kinds of talents? Harry asked, both curious and apprehensive. Gryffindor was renowned for battle magic and protective charms, McGonagall supplied. Ravenclaw for the mind arts and spell creation. Hufflepuff excelled in earth magic and healing, while Slytherin. Parseltongue, Harry finished when she hesitated. And what else? Potions and ritual magic, Dumbledore said quietly. Salazar Slytherin was perhaps the greatest potioneer of his age, and his innovations in magical rituals formed the basis for many protections we still use today, including some of Hogwarts' own wards. Harry considered this. So I might develop abilities in all these areas? Just automatically? Not automatically, no, Dumbledore corrected gently. You will likely discover increased aptitude and sensitivity in these fields, but mastery will still require study and practice. Think of your heritage as providing fertile soil, the talents may grow more readily, but they must still be cultivated. A clock on Dumbledore's desk chimed softly, and McGonagall glanced at it with a start. It's nearly time for the morning mail delivery and the distribution of class schedules. We should return to the Great Hall if Mr. Potter is to have any breakfast with his housemates before lessons begin. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. Harry, one final matter before you go. I believe it would be wise to exercise discretion regarding the full extent of what the Sorting Hat revealed to you. The announcement of your status as the Founder's heir will already have spread throughout the school, but the specific abilities and changes you experience need not become common knowledge immediately. You want me to keep secrets? Harry asked, uncertain. I ask only that you be judicious in what you share, Dumbledore clarified. There are those who would seek to use you for your abilities or heritage. Until you better understand your own powers and the protections the Founders established, a measure of caution would be prudent. Harry didn't entirely like it, but he could see the wisdom in Dumbledore's advice. All right, Professor. I'll be careful. As McGonagall escorted him back toward the Great Hall, Harry's mind whirled with all he'd learned. The physical changes, the Gringotts vaults, the potential magical abilities emerging within him, it was overwhelming. Yet beneath the confusion, he felt a growing sense of connection to Hogwarts itself, to the ancient magic that pulsed through its walls and corridors. The castle wasn't just a school to him now. In some strange, profound way he was only beginning to understand, it was becoming a part of him, or perhaps he was becoming a part of it, an extension of the vision four extraordinary witches and wizards had shared 1,000 years ago. Whatever lay ahead, Harry knew with absolute certainty that his life at Hogwarts would be anything but ordinary. The great hall buzzed with excited chatter as Harry entered with Professor McGonagall. Heads turned immediately in his direction, and the volume of conversation dropped noticeably before rising again in a wave of whispers. McGonagall gave him an encouraging nod before proceeding to the staff table, where several professors were watching him with undisguised interest. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table, uncomfortably aware of the stares following his progress. Ron had saved him a seat, with Hermione sitting across from them, a large book propped against a water jug in front of her. "There you are!" Ron exclaimed as Harry slid onto the bench. "I told everyone you were meeting with Dumbledore, but Seamus was convinced you were off exploring secret founder chambers or something. Just talking about Gringotts and other stuff," Harry replied quietly, helping himself to eggs and toast. He was conscious of several nearby students leaning slightly closer to overhear their conversation. Hermione closed her book with a decisive snap. "I've been researching founder bloodlines all morning," she announced. "It's fascinating, Harry. Did you know that the last confirmed descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw lived in Albania in the early 1900s? And Hufflepuff's direct line was thought to have died out completely in the 17th century. "Hermione," Ron groaned, "it's not even 8 in the morning. Give the man a chance to eat before you start with the history lesson." She flushed slightly but pressed on. "I'm only trying to help. If Harry's really related to all 4 founders, there must be historical records that could explain how the bloodlines converged. The magical genealogical texts are quite comprehensive for pure-blood families." "My mum wasn't pure-blood," Harry said, remembering what the Sorting Hat had told him. "At least, not officially. The hat said she came from squib lines of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff." Hermione's eyes widened. "Squib lines? Of course. When magical ability disappears from a family line, they often integrate into Muggle society and eventually lose all knowledge of their magical ancestry. Your mother's family could have been magical originally, generations back. And your dad's family is one of the oldest wizarding lines," Ron added around a mouthful of sausage. "The Potters go way back. Dad says they were always considered blood traitors though, liked Muggles too much for most purebloods' taste." Before Harry could respond, the air was filled with the sound of fluttering wings as hundreds of owls streamed into the great hall, delivering the morning mail. An unfamiliar eagle owl swooped down to land majestically in front of Harry, extending a leg bearing a thick envelope made of cream-colored parchment with a purple wax seal. "That's not a school owl," Hermione observed as Harry untied the letter. The envelope bore his name written in elegant purple ink, "Mr. Harry James Potter, heir of the 4 founders, Gryffindor Table, Great Hall, Hogwarts School." Harry broke the seal and unfolded the parchment inside, aware that numerous eyes around him were watching with keen interest. "Dear Mr. Potter, news of your extraordinary heritage has reached the offices of the Daily Prophet. As the Wizarding World's premier news publication, we would be honored to conduct an exclusive interview with the first confirmed heir of the founders in recorded history. Our senior correspondent, Rita Skeeter, specializes in profiles of prominent wizarding figures and would be delighted to meet with you at your earliest convenience to discuss your remarkable bloodline and its implications for the future of magical Britain. Please respond via the accompanying owl at your earliest convenience to arrange a suitable time. Yours in eager anticipation, Barnabas Cuff, Editor-in-Chief, Daily Prophet." "The Daily Prophet wants to interview you," Ron said, reading over Harry's shoulder. "Blimey, that was fast. News travels quick in the wizarding world, but this is mental." Harry folded the letter with a frown. "I don't want to give interviews. I don't even understand what's happening myself yet." "You should speak to Professor McGonagall about it," Hermione advised, watching as the eagle owl helped itself to a piece of Harry's bacon before taking flight. "The press can be quite persistent with high-profile stories." As if on cue, Professor McGonagall appeared beside them, distributing class schedules to the Gryffindor first years. "Your timetable, Mr. Potter," she said, handing him a sheet of parchment. Then, lowering her voice, she added, I see you've received correspondence from the Daily Prophet. I would strongly advise against engaging with the press at this time. If you receive further such requests, please direct them to the headmaster's office. Harry nodded gratefully. Yes, Professor. McGonagall moved on to the next student, and Harry examined his schedule. Looks like we have herbology with the Hufflepuffs first, then transfiguration, he told Ron and Hermione. Perfect, Hermione said brightly. Herbology connects to Hufflepuff's earth magic, and transfiguration was supposedly one of Gryffindor's specialties. You can see if you have any natural affinities. The idea made Harry nervous. I'm not sure I want to show any special abilities in front of everyone. People are already staring enough. As if to prove his point, a group of Hufflepuff girls passing their table slowed deliberately, craning their necks to get a better look at him. One of them gasped audibly and whispered to her friends when she caught sight of his face. Your appearance really has changed, Hermione observed thoughtfully. Your eyes are more vibrant, and your features seem more defined, somehow. And your scar, it's different. I noticed this morning, Harry said, resisting the urge to flatten his fringe over his forehead. Dumbledore said it's just the beginning. Apparently, I might develop other traits or abilities connected to each founder. Ron whistled low. Wicked. So you might get super magical powers from all four of them? That's going to drive Malfoy absolutely mental with jealousy. At the mention of Malfoy, Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table. The pale, pointed boy was watching him with an unreadable expression, surrounded by fellow Slytherins engaged in intense conversation. Speaking of Slytherin traits, Hermione began hesitantly, the Parseltongue ability, is it true you spoke to the Sorting Hat in snake language? Harry nodded uncomfortably. I didn't even realize I was doing it at first. It just happened. Parseltongue is pretty rare, Ron said, lowering his voice. Most wizards associate it with dark magic because of Slytherin's reputation and, well, you know who was a Parselmouth too. Great, Harry muttered. So I've got an ability that makes everyone think I'm the next dark wizard. Not everyone, Hermione corrected firmly. Anyone who bothers to research magical history knows that Parseltongue was respected in many cultures long before Slytherin. Ancient Egyptian and Indian wizards considered it a sacred gift. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward Hermione. Before he could thank her, however, the bell rang signaling the end of breakfast and the beginning of the school day. We'd better get going, Ron said, stuffing a last piece of toast into his mouth. Greenhouses are on the other side of the grounds. As they gathered their bags and stood to leave, Harry noticed a ripple effect moving through the hall as students turned to watch him. It was uncomfortably reminiscent of his first visit to the Leaky Cauldron with Hagrid, only more intense. Just walk normally, Hermione advised under her breath as they made their way between tables. Don't make eye contact but don't look down either. Act like you don't notice them staring. Harry tried to follow her advice, keeping his gaze fixed ahead as they crossed the entrance hall and pushed through the great oak doors into the morning sunlight. The September air was crisp and fresh, a welcome relief after the stifling atmosphere of scrutiny inside. As they crossed the sloping lawns toward the greenhouses, Harry spotted a familiar figure waiting ahead, Neville Longbottom, clutching his herbology text and looking nervous. When he saw them approaching, Neville hesitated, then seemed to gather his courage and stepped forward to meet them. Harry, he stammered, I wanted to tell you, that is, my Gran wrote to me this morning after hearing about your sorting, and she said. He took a deep breath. She said our families were allies, back when your father was alive. The Longbottoms and Potters, I mean. And if you're really the heir of Hufflepuff too, then we might be distant cousins, because Gran always said we had Hufflepuff blood generations back. Harry stared at Neville in surprise. We might be related? Neville nodded earnestly. Not closely, but through Hufflepuff's line, maybe. Gran said I should offer our family's friendship, like our parents had. If you want it, that is, he added hurriedly. Something warm bloomed in Harry's chest. Here was someone who wasn't just fascinated by his heritage or famous name, but offering a connection based on something real, a history between their families, a potential shared ancestry. "I'd like that, Neville," he said sincerely, extending his hand. "I don't know much about magical family alliances, but I could definitely use more friends." Neville's face lit up as he shook Harry's hand. The moment their palms connected, Harry felt a curious sensation, a gentle, earthy magic that briefly flowed between them, like plants recognizing shared soil. From Neville's widened eyes, he felt it too. "That was..." Neville began. "Magical recognition," came a dreamy voice from behind them. "When relatives of ancient magical lines acknowledge their connection, the magic responds. It's quite beautiful." They turned to find a small, blonde girl watching them with protuberant silvery eyes. Though she wore Ravenclaw robes, she looked too young to be anything but a first year. Who are you?" Ron asked bluntly. The girl smiled serenely. "Luna Lovegood. I'm not supposed to be in your herbology class, I'm in Ravenclaw, but the castle whispered that I should come meet the heir this morning." She turned her otherworldly gaze directly to Harry. "You have 4 colors in your aura now. They're still settling." Harry blinked, taken aback by this strange pronouncement. "The castle, whispered to you?" "Oh yes," Luna nodded. "Hogwarts talks to those who listen. Usually in dreams or impressions, but it's been much more chatty since you arrived. Daddy says our family has a touch of Ravenclaw's sensitivity to magical currents. Not direct descent like you, of course, but enough to hear things others miss." Hermione looked skeptical, but Harry found himself believing Luna. There was something genuine about her peculiar directness, and after everything that had happened, the idea of the castle communicating with receptive students didn't seem far-fetched at all. "It's nice to meet you, Luna," he said. "Do you always follow castle whispers?" "Only the important ones," she replied matter-of-factly. This one had golden edges, which means significant convergence points in the timeline. "I should go now, Professor Flitwick is looking for me. He wants to discuss my schedule adjustment." With a wave, she skipped away toward the castle, seemingly oblivious to the bewildered looks following her. "Blimey," Ron muttered. "Bit touched in the head, that one." "I don't think so," Harry said slowly. "I think she just sees things differently. Maybe literally." Before they could discuss Luna further, a stream of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students rounded the path, heading for Greenhouse 1 where Professor Sprout, a squat witch with flyaway hair, was waiting to begin their first herbology lesson. The Hufflepuffs approached Harry with undisguised curiosity. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails introduced herself as Hannah Abbott, followed by her friend Susan Bones. Both seemed simultaneously awed and eager to welcome Harry to herbology. "Professor Sprout told our house about your Hufflepuff heritage this morning," Susan explained. "She was ever so excited, said it explains why the plants in the Hufflepuff common room all bloomed at once last night, even the winter varieties." "The plants bloomed?" Harry repeated. Hannah nodded enthusiastically. "The whole common room suddenly filled with flowers, yellow and black ones especially. Professor Sprout said it was Helga's garden recognizing her heir." The information gave Harry a peculiar feeling. The castle's recognition extended even to the plants within it, responding to his very presence. Before he could ponder this further, Professor Sprout called the class to order, ushering them into the greenhouse with brisk efficiency. Inside, rows of potting benches held small, innocuous-looking plants with glistening leaves. As Harry moved to take a place at one of the benches, he became acutely aware of a subtle shift in the greenhouse atmosphere. The plants nearest him seemed to lean infinitesimally in his direction, their leaves turning like miniature solar panels seeking the sun. Professor Sprout noticed immediately, her expert eyes widening as she watched the plant's behavior. "Well, I never," she murmured, approaching Harry's bench with interest. "Mr. Potter, it seems you've inherited more than just Hufflepuff's name. The Flutterby bushes are responding to your magical signature." All eyes turned to Harry, who wished desperately for the ground to open and swallow him. "Sorry, Professor," he said, though he wasn't sure what he was apologizing for. "Nothing to be sorry about, dear boy," Professor Sprout assured him cheerfully. "It's absolutely fascinating." Helga Hufflepuff had a legendary connection to growing things. Plants would flourish under her care even when all conventional magical methods failed. "It appears you may have inherited something of her green thumb." The lesson proceeded with an introduction to magical plant care, but Harry found it difficult to concentrate with everyone watching to see if the plants would perform more tricks in his presence. To his relief, the Flutterby bushes settled down after their initial response, though he noticed his specimen grew visibly faster than those of his classmates as they practiced basic nurturing spells. By the end of the lesson, Harry had managed to produce a healthy, vibrant bush that Professor Sprout declared remarkably advanced for first contact with magical horticulture. The praise would have been more welcome if it hadn't resulted in another round of impressed murmurs from his classmates. As they made their way back to the castle for transfiguration, Neville fell into step beside Harry. "That was brilliant," he said, genuine admiration in his voice. "I love herbology, but my plant barely responded to the nurturing charm." "I don't think it was anything I did," Harry admitted. "Just some weird Hufflepuff magic activating on its own." "Still," Neville insisted, "it shows the connection is real. You really are Hufflepuff's heir." The idea still felt surreal to Harry, that he, who had known nothing about magic until his 11th birthday, could be the descendant of one of the greatest witches in history, let alone all 4 founders. Yet the evidence was becoming harder to dismiss. The Sorting Hat, Dumbledore's confirmation, and now the plant's response all pointed to the same conclusion. Transfiguration proved even more revealing. Professor McGonagall began the class with her customary stern introduction, emphasizing the precision and concentration required for successful transfiguration work. When she transformed her desk into a pig and back again, the class broke into appreciative applause. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she informed them. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She then set them the task of turning a match into a needle, distributing matches to each student and demonstrating the proper wand movement and incantation. Harry focused intently on his match, trying to visualize its transformation as McGonagall had instructed. "Awakens transmuto," he whispered, tapping the match with his wand. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Not only did his match instantly transform into a perfect silver needle, but every match within a 3-foot radius did the same, including those of Ron, Hermione, and the students at the adjacent desk. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows shot up so high they disappeared beneath her hairline. "Mr. Potter," she said, an unusual tremor in her voice, "did you intentionally extend your transfiguration to the surrounding objects?" "No, Professor," Harry replied, mortified. "I was just focusing on my own match." McGonagall approached their desk, examining the collection of perfect needles with a critical eye. "Extraordinary," she murmured. Godric Gryffindor was particularly gifted in wide-area transfiguration, the ability to transform multiple objects simultaneously with a single incantation. It was a talent that made him formidable in magical combat, as he could transfigure entire battlefields to his advantage. She picked up Harry's needle, turning it in the light. Perfect transmutation on the first attempt, with unintended area effect. "Mr. Potter, after class I would like you to remain behind to discuss additional exercises to help you control this ability." By lunchtime, word of Harry's performances in herbology and transfiguration had spread throughout the school. As he entered the Great Hall with Ron and Hermione, the volume of conversation noticeably dipped before rising again in excited whispers. "It's going to be like this all year, isn't it?" Harry sighed as they found seats at the Gryffindor table. "Probably not," Hermione reassured him. "Once people get used to the idea of you being the Founder's heir, they'll focus on something else. Wizard society always moves on to new gossip eventually, according to Modern Magical Social Dynamics by Theodora Tattleby." Ron snorted. "Is there any book you haven't read?" "Several thousand, I expect," Hermione replied primly. Which is why I intend to make good use of the Hogwarts library. As they helped themselves to lunch, a shadow fell across their plates. Looking up, Harry found himself face to face with Draco Malfoy, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. "Potter," Malfoy said, his pale, pointed face carefully composed in an expression that wasn't quite a sneer but fell short of friendly. "I think we may have gotten off on the wrong foot on the train. Given recent revelations about your heritage, I'd like to offer you the hand of friendship." He extended his hand, much as he had done on the Hogwarts Express, only this time, there was a calculating gleam in his grey eyes. Harry regarded the outstretched hand warily. "You didn't seem interested in being friends when you thought I was just Harry Potter. Now that you know I'm related to Slytherin, you've changed your mind." "Being related to all 4 founders changes things," Malfoy replied smoothly. "It suggests your magical lineage is far more significant than anyone realized. In the wizarding world, such connections matter." "They matter to you, you mean," Ron interjected hotly. "You just want to be on the good side of Harry's power." Malfoy's eyes flashed. "Stay out of this, Weasley. Some wizarding families have maintained alliances for centuries. Potter should have the opportunity to align himself with the right sort." Harry felt a surge of anger at Malfoy's dismissal of Ron. "I think I can tell the right sort for myself, thanks. And I don't particularly want friends who only value me for my bloodline." For a moment, something like genuine frustration crossed Malfoy's face. "You don't understand how things work in our world, Potter. Your heritage makes you important, politically, magically." "My father sends his regards," suggested a new voice. Fred and George Weasley had materialized behind Malfoy, identical mischievous grins on their faces. "Or perhaps his calculations of how to best benefit from the situation," added George. Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed pink. "This doesn't concern you," he snapped. "Oh, but it does," Fred replied cheerfully. "You see, we've appointed ourselves Harry's official anti-sycophant squad. Our job is to chase off opportunistic gits who suddenly discover they want to be Harry's best mate now that he's extra special." "Very exclusive membership," George nodded. "Currently limited to those who liked him before he started making plants dance and turning the whole classroom's matches into needles." Several nearby Gryffindors laughed, and Malfoy's flush deepened. With a final glare at Harry, he turned and stalked back to the Slytherin table, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. "Thanks," Harry said to the twins as they squeezed onto the bench on either side of him. "Don't mention it," Fred said, helping himself to a sandwich from Harry's plate. "Though if you're feeling grateful, we wouldn't say no to you using some of that founder magic to help with our more ambitious pranks." "Fred!" Hermione exclaimed disapprovingly. "Joking, Granger," George winked. "Mostly. But seriously, Harry, you should know you're going to get a lot of that, people suddenly discovering they desperately want to be associated with the heir of Hogwarts. We figure you could use some mates who liked you when you were just the boy who lived," Fred added with a grin. "You know, back when you were merely famous instead of legendary." Despite everything, Harry laughed. The twins' irreverent humor was exactly what he needed, a reminder that not everyone would treat him differently because of his newly discovered heritage. As lunch progressed, Harry gradually became aware of a subtle tension at the staff table. Professor Quirrell, the nervous defense against the dark arts teacher in his absurd purple turban, kept darting strange glances in his direction. More concerning was Snape, whose black eyes tracked Harry's movements with an intensity that bordered on predatory. "Snape keeps looking at you," Ron muttered, following Harry's gaze. "Reckon he's trying to figure out how you could possibly be related to Slytherin." "He knows more than he's saying," Harry replied quietly, remembering the conversation in Dumbledore's office. "He knew my mother when they were young. I think the idea that she might have had Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff blood is bothering him." The afternoon brought double potions with the Slytherins, a prospect that filled Harry with dread after Snape's behavior. As they descended into the dungeons for their lesson, Harry felt a curious sensation washing over him. Unlike the warm welcome of the greenhouses or the responsive magic of the Transfiguration classroom, the dungeon corridors radiated a cold, ancient power that nonetheless recognized him. The stone walls seemed to whisper as he passed, sibilant sounds just beyond the range of comprehension. When they reached the potions classroom, the heavy wooden door swung open at Harry's approach without anyone touching it. The Slytherin students, already lined up outside, fell silent at this display. Malfoy's eyes narrowed speculatively, while a pug-faced girl beside him whispered something behind her hand to a tall, dark-skinned boy. "Showing off, Potter," came Snape's cold voice as the potions master appeared in the doorway. 5 points from Gryffindor for magical disruption of classroom property. "But Professor," Hermione protested. "Harry didn't." "Another 5 points for speaking out of turn, Miss Granger," Snape cut her off. "Inside, all of you. Now." The potions classroom was chilly and dimly lit, with pickled animals floating in glass jars along the walls. Harry took a seat beside Ron, trying to ignore the continuing whispers from the dungeon walls that only he seemed able to hear. Snape began the class with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Enhanced by ancient blood, or so we are led to believe." His black eyes bored into Harry's, and for a fleeting moment, Harry felt a strange pressure in his head, as though someone were pressing against his thoughts. Instinctively, he pushed back, and Snape blinked, the pressure vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Something like surprise flashed across Snape's face before his expression hardened again. "Tell me, Potter," he said abruptly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry found himself answering before he could consider the question. "The draught of living death, sir," he said, the knowledge surfacing in his mind as though he'd always known it. "A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" Again, the answer came to Harry with unexpected clarity. "The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that will protect against most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Snape demanded, his voice growing colder with each correct answer. "Nothing, sir," Harry replied, as surprised by his own knowledge as anyone. "They're the same plant, also called aconite." A tense silence fell over the classroom. Snape stared at Harry, his expression unreadable. "It seems," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper, "that you have indeed inherited more than just a name, Potter. Slytherin's affinity for potions appears to have awakened in you." He turned abruptly to the rest of the class. "Well? Why aren't you all copying this down?" And for your information, Potter correctly identified 3 advanced potions concepts typically covered in 3rd year. As quills hastily scratched on parchment, Snape moved to the blackboard and tapped it with his wand. Instructions for a simple boil-curing potion appeared. "You will work in pairs to brew this basic potion. Instructions are on the board. Begin." Harry partnered with Ron, while Hermione joined Neville at the next table. As Harry began to prepare ingredients, he experienced another unsettling phenomenon. The potion's components seemed to respond to his touch, their magical properties becoming visible to him as subtle auras of color and energy. When he crushed snake fangs with the flat of his silver knife, he could see the potency being released in a pale blue vapor that no one else appeared to notice. Working almost instinctively, Harry adjusted quantities and techniques slightly from the written instructions, guided by this new perception. When he added dried nettles to their cauldron, the potion shifted from murky green to the perfect teal shade described in the textbook, but through a different process than the one Snape had outlined. Snape prowled the classroom, criticizing almost everyone, but stopped abruptly when he reached Harry and Ron's cauldron. He stared at their potion, which was precisely the correct shade and consistency, then at Harry's modified arrangement of ingredients. "You've deviated from the instructions, Potter," he said quietly. "Explain yourself." Harry hesitated, unsure how to describe what he'd experienced. "I could see how the ingredients wanted to interact. The snake fangs released more potency when crushed in a clockwise motion, and the nettles worked better when added gradually instead of all at once. Snape's face went very still. You could see how they wanted to interact, he repeated, his voice unusually controlled. Harry nodded uncomfortably. Like colors or energy fields around the ingredients. Is that normal? No, Potter, it is not normal, Snape replied. It is, however, precisely how Salazar Slytherin was described to approach potion-making in historical accounts. He could perceive the magical properties of ingredients directly and pioneered many brewing techniques based on these perceptions. His gaze sharpened. Have you experienced similar insights in other subjects today? Aware of the entire class listening raptly to their exchange, Harry reluctantly described what had happened in herbology and transfiguration. Snape's expression grew more closed with each word. It would appear, he said finally, that your heritage is manifesting across all 4 founders' specialties. How unprecedented. Though his tone remained cold, something that might have been academic interest flickered briefly in his eyes. The remainder of the lesson passed in tense silence. Harry completed the potion flawlessly, increasingly guided by the strange new perception that allowed him to see how ingredients interacted at a magical level. When they submitted their potion, Snape examined it critically before marking it with a reluctant "outstanding" on his grading sheet. As they left the dungeons at the end of class, Ron shook his head in amazement. That was bloody brilliant, Harry. I've never seen Snape give an outstanding to a Gryffindor before. He didn't have much choice, Hermione pointed out, joining them in the corridor. That potion was perfect. How did you know all those modifications? They weren't in the textbook. I don't know, Harry admitted. I could just see it. Like the magic was showing me what to do. Hermione's expression grew thoughtful. It's fascinating how each founder's abilities are manifesting in different ways. Plant affinity from Hufflepuff, area transfiguration from Gryffindor, potions insight from Slytherin. I wonder what Ravenclaw's contribution will be. They got their answer in their final class of the day, Charms with Professor Flitwick. The tiny Charms master nearly fell off his stack of books when he called Harry's name during roll call, but recovered quickly and proceeded with his introduction to the subject with professional enthusiasm. Charms, squeaked Professor Flitwick, is the art of adding properties to objects or creating magical effects through precise incantation and wand movement. While transfiguration changes what something is, charms change what something does. He set them first to practicing the wand movement for a simple levitation charm, that swish and flick technique, without actual incantation. As Harry moved his wand through the prescribed pattern, he felt the classroom's ambient magic responding, gathering around his wand tip like iron filings to a magnet. When Flitwick finally instructed them to attempt the actual charm on feathers distributed to each student, Harry performed the movement, spoke Wingardium Leviosa, and watched in astonishment as not only did his feather rise steadily into the air, but the incantation itself became visible to him as a complex, three-dimensional pattern of magical energy flowing from his wand. More extraordinarily still, he could see how the pattern could be modified, altered, or enhanced to create variations of the same basic magical effect. It was like suddenly understanding the grammar of a language he'd never studied. Professor, Harry called, raising his hand, is it possible to modify the levitation charm to control the direction more precisely? Professor Flitwick looked surprised but pleased by the question. Indeed, Mr. Potter. More advanced versions of the charm incorporate directional components in both the wand movement and the mental focus. But that's typically covered in third year. Could I try something? Harry asked. At Flitwick's encouraging nod, Harry focused on the magical pattern he could see surrounding his levitated feather. Intuitively, he twisted his wand in a subtle spiral while mentally adjusting the intent behind the spell. His feather began to move in a perfect figure-8 pattern above their desk. Outstanding! Flitwick clapped his tiny hands in delight. Mr. Potter has just demonstrated spontaneous spell modification, the ability to adapt a learned charm to create new effects. This is precisely the talent for which Rowena Ravenclaw was most renowned. She could analyze magical patterns within spells and reconfigure them to create entirely new enchantments. By the end of the lesson, Harry had managed to modify the levitation charm to not only control direction but also to alter the feather's speed and to make it spin as it moved. Flitwick was beside himself with excitement, assigning Harry additional reading on spell theory, to provide structure for your natural intuition. As they finally headed back to Gryffindor Tower that evening, exhausted from their first day of classes, Harry felt overwhelmed by everything that had happened. In the span of 24 hours, his understanding of himself and his place in the magical world had been completely upended. "You realize what this means, don't you?" Hermione said as they climbed the marble staircase. "You're manifesting the signature magical talents of all 4 founders. It's not just blood connection or the castle responding to you, you're literally developing their magical abilities." "Lucky me," Harry muttered, acutely aware of the whispers and stares that had followed him throughout the day. "I think it's brilliant," Ron declared loyally. "Just wait until we have defense against the dark arts tomorrow. If you've got Gryffindor's battle magic, you'll probably be casting shield charms before Quirrell can finish stuttering the instructions." Harry didn't have the heart to tell Ron that the prospect filled him with dread rather than excitement. Each new ability that manifested only increased the distance between him and his classmates, marking him as different in ways that went beyond fame or reputation. As they approached the fat lady's portrait, Harry found himself longing for the simplicity of the previous day, when his greatest concern had been which house he would be sorted into. Now he carried the legacy of all 4 houses, their magic awakening within him with consequences he could barely begin to comprehend. The portrait swung open without requiring a password, the fat lady beaming at him as though he were a long-lost relative. Inside the common room, conversations halted as he entered, then resumed with increased intensity. Fred and George immediately waved him over to where they sat with their friend Lee Jordan by the fire. "There he is," Fred announced. "The heir of everything, master of mysterious magical talents, and according to Angelina who heard it from a Hufflepuff 5th year, future ruler of Wizarding Britain. Don't forget, secret weapon against the dark forces," George added with a grin. "That's what the Ravenclaws are saying. And, living proof of pureblood superiority, according to the Slytherins," Lee contributed. "Brilliant," Harry groaned, sinking into an armchair. "So everyone's just making up whatever they want about me now." "Welcome to fame, little brother," George said sympathetically. "People always fill in the gaps with whatever fits their worldview." Harry started at the casual, little brother, reference, but found he didn't mind it. In fact, it was deeply comforting, a normal, human connection amid all the extraordinary changes. "The point is," Fred continued, "you can either hide from it or have a laugh about it. We recommend the latter, much better for your sanity." Across the common room, Percy Weasley was pinning something to the notice board. Catching Harry's eye, he waved him over importantly. "Special notice for you, Potter," he announced when Harry reluctantly approached. "Professor McGonagall asked me to inform you that your Saturday morning Gringotts appointment has been confirmed. She'll meet you in the entrance hall at 8 a.m. sharp." Harry nodded, suddenly remembering the Gringotts letter and Dumbledore's mention of the Founder Vaults. With everything that had happened during the day, he'd almost forgotten about the mysterious ancestral vaults waiting to be explored. "Thanks, Percy," he said, then hesitated. "Listen, has this kind of thing ever happened before? Someone discovering they're related to the Founders?" Percy puffed up importantly at being consulted. "There have been confirmed descendants of individual Founders throughout history. The Gaunts were the last known Slytherin line, for instance, though they died out decades ago. But no single person has ever been confirmed as descended from all 4. You're absolutely unique in magical history, Potter." It wasn't the reassurance Harry had hoped for. As he rejoined Ron and Hermione by the fire, he found himself thinking again of the Sorting Hat's words, "The heir of the Founders 4 has returned to Hogwarts. The circle is complete." What circle? And returned from where? The implications that he was fulfilling some ancient design or prophecy made Harry deeply uncomfortable. He'd spent his whole life being unwanted and overlooked, now he was apparently the culmination of a 1,000-year magical convergence with powers he didn't understand and a castle that treated him like its master. As the common room gradually emptied and the hour grew late, Harry remained by the fire, watching the flames dance and flicker. Ron had gone up to bed, but Hermione stayed with him, quietly reading a massive tome titled, Founder Legacies, Magical Innovations of Hogwarts Architects. "Harry," she said finally, closing her book, "I know this is all overwhelming. But I want you to know that whatever happens with all this air business, you've still got friends who see you as just Harry." The simple statement, delivered with such earnest sincerity, broke through the fog of confusion and anxiety that had surrounded him all day. "Thanks, Hermione," he said, his voice slightly hoarse. "That means a lot." She smiled, then stifled a yawn. "We should get some sleep. Tomorrow's another day of classes, and based on today's pattern, who knows what new abilities might manifest." As Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory, he found himself both dreading and curious about what the next day would bring. The castle's magic pulsed around him, constant and reassuring despite its strangeness. Whatever was happening to him, whatever he was becoming, at least he wasn't facing it alone. In the darkened dormitory, Ron's soft snores mingled with Neville's deeper breathing and Seamus's occasional sleep mumbles. Harry changed into his pajamas and slipped into his four-poster, drawing the curtains around him. As he drifted toward sleep, the castle's whispering grew clearer, resolving into distinct words for the first time: "Welcome home, heir of Hogwarts. The circle is complete. The chambers await." Chapter 2, Blood Will Tell. Dawn broke over Hogwarts Castle, painting the ancient stones in hues of gold and amber. Harry woke before his dorm mates, his sleep having been fitful and filled with strange dreams, corridors he'd never seen, chambers hidden behind walls, and 4 distinct voices calling to him from the darkness. The whispers from the castle walls had continued throughout the night, sometimes loud enough to startle him awake, other times fading to a gentle background hum that lulled him back to sleep. Harry slipped silently from his four-poster and padded to the window. The ground stretched before him, misty in the early morning light, the forbidden forest a dark smudge against the horizon. From this vantage point, he could see Hagrid moving around outside his hut, smoke curling from the chimney. A sense of profound connection to the castle washed over him as he stood there, stronger than it had been the day before. It wasn't just that Hogwarts felt like home, it felt like an extension of himself, as though the ancient stones were somehow part of his own being. "You're up early," came Ron's sleep-roughened voice from behind him. Harry turned to see his friend sitting up in bed, red hair standing at odd angles, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Couldn't really sleep," he admitted. "The castle, it keeps talking to me." Ron blinked, immediately more alert. "Talking? Like, with words?" "Sometimes words, sometimes just feelings." Harry returned to his bed, sitting on the edge facing Ron. "Last night it kept saying something about chambers waiting for me." "Chambers?" Ron's expression grew thoughtful. "There are loads of legends about secret rooms at Hogwarts. Fred and George are always going on about finding new passages and hidden spaces. Maybe the Founders left special chambers that only their heir could access." The idea sent a shiver down Harry's spine, not entirely unpleasant. "I suppose we'll find out. I'm visiting Gringotts on Saturday, maybe there'll be some information in those vaults the goblins mentioned." They dressed quickly and headed down to the common room, finding it nearly empty at this early hour. Only Hermione was already there, curled in an armchair with a different enormous book than the one she'd been reading the previous evening. This one had a faded leather cover emblazoned with the title, Architectural Enchantments, The Making of Magical Dwellings. "Morning," she greeted them brightly. "I've been researching how the Founders might have incorporated their magic into Hogwarts itself. It's fascinating. Apparently, the castle was designed to be partially sentient from the beginning, with the capacity to adapt to the needs of its inhabitants. That explains the moving staircases and vanishing doors," Ron yawned. "But not why it's suddenly treating Harry like its long-lost master." Hermione's eyes lit up with academic enthusiasm. Actually, there's a passage here about recognition enchantments tied to bloodlines. Many ancient magical buildings were constructed with spells that would recognize the descendants of their creators. It was a common security measure, a way to ensure only legitimate heirs could access certain areas or functions. So what you're saying, Harry summarized, is that Hogwarts was designed to recognize the Founders' descendants all along. Precisely. Hermione closed her book with a decisive snap. And since you're related to all 4 Founders, the castle is responding to you more comprehensively than it would to someone descended from just one. Brilliant deduction, Granger, called a voice from the portrait hole. Fred and George climbed through, dressed in Quidditch robes and carrying broomsticks. Early morning practice, Fred explained, seeing their questioning looks. Wood's gone mental about winning the cup this year. Speaking of mental, George added, the whole school's buzzing about you, Harry. We heard some second-year Ravenclaws betting on which founder power you'll demonstrate next. Harry groaned. Wonderful. More people watching my every move. If it helps, Fred offered, we've been spreading rumors that you can transform into a giant badger that breathes fire. Gives them something specific to look for. Despite himself, Harry laughed. The twins' irreverence was exactly what he needed to keep the situation in perspective. Thanks, I think. Anytime, heir of everything, George grinned, giving a mock bow. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got to go before Wood sends out a search party. As the twins departed, Hermione checked her watch. We should head down to breakfast too. We've got defense against the dark arts first thing this morning. Harry's stomach tightened at the reminder. After yesterday's displays of unusual magical abilities in his other classes, he wasn't looking forward to discovering what Gryffindor's battle magic might entail, especially not in front of the entire class. The Great Hall was already filling with students when they arrived, the enchanted ceiling reflecting a clear blue sky scattered with wisps of cloud. As Harry entered, he again noticed the immediate dip in conversation followed by the rise of excited whispers. Overnight, it seemed, his appearance had changed even more noticeably. A Hufflepuff first year actually gasped aloud when he passed their table. Your eyes, Hermione murmured as they took their seats at the Gryffindor table. They're even more intense today, almost luminous. Harry reached up self-consciously to touch his face. Is it bad? Not bad, Ron assured him, just different. Kind of, striking. And your scars got those colored bits in it even more clearly now. Before Harry could respond, the air was filled with the familiar sound of fluttering wings as the morning mail arrived. A handsome tawny owl swooped down to land in front of Hermione, depositing a copy of the Daily Prophet before accepting a canute and flying off. Hermione unfolded the newspaper, then let out a small gasp. Oh no, she breathed, staring at the front page. Harry leaned over to see what had alarmed her, and his heart sank. There on the front page was a large photograph of him from the previous year, his official school photograph from his Muggle primary school, alongside the blaring headline, Heir of Hogwarts revealed, Harry Potter descendant of all 4 founders beneath the headline, in slightly smaller print, boy who lived now boy who inherits, ancient bloodlines converge in unprecedented magical event. How did they get your photo? Ron asked, peering over Harry's other shoulder. Probably from my Muggle school records, Harry replied grimly. The question is, how did they get this story so fast? I only found out 2 days ago. Hermione scanned the article rapidly. Listen to this, sources within Hogwarts confirmed that during his sorting ceremony, Potter was recognized by the ancient sorting hat as the direct descendant of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. The unprecedented convergence of all 4 founder bloodlines has already triggered dramatic manifestations of hereditary magical talents, with Potter reportedly demonstrating extraordinary abilities in his first classes. Sources within Hogwarts. Harry repeated incredulously. Who's been talking to the press? There's more, Hermione continued. The revelation raises significant questions about Potter's role in the defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named, with some magical scholars suggesting ancient founder protections may have contributed to his miraculous survival of the killing curse. Ministry officials declined to comment on the potential political implications of Potter's heritage, but prominent wizarding genealogist Cephas Knott expressed concern about the concentration of historically significant bloodlines in a single individual. "Who's Cephas Knott?" Harry asked. "Theodore Knott's grandfather," Ron answered, nodding toward the Slytherin table. "Old pureblood family, very traditional views. Dad says the Knotts were suspected of supporting you-know-who during the war, but nothing was ever proven." Harry glanced at the Slytherin table, noting the dark-haired, weedy boy who sat slightly apart from Malfoy's group, reading his own copy of the Prophet with an unreadable expression. "There's a statement from your aunt and uncle too," Hermione said, her voice dropping even lower. "What?" Harry snatched the paper from her, scanning until he found the paragraph. When contacted at their home in Surrey, Potter's Muggle guardians expressed shock at the revelation. "We always knew something was wrong with the boy, but nothing like this," Vernon Dursley told this reporter through the locked door of his suburban home. "Dangerous, unnatural business, all this wizard nonsense. No wonder his parents got themselves blown up." Petunia Dursley, sister to Potter's mother Lily, declined to comment directly but was overheard referring to her late sister as a freak before magically slamming the door in this reporter's face. Harry felt a surge of anger and humiliation. The Dursleys had managed to embarrass him even here, in the one place he'd thought he might escape their influence. And now their nasty comments were printed for the entire wizarding world to read. "They had no right to track down your relatives," Hermione said indignantly. "That's a complete invasion of privacy. And that's rich, your uncle claiming your aunt slammed the door magically," Ron added. "As if Muggles could do magic. He just can't admit a witch outsmarted him." Harry barely heard them, his attention caught by the final paragraphs of the article. Expert analysis of Potter's maternal lineage suggests his mother, long believed to be Muggle-born, may have descended from squib branches of both the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff families. Ministry genealogical records indicate several instances where magical lines appeared to die out, only to re-emerge generations later when descendants married into other magical families. The Potter family's connection to Gryffindor has long been rumored but never confirmed until now. Most surprising is the Slytherin connection, which raises questions about Potter's relationship to He Who Must Not Be Named, himself a claimed descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Could the boy who lived and the Dark Lord share a common ancestor? For analysis of this possibility and its implications, see page 4. "They're suggesting I'm related to Voldemort?" Harry said, his voice rising enough that several nearby students flinched at the name. That's technically possible, actually," Hermione said thoughtfully. "If you both have Slytherin blood, you would be very distant cousins. Most old wizarding families are interconnected if you go back far enough." "Not helping, Hermione," Ron muttered. Before she could respond, the bench beside Harry suddenly dipped as Neville Longbottom sat down heavily, his round face unusually pale. "Harry," he said urgently, "my gran just sent me this." He thrust a letter into Harry's hands, his own trembling slightly. The parchment bore the formal letterhead of the noble and ancient house of Longbottom, and was written in a firm, elegant hand. "Neville, I have just received word of Harry Potter's founder heritage, and I must emphasize the extreme importance of maintaining and strengthening the alliance you have begun with him. The convergence of all four bloodlines has not occurred in recorded history and will have far-reaching political and magical implications that are only beginning to emerge. Most critically, you must inform Potter immediately that a meeting of the Sacred 28 has been called for this weekend, the first emergency session in 50 years. The old families are already taking positions regarding his status and what it means for the balance of power in Wizarding Britain. Some will see him as a threat to established order, others as an opportunity to gain influence, and a few may recognize him as the fulfillment of certain prophecies long held private among the ancient lines. All will seek to either control or neutralize him. Tell him to trust no one who suddenly seeks his friendship, particularly among the traditionally aligned families, you know which I mean. The protections his mother established through her sacrifice may still hold, but blood politics is a dangerous game that has triggered wars in our past. I have written to Dumbledore requesting permission to meet with Potter myself. Our family owes a blood debt to his, and the oath your father swore to James Potter transfers now to their son. Remember your training and conduct yourself with the dignity befitting our house. Your loving grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, Regent of House Longbottom. P.S. For Merlin's sake, don't lose Trevor again. A proper familiar stays with their wizard. Harry looked up from the letter, his mind racing. What's the sacred 28? The oldest pureblood families in Britain, Ron explained, his expression uncharacteristically serious. They don't meet as a formal body very often anymore, not since before you-know-whose time. But when they do, it usually means big political changes are coming. And what's this about prophecies? Harry asked, turning to Neville. The round-faced boy shook his head. I don't know the details. Gran keeps those things private, says I'm not ready yet. But there have always been rumors about predictions related to the Founders' lines. The political situation is worse than I expected, Hermione said worriedly. If the old families are already mobilizing. She was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who moved swiftly down the Gryffindor table toward them, her face set in grim lines. Mr. Potter, she said briskly when she reached them, the headmaster requests your presence in his office immediately. He's aware you have defense against the dark arts scheduled, but Professor Quirrell has been informed of your absence. Is something wrong, Professor? Harry asked, rising from his seat. McGonagall's lips thinned. Several matters require urgent attention in light of this morning's publicity. She glanced meaningfully at the newspaper on the table. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger should accompany you as well. The headmaster indicated he wished to speak with all three of you. As they followed McGonagall from the Great Hall, Harry was acutely aware of the stairs tracking their departure. Now that the Daily Prophet had published the story, his heritage was no longer just Hogwarts gossip but national wizarding news. The weight of public attention pressed down on him with each step. Professor, he ventured as they climbed the marble staircase, do you know how the Prophet got the story so quickly? McGonagall's expression darkened further. That is one of the matters the headmaster wishes to discuss. It appears someone within Hogwarts has been indiscreet, to put it mildly. When they reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, it again moved aside without requiring a password, bowing its head to Harry as it had done before. The castle's recognition continues to strengthen, McGonagall observed, watching the gargoyle with a mixture of fascination and concern. Dumbledore was not alone in his office. To Harry's surprise, Professor Snape stood by the window, while a short, severe-looking woman with a monocle and square-set jaw occupied one of the chairs before the headmaster's desk. Ah, Harry, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, thank you for joining us, Dumbledore greeted them, his customary twinkle notably absent from his blue eyes. Allow me to introduce Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. The stern-looking witch inclined her head. Mr. Potter. I apologize for the intrusion into your school day, but certain security concerns have arisen that require immediate attention. Harry, please sit down, Dumbledore said, conjuring additional chairs with a wave of his wand. I'm afraid we find ourselves in a rapidly evolving situation following the revelation of your heritage. Once they were seated, Dumbledore continued gravely. First, I must address the Daily Prophet article. It appears that someone within the castle has been sharing information with the press, information that should have remained private until we better understood the implications of your status. Do you know who it was, sir? Harry asked. We have our suspicions, Snape said coldly from his position by the window. The details suggest someone with access to the staff table during your sorting and subsequent events. Harry remembered the way Quirrell had been watching him at lunch the previous day, and his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Regardless of the source, Madame Bones interjected, the fact remains that Mr. Potter's unique heritage is now public knowledge, which creates significant security concerns. The Ministry has already received numerous inquiries from foreign magical governments, and intelligence suggests that certain, interested parties may attempt to make contact with Mr. Potter. By interested parties, you mean dark wizards, Ron said bluntly. Madam Bones regarded him appraisingly. Among others, yes, Mr. Weasley. There are those who would seek to exploit or harm the heir of the Founders for various reasons, political, magical, or personal. Which brings us to the matter of your protection, Harry, Dumbledore said. The wards of Hogwarts provide substantial security, particularly as they appear to be responding to your presence by strengthening themselves. However, your upcoming visit to Gringotts requires additional measures. I can't just skip it, can I? Harry asked. The goblins made it sound pretty important. Indeed, it would be unwise to refuse the goblins' summons, Dumbledore agreed. Particularly as the vaults in question may contain information crucial to understanding your heritage and the magic now awakening within you. We've arranged for a security detail, Madam Bones explained. Aurors Shacklebolt and Tonks will accompany you and Professor McGonagall to Gringotts on Saturday. Additionally, I understand Professor Snape has something to contribute to your protection. All eyes turned to the potions master, who stepped forward with obvious reluctance. The headmaster has reminded me, he began, his voice carefully controlled, of certain obligations I bear regarding your safety, Potter. It seems these obligations have been magically reinforced by the revelation of your connection to Slytherin's bloodline. What kind of obligations? Harry asked warily. Snape's jaw tightened. When a member of Slytherin House becomes aware of a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, ancient magic creates a binding compulsion to offer protection. As head of Slytherin House, this compulsion is particularly insistent. You mean you're magically required to protect me? Harry clarified, unable to keep the surprise from his voice. The idea of Snape feeling compelled to ensure his safety was almost as unsettling as the threats necessitating that protection. A crude but essentially accurate assessment, Snape replied stiffly. I will be preparing specialized protective potions for your use during the Gringotts excursion. Additionally, I am researching the nature of the Founder bloodline manifestations to better understand what you may face in the coming months. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly for the first time that morning. Professor Snape has kindly agreed to offer you supplementary instruction in controlling your emerging potions aptitude, Harry. His expertise will be invaluable as your Slytherin heritage continues to express itself. From Snape's expression, kindly agreed seemed a generous interpretation of whatever conversation had preceded this arrangement. Nevertheless, he gave a curt nod of confirmation. There is another matter, McGonagall interjected. Mr. Potter's transfiguration abilities have already advanced beyond first-year curriculum. I propose similar supplementary instruction to help him control these manifestations before they become disruptive in classroom settings. An excellent suggestion, Minerva, Dumbledore approved. I believe Professors Sprout and Flitwick will likely make similar recommendations as Mr. Potter's Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw affinities continue to develop. Harry's head spun at the prospect of additional lessons with 4 different professors on top of his regular coursework. Sir, I'm not sure I can manage all that extra work. I've only just started learning about magic at all. A valid concern, Dumbledore acknowledged. Perhaps a more integrated approach would be appropriate. I suggest meeting with all 4 heads of house together, twice weekly, to address the interconnected nature of your emerging abilities. What about us? Hermione asked suddenly. When everyone looked at her, she continued with determined confidence. Ron and I are Harry's friends. If he's facing threats because of his heritage and developing unusual abilities, we want to help. Miss Granger, Snape began dismissively, but Dumbledore raised a hand to stop him. An excellent point, Miss Granger. The support of trusted friends will be invaluable to Harry during this challenging time. His expression grew more serious. However, I must caution all 3 of you, by associating closely with the heir of the Founders, you may find yourselves targeted by the same forces that wish to control or harm him. We're already his friends, Ron said firmly. That's not going to change because some dark wizards or political types don't like it. Madam Bones studied them with newfound interest. Loyalty is an admirable quality, Mr. Weasley, but the headmaster's warning should not be taken lightly. The magical world is entering a period of potential instability with the emergence of an heir to all 4 founder bloodlines. Historical precedent suggests such periods often involve conflict. All the more reason Harry needs people he can trust, Hermione insisted. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Very well. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, you may attend Harry's special instruction sessions, provided your own studies do not suffer. Your perspectives may prove valuable, particularly as you observe the manifestations of his abilities from an outside viewpoint. Now, Madame Bones said, rising from her chair, I must return to the ministry to finalize security arrangements for Saturday. Mr. Potter, a word of advice, be extremely cautious about what you share and with whom. Information has become a commodity where you're concerned, and not everyone trading in it has your best interests at heart. After Madame Bones departed, Dumbledore turned to the 3 students with a grave expression. There is one final matter we must discuss, something I had hoped to address later, when you were better prepared, but circumstances now force my hand. The elderly wizard rose and moved to a cabinet behind his desk, extracting a stone basin etched with strange runes around its rim. A silvery substance that was neither liquid nor gas swirled within it. This is a pensieve, Dumbledore explained, placing it carefully on his desk. A magical device for viewing memories. What I am about to show you is a memory of great significance, a prophecy made shortly before your birth, Harry, which I now believe may be connected to your founder heritage. Harry's breath caught. A prophecy, just like Neville's grandmother had mentioned in her letter. A prophecy about me? About you and Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore confirmed gravely, ignoring the flinches from Ron and McGonagall at the name. I had intended to wait until you were older to share this burden, but with the activation of your founder bloodlines and the political maneuvering already underway, you must understand why certain parties may take particular interest in you. He drew his wand and touched it to his temple, withdrawing a silvery strand of memory and depositing it in the pensieve. The surface rippled, then stilled. The 3 of you should touch the surface together, Dumbledore instructed. You will be drawn into the memory. I must caution you that what you are about to witness has been known to only a very few individuals until now. Exchanging nervous glances, Harry, Ron, and Hermione leaned forward and simultaneously touched the silvery surface with their fingertips. Immediately, Harry felt a tugging sensation behind his navel, and the office disappeared as he was pulled headfirst into the swirling silver. They landed in a small, shabby room that Harry recognized as one of the private parlors at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. A younger Dumbledore sat across from a thin woman draped in shawls and wearing enormously magnified spectacles that gave her the appearance of a glittering insect. Thank you for meeting with me, Miss Trelawney, Memory Dumbledore was saying. While Hogwarts has not offered divination for some years, I am considering reinstating the subject, given sufficient interest from the student body. A wise decision, Headmaster, the woman replied in a misty voice. The inner eye is a gift granted to few, but those with the proper sensitivity can be taught to glimpse beyond the veil of immediate reality. Memory Dumbledore nodded politely, though Harry thought he detected a hint of skepticism in the younger version of the headmaster. Perhaps you could demonstrate your approach to the subject? How would you structure a lesson for third-year students, for instance? As Trelawney began to outline a curriculum heavy on tea leaves and palm reading, Harry noticed the real Dumbledore had appeared beside them in the memory. Sybil Trelawney, he explained quietly. Granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney. I interviewed her for the position of divination teacher, though I must admit I had nearly decided against reinstating the subject at all. She doesn't seem very... Hermione began diplomatically. Convincing? Dumbledore supplied with a small smile. Indeed. I was preparing to politely decline her application when, at that moment, Memory Trelawney broke off mid-sentence, her body going rigid. Her eyes rolled back, showing only whites, and when she spoke again, her voice was harsh and raspy, utterly unlike her previous misty tones, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. There was a moment of utter silence following these words. Then Memory Trelawney gave a small gasp and returned to normal, apparently unaware of what had just transpired. "I do apologize, Headmaster," she said, reaching for her sherry glass with a slightly trembling hand. "I felt a momentary disorientation. Where were we?" Before Memory Dumbledore could respond, the door to the private room burst open, and a younger Severus Snape was hauled in by the barman, a tall man with a striking resemblance to Dumbledore himself. "Found this one with his ear pressed to the keyhole, Albus," the barman growled. "Listening to every word." Memory Dumbledore rose, his face hardening as he regarded Snape. "Thank you, Aberforth. I'll handle this matter." The memory dissolved, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves back in Dumbledore's office, Snape still standing by the window, his face even paler than usual and set in rigid lines. "Professor Snape was working for Voldemort at that time," Dumbledore said quietly. "He reported what he had heard of the prophecy to his master, though, fortunately, he was discovered before hearing it in its entirety." Snape's black eyes flashed. "A fact I have spent the subsequent decade attempting to atone for, Headmaster, as you well know." "Indeed, Severus," Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head. Without Professor Snape's subsequent actions, the protection that saved Harry's life might never have been established. Harry stared at Snape, trying to process this revelation. The man who seemed to hate him had somehow been involved in creating the protection that saved him. But before he could ask for clarification, the implications of the prophecy itself crashed over him. "It means I have to face him again," he said quietly. "Voldemort. It says neither can live while the other survives." "That is one interpretation," Dumbledore agreed gravely. "Though prophecies are notoriously subject to multiple readings, and often fulfill themselves in unexpected ways." "But sir," Hermione interjected, her brow furrowed in concentration, "it mentioned a power the Dark Lord knows not. Could that be referring to Harry's founder heritage?" "A highly plausible connection, Miss Granger," Dumbledore approved. "When the prophecy was made, no one, not even Harry's parents, knew of his connection to all 4 founder bloodlines. It seems increasingly likely that this heritage is integral to understanding Harry's role in relation to Lord Voldemort." "But Voldemort's gone," Ron said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Harry already vanquished him as a baby." Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a look that sent a chill down Harry's spine. "I fear, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said softly, "that reports of Voldemort's demise may have been somewhat exaggerated. There are indications that he was not killed that night in Godric's Hollow, merely reduced to a state of such weakness that he could no longer maintain a physical form." "You mean he's still out there somewhere?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "In some form, yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "And if he learns of your founder heritage, as he almost certainly will following today's newspaper coverage, his determination to eliminate you will only intensify. Especially if Potter is manifesting Slytherin abilities," Snape added coldly. "The Dark Lord considered himself the only true heir of Slytherin. The emergence of another, particularly one who defeated him, would be intolerable to his pride." Harry fell silent, processing this avalanche of information. A prophecy linking him to Voldemort, a heritage connecting him to all 4 founders, and the revelation that the dark wizard who had murdered his parents might still exist in some form, seeking to return and finish what he had started. "I understand this is overwhelming, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "But knowledge, however burdensome, is preferable to ignorance when facing such challenges. The fact that your founder abilities are manifesting now, when there are signs of Voldemort's potential return, cannot be coincidence." The castle knew, Harry realized suddenly. That's what it meant by, "the circle is complete." This was all supposed to happen, my parents, Voldemort, my heritage awakening now. It's part of some plan the founders created. "A remarkable insight," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes studying Harry with renewed interest. The founders were known to have collaborated on complex, long-term enchantments designed to ensure Hogwarts protection across centuries. It is entirely possible they foresaw a time when their combined bloodlines would be needed to confront a threat to the magical world. But that's predetermination. Hermione exclaimed. It would mean Harry's entire life has been orchestrated by people who lived 1,000 years ago. Not orchestrated, perhaps, Dumbledore corrected gently, but anticipated. The distinction is significant. Harry retains his free will, his choices. The founders may have created the conditions for his emergence, but how he uses his heritage remains entirely his decision. Harry wasn't sure if this distinction provided much comfort. Whether orchestrated or anticipated, the weight of a 1,000-year legacy settling on his shoulders felt crushing in its responsibility. "What am I supposed to do now?" he asked, hating how young his voice sounded. "For the present, continue your education," Dumbledore advised. "Learn to control and understand the abilities emerging within you. And on Saturday, visit Gringotts to discover what the founders may have left to guide their heir." His expression softened slightly. "And remember, Harry, that you are not alone in this journey." Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, who both nodded resolutely, then back to Dumbledore. "Thank you, sir. For telling me the truth. I have learned, sometimes through painful experience, that withholding truth rarely serves those we wish to protect," Dumbledore replied, a shadow crossing his features momentarily. "Now, I believe you have a defense against the dark arts class to attend, albeit somewhat belatedly." As they made their way out of the office and down the spiral staircase, Harry's mind reeled with everything he had learned. The prophecy, Voldemort's continued existence, Snape's complicated role in his parents' fate, each revelation more overwhelming than the last. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked quietly as they crossed the corridor toward the defense classroom. "Not really," Harry admitted. "But I will be. I have to be, don't I? It's not like I can just walk away from being the heir of the founders." "We're with you, mate," Ron said firmly. "Whatever comes next." Their loyalty was both comforting and concerning. Harry couldn't help but wonder if he was putting them in danger simply by allowing them to remain close to him. Yet the thought of facing everything alone was even more terrifying. The defense against the dark arts classroom fell silent as they entered, every head turning to watch as they made their way to 3 empty seats at the back. Professor Quirrell paused in his stuttering lecture on basic defensive theory, his eyes lingering on Harry with an intensity that seemed at odds with his nervous demeanor. Mr. P. Potter," he stammered. How kind of you to join us. We were just discussing the fundamental P principles of magical protection." "Sorry we're late, Professor," Harry said politely. "We were meeting with the headmaster." Quirrell's eyes narrowed slightly before his twitchy, nervous persona reasserted itself. Quite understandable, given the circumstances. Please take your seats." As Harry settled into his chair, he noticed something odd. The classroom felt different to him than it had the previous day when they passed it during their tour of the castle. There was a subtle wrongness to the magic here, a dissonance that made the hairs on his arms stand up. And when Quirrell turned back to the blackboard, Harry felt a strange prickling sensation in his scar. "Now, as I was saying," Quirrell continued, "the most basic form of magical protection is the shield charm, though it is typically considered too advanced for first years. However, understanding its P principles is essential for your magical foundation." He proceeded to sketch a diagram on the blackboard, illustrating the magical theory behind protective spells. Despite his stutter and seemingly timid demeanor, Harry had to admit the professor clearly knew his subject. The explanation was comprehensive and logical, breaking down complex magical concepts into understandable components. As Quirrell lectured, Harry found himself almost instinctively understanding the underlying principles of magical protection. Just as he had perceived the patterns of charms in Flitwick's class, he could now see the structures of defensive magic Quirrell described, not just intellectually, but visually, as though the spells were taking shape in the air before him. The key to effective P protection, Quirrell was saying, is intent. The strength of one's desire to create a barrier between oneself and harm directly influences the power of the resulting shield. Without conscious thought, Harry raised his hand. "Yes, Mr. Potter." Quirrell acknowledged, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. "Professor, wouldn't the shield be more effective if the intent was focused not just on creating a barrier, but on specifically opposing the incoming magic? Like a counter-frequency that disrupts the attacking spell's pattern?" A heavy silence fell over the classroom. Quirrell stared at Harry, his stutter momentarily forgotten. "That," he said slowly, "is precisely the principle behind advanced combat shielding, Potter. A concept typically taught to Auror trainees, not first-year students." His eyes narrowed. "How did you come to understand that particular nuance of magical theory?" Harry shifted uncomfortably under the professor's suddenly piercing gaze. "I'm not sure, sir. It just made sense, given what you were explaining." Godric Gryffindor, Quirrell said, his voice now entirely free of its stutter, was renowned for his innovative approach to magical combat. His shields were said to not merely block incoming spells but to actively counter and sometimes reflect them. He tilted his head slightly. "Your heritage manifests in interesting ways, Mr. Potter." The way Quirrell emphasized "interesting" sent another prickle of unease through Harry. There was something calculating in the professor's gaze that belied his typically nervous demeanor. "Perhaps a demonstration," Quirrell suggested, moving toward Harry's desk. "Stand up, Potter. Let's see if this instinctive understanding translates to practical application." Harry rose hesitantly, aware of every eye in the classroom fixed on him. Quirrell withdrew his wand, a pale, slender thing that somehow seemed wrong in his trembling hand. "I will cast a minor stinging hex," Quirrell explained. "Nothing dangerous, merely uncomfortable if it connects. Attempt to shield yourself using the principles we've discussed." Harry withdrew his own wand, feeling a now familiar surge of magic responding to his touch. "But sir, I don't know the actual incantation for the shield charm." "Intent, Potter," Quirrell reminded him. "Focus on your intent to counter my spell. The incantation is protego, but the word is merely a focus for the will behind it." Before Harry could properly prepare, Quirrell's wand slashed through the air, and a jet of red light sped toward him. Instinctively, Harry raised his wand and thought protego, visualizing not just a barrier but a countering force that would specifically disrupt the incoming hex. What happened next drew gasps from every student in the room. A shield materialized before Harry, but not the standard transparent bubble described in textbooks. This shield glowed with a deep, pulsing crimson light, shot through with gold filaments that twisted in complex patterns. When Quirrell's hex struck it, the shield didn't merely block the spell, it absorbed it, the red light of the stinging hex being drawn into the shield structure like water into a sponge. For a moment, the shield pulsed brighter. Then, to Harry's shock, it released the absorbed energy back toward Quirrell, not as the original hex, but as a wave of pure magical force that slammed into the professor, sending him staggering back several steps. Quirrell regained his balance, his eyes now fixed on Harry with undisguised fascination. "Remarkable," he murmured, the stutter entirely gone. "A reflective absorption shield on your first attempt. Godric's blood runs strong in you, Potter." The shield faded from before Harry, leaving him feeling slightly drained but exhilarated. He had performed advanced magic without training, magic that, based on his classmates' reactions, was far beyond what a first year should be capable of. "Sir," Hermione's voice broke the silence, her hand raised tentatively. "I've read about shield charms, and what Harry just did doesn't match any of the standard variants. That looked more like the legendary Aegis of Gryffindor described in Historical Battle Magics of the Founder Era." Quirrell's gaze shifted to Hermione, his expression cooling slightly. 5 points to Gryffindor for your scholarly reference, Miss Granger. Indeed, what we've witnessed appears to be a manifestation of one of Godric Gryffindor's signature protective spells, magic that has been lost to practical application for centuries. His attention returned to Harry. Until now. The remainder of the lesson passed in a blur for Harry. Quirrell returned to his stuttering persona as he assigned readings on basic shield theory, but Harry caught the professor watching him with that same calculated interest whenever he thought no one was looking. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Quirrell called out, "Mr. P. Potter, a moment, if you please." Ron and Hermione hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave Harry alone with the professor after what had transpired. "We'll wait outside," Ron said firmly, ignoring Quirrell's frown. When the rest of the class had filed out, Quirrell closed the door with a flick of his wand. The stutter vanished once more as he turned to Harry. "Fascinating display, Potter. Your command of Gryffindor's battle magic is developing more rapidly than anyone could have anticipated." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied cautiously. "It just sort of happened." "Inherited magic often works that way," Quirrell observed, moving to perch on the edge of his desk. "The knowledge is encoded in your blood, requiring only the right stimulus to awaken." He studied Harry with those calculating eyes. "I wonder what other talents lie dormant within you, waiting to be triggered." "I'm still learning, Professor," Harry said, increasingly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. "It's all very new to me." "Of course," Quirrell nodded. "Which is why proper guidance is essential. The Founders' magics were powerful but volatile, dangerous if mishandled. I would be willing to offer you additional instruction in defensive applications, beyond what your head of house might provide." Something in Quirrell's tone set off warning bells in Harry's mind. "That's very kind, sir, but Professor Dumbledore has already arranged for the 4 heads of house to help me with controlling these abilities." "Dumbledore," Quirrell repeated, a strange edge to his voice. "Always so quick to take control of situations, and people, he finds valuable." He seemed to catch himself, his manner shifting back toward his public persona. "And nevertheless, should you find yourself in need of specific guidance regarding Gryffindor's battle magics, my door is always open." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, edging toward the exit. "I should get to my next class." "One more thing, Potter," Quirrell said as Harry reached for the door handle. "The shield you produced today, did you feel a connection to anything while casting it? Any sense of another presence guiding your magic?" Harry froze, his hand on the doorknob. How had Quirrell known about the strange presence he'd sensed during the casting, a fleeting impression of a powerful, leonine force moving through him? "No, sir," he lied, suddenly certain that revealing that information would be dangerous. "It just felt like my own magic responding to the situation." Quirrell studied him for a long moment, his eyes boring into Harry's as if trying to extract the truth by sheer force of will. "Very well," he said finally. "You may go. But remember my offer, Potter. There are aspects of Founder magic that only certain specialists can properly understand." Harry nodded and slipped out the door, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding once it closed behind him. What did he want? Ron demanded immediately. "To offer extra help with Gryffindor's battle magic," Harry replied, leading them quickly away from the classroom. But something felt wrong about it. "Did you notice how his stutter disappeared when he was talking about advanced magic?" Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "And the way he looked at you after you produced that shield, not surprised, but expectant. Like he was testing a theory." "I don't trust him," Harry said flatly. "There's something off about his magic too. The classroom felt wrong, and my scar hurt when he got close to me." "Your scar?" Hermione repeated, alarmed. "Harry, you should tell Dumbledore about that immediately. If your scar is reacting to a professor, especially with everything else that's happening." "I will," Harry promised. "After lunch. For now, let's just get to charms before we're late for another class." The rest of the morning passed without further incidents, though Harry remained hyper-aware of the stares and whispers that followed him through the corridors. News of his shield charm performance in defense had spread rapidly, adding to the growing legend of the heir of the Founders and his awakening powers. At lunch, Harry received another surprise in the form of a school owl delivering a small, intricately carved wooden box. A note attached read simply, "From the greenhouse." It responded to your presence yesterday. Professor Sprout, opening the box cautiously, Harry found a small, perfectly formed yellow flower with black speckles on its petals. As soon as the lid fully opened, the flower unfurled further and emitted a soft, golden glow. "That's a Hufflepuff's lament," Neville exclaimed, leaning across the table for a better look. "They're incredibly rare, said to bloom only in soil blessed by Helga Hufflepuff herself. The Hogwarts greenhouses have the only known living specimen." "It's beautiful," Harry said, gently touching one of the glowing petals. The moment his finger made contact, the flower's glow intensified, and a wave of calm washed over him, temporarily quieting the constant whispers of the castle and easing the tension that had built throughout the morning. "The legend says Hufflepuff created these flowers as focus points for healing magic," Neville continued excitedly. "They're supposed to respond to her descendants by offering emotional balance and clearing the mind for complex magical working." Harry carefully closed the box, tucking it into his robes. "I should thank Professor Sprout. This could be really useful with everything that's happening." After lunch, they had a free period before History of Magic. Harry suggested they use the time to visit the library, hoping to research more about Founder Bloodlines and the magical abilities he was manifesting. Hermione enthusiastically approved this plan, while Ron reluctantly agreed, muttering about homework on the second day. The Hogwarts library was vast and labyrinthine, with towering shelves stretching toward vaulted ceilings and narrow aisles winding between them like a wooden maze. As they entered, Madame Pants, the librarian, eyed them suspiciously over her pointed nose. "Mr. Potter," she acknowledged stiffly. "I've been expecting you. This way, please." Surprised, Harry followed her through the main reading room and into a more secluded area near the restricted section. A table had been prepared with several ancient-looking tomes already stacked upon it. "The headmaster instructed me to provide you access to these materials regarding founder lineages," Pants explained, her voice pitched low. "Normally, they would require special permission, but given the circumstances." She trailed off, her gaze flicking to Harry's scar with its now visible colored patterns. "Thank you, Madame Pants," Hermione said politely. "We'll be very careful with them." The librarian nodded curtly. "See that you are. Some of these volumes are irreplaceable." With that warning delivered, she returned to her desk, though Harry noticed she positioned herself to keep their table within her line of sight. "Well, this is convenient," Ron remarked, pulling out a chair. "Dumbledore's really making sure you get all the information you need." "Or that he wants me to have," Harry pointed out, remembering the careful way the headmaster had revealed the prophecy, holding back until circumstances forced his hand. "I wonder what's not in these books." Hermione was already examining the titles with reverent fingers. "Bloodline magics of the founding era, hereditary gifts and their manifestations, the complete lineages of Hogwarts architects, these are incredibly rare references, Harry. Some of them aren't even mentioned in the general catalogue." For the next hour, they pored over the ancient texts, Hermione taking detailed notes while Ron marked particularly relevant passages with scraps of parchment. Harry found himself drawn to a slim volume bound in faded blue leather, a partial copy of Rowena Ravenclaw's personal journal, translated from the original Old English. One passage in particular caught his attention. "In my seventh vision, I beheld 4 streams diverging from a single source, flowing out to the corners of the land. Each stream carried a different property, courage, ambition, wisdom, and loyalty, yet all were of the same water. After 1,000 years' journey, the streams returned to converge once more, forming a single powerful river that would either nourish or flood the land, depending on how its course was guided. When I shared this vision with my companions, Salazar scoffed at its interpretation, yet I noted he later adjusted his plans for the chamber to accommodate the possibility. Godric immediately understood the implication for our bloodlines and insisted we create contingencies. Helga, ever practical, suggested we embed recognition enchantments throughout the castle itself, to awaken only when the convergence occurred. I have calculated the potential convergence point as approximately 1,000 years hence, though the variables make precision impossible. What troubles me is not the timeframe but the catalyst, for my vision showed the streams returning only in response to a great darkness rising from within our own creation. What monster might Hogwarts itself birth that would necessitate such a powerful counterforce? Harry looked up from the journal, a chill running down his spine. Guys, I think I found something important. He pushed the book toward them, watching as they read the passage together. Hermione's eyes widened, while Ron's face grew increasingly pale. A darkness rising from within Hogwarts itself, Hermione whispered. And the streams, the bloodlines, converging to counter it. Blimey, Ron muttered. Do you think she was seeing you-know-who? He was a student here, after all, before he became, well, you know. It fits, Harry agreed grimly. Dumbledore said there are signs he's trying to return. If Ravenclaw's vision was accurate, my bloodlines converging now could be directly linked to stopping him from coming back. But how? Hermione pressed, her analytical mind already working through the implications. What specific powers or knowledge would the combined founder bloodlines provide that could counter Voldemort? Ron flinched at the name but didn't chastise her. Maybe it's about the castle itself. If Harry's connection to Hogwarts keeps growing stronger, and the castle has all these ancient protections the founders created. That makes sense, Harry nodded slowly. The way the castle responds to me, the hidden chambers it keeps hinting about, there must be something the founders left behind specifically for their heir to use against this great darkness. Hermione flipped carefully through more pages of the journal, stopping at another entry. Listen to this, we have sealed our greatest works within the stones of Hogwarts itself, accessible only to one who carries all our essences. Godric's sword, my diadem, Helga's cup, and Salazar's locket, each imbued with a portion of our magical knowledge and power. Together, they form a key to the fifth chamber, where the ultimate protection awaits. The fifth chamber? Ron repeated. I've only ever heard of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and that's supposed to be a legend. Each founder apparently created a secret chamber, Harry explained, remembering the castle's whispers. And according to this, there's a fifth one that can only be accessed using artifacts from all four of them. But those artifacts have been lost for centuries, Hermione pointed out. Ravenclaw's diadem vanished during her lifetime. Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket disappeared generations ago. Only Gryffindor's sword has been seen occasionally throughout history, appearing to worthy Gryffindors in times of need. Harry was about to respond when a strange sensation swept over him, a pull, like an invisible thread tugging at his consciousness. The whispers from the castle walls, which had quieted after his contact with the Hufflepuff's lament, suddenly returned with greater intensity. Come, find, below, waiting. Harry. Ron's concerned voice seemed to come from very far away. You've gone all pale again. The castle, Harry managed, rising from his chair as though in a trance. It's calling me. There's something, somewhere below us. Something important. Below the library? Hermione asked, hastily gathering her notes. Harry, wait, we should tell a professor before we go exploring. But Harry was already moving, guided by an internal compass he couldn't explain. The castle's whispers grew clearer with each step, drawing him toward the back corner of the library where the oldest archival materials were stored. Here, touch, reveal. He stopped before a section of seemingly ordinary stone wall between two towering bookcases. Unlike the rest of the library walls, this section held no portraits, tapestries, or sconces, just bare, grey stone that appeared no different from any other part of the castle's structure. Yet to Harry's newly awakened senses, it pulsed with hidden magic. Placing his palm flat against the cool stone, he felt four distinct magical signatures, one fierce and protective, one cunning and precise, one wise and perceptive, and one nurturing and steadfast. The founder's magic, woven into the very fabric of the wall. Harry, what? Hermione began, but fell silent as the wall beneath Harry's hand began to glow. Four colored lights, red, green, blue, and yellow, spread outward from his palm, forming an intricate pattern of interlocked symbols across the stone surface. The symbols resolved into 4 distinct animals, a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badger, arranged in a circle around a stylized H. As the glow intensified, Harry felt an instinctive knowledge rise within him. Without conscious thought, he spoke 4 words, one to each animal, in 4 different languages. To the lion, in ancient Celtic, bravery. To the serpent, in Parseltongue, cunning. To the eagle, in Latin, wisdom. To the badger, in Old English, loyalty. With a low grinding sound, the stone wall receded and then slid sideways, revealing a narrow spiral staircase descending into darkness. A cool draft carried the scent of old parchment and something else, a metallic tang that reminded Harry of the way the air smelled before a thunderstorm. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. A secret passage in the library. Fred and George never found this one, I bet. This isn't just any secret passage, Hermione whispered, her academic excitement warring with obvious apprehension. These are founder enchantments, activated by Harry's blood connection. No one else could have opened this. Harry stared into the darkness below, the castle's whispers now a constant, encouraging murmur in his mind. I need to go down there. You two should stay here, we don't know what's waiting. Not a chance, Ron said firmly, drawing his wand. We're coming with you. Absolutely, Hermione agreed, though she glanced nervously over her shoulder. But perhaps we should inform Madame Pants first. Or one of the professors. Harry shook his head. The castle wants me to see this now, and alone. Seeing their stubborn expressions, he amended, well, with you too. But I don't think anyone else is supposed to know yet. Decision made, Harry led the way down the narrow staircase, the steps worn smooth by centuries of use. Lumos, he whispered, and the tip of his wand ignited, not with the standard pale light of the basic charm, but with a warm, golden glow that illuminated the passage more effectively than should have been possible from a single wand point. Another enhanced spell, Hermione observed quietly. Your magic is adapting the basic forms to their most efficient expressions. The staircase descended in a tight spiral for what felt like hundreds of feet, taking them deep beneath the library. Harry estimated they must be well below the level of the dungeons by the time the stairs finally ended at a small landing before a plain wooden door bound with iron. Unlike the elaborate enchantments guarding the entrance above, this door bore only a simple engraving, for wands crossed over an open book. Ravenclaw's personal symbol, Hermione identified. This must be her private study or library. Harry reached for the iron handle, but Hermione caught his arm. Wait. There might be additional protections. It's okay, Harry assured her, somehow knowing the door would admit him. The castle wants me here. Sure enough, when his fingers touched the handle, it turned easily, and the door swung inward on silent hinges. The room beyond took their breath away. It was a perfect circular chamber, perhaps 30 feet across, with a domed ceiling enchanted to show the night sky much like the Great Hall, though this one displayed constellations in their positions from 1,000 years ago. The walls were lined with bookshelves containing hundreds of ancient tomes, scrolls, and tablets, many in languages Harry didn't recognize. In the center of the room stood a circular table of polished white marble, inlaid with precious stones arranged in complex astronomical patterns. 4 high-backed chairs were positioned around it, each carved in a style representing one of the founders, Gryffindors adorned with lions, Hufflepuffs with badgers, and so on. But what drew Harry's attention immediately was the object resting in the center of the table, a large, leather-bound book with a cover embossed in gold, silver, bronze, and black. 4 seals secured it closed, each bearing one of the Hogwarts house crests. The Codex Founders, Hermione breathed, approaching the table with reverent steps. I've read references to it, but most historians believed it was a myth. It's said to contain the combined magical knowledge of all 4 founders, written in their own hands. Why would they hide it under the library? Ron wondered, eyeing the astronomical table with wary respect. Because this isn't just under the library, Harry realized, the castle's whispers confirming his intuition. This chamber sits at the exact center of Hogwarts, directly beneath the point where the 4 house towers would intersect if extended downward. It's a neutral ground where all 4 founders could meet as equals. He approached the book, drawn by an irresistible pull. The 4 seals seemed to pulse with magic as he drew near, each responding to his presence in a different way, the Gryffindor lion seal emitting a subtle warmth, the Slytherin serpent a cool tingling, the Ravenclaw eagle a gentle mental pressure, and the Hufflepuff badger a sense of grounding stability. "I think it wants me to open it," Harry said, reaching toward the book. "Harry, be careful," Hermione cautioned. "Books with this many magical protections can be dangerous if opened improperly." Harry nodded but continued to extend his hand. As his fingers brushed the cover, the 4 seals clicked open simultaneously. The book trembled for a moment, then lay still, its pages now accessible. With Ron and Hermione watching tensely from either side, Harry carefully opened the ancient tome to its first page. The parchment was pristine despite its age, preserved by powerful enchantments. 4 distinct handwriting styles covered the page in what appeared to be a joint introduction, each in a different coloring corresponding to their house. "To the one who carries our united blood, if you read these words, the convergence we foresaw has come to pass. Our separate lines, divided by design to prevent any single heir from claiming too much power, have reunited in you. This was both our greatest hope and our gravest concern. We founded Hogwarts as a haven for magical learning, but our vision extended beyond a mere school. We sought to create a reservoir of magical knowledge and power that could withstand the rising and falling of empires, the burning of libraries, the suppression of magical learning that we foresaw in the dark times ahead. Yet in creating such a concentration of power, we risked attracting those who would use it for domination rather than protection. Our solution was to divide our greatest secrets among our separate bloodlines, ensuring that only when dire necessity brought them together would our full legacy be accessible. You stand now at a crossroads of magical history. The abilities you have begun to manifest are but shadows of what awaits your full awakening. Each of us created a chamber containing our most precious magical knowledge and power, accessible only to our true heir. With this codex as your guide, you must locate and claim these legacies before they can be used against you, and against all we sought to preserve. Be warned, your emergence has already been noted by forces both seen and unseen. Those who fear what you represent will seek to destroy you before you come into your full power. Those who covet what you can access will attempt to control or use you for their own ends. Trust the castle, for it is bound to your blood more deeply than any other structure in the magical world. It will guide and protect you as you seek out our separate chambers and the artifacts within them. The circle must be completed. The darkness must be opposed. The choice of how to use our legacy, however, remains yours alone. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin. As Harry finished reading the introduction aloud, the words seemed to sink into his consciousness, creating connections between pieces of knowledge he hadn't realized he possessed. The castle's whispers grew momentarily louder, then settled into a steady rhythm that matched his heartbeat. "Harry," Hermione said slowly, "this changes everything. If the founders deliberately separated their bloodlines to prevent any single person from accessing all their power, then they must have created safeguards in case it happened anyway," Ron finished, showing more insight than his typically casual demeanor suggested. "This book must explain how to find each founder's chamber." Harry carefully turned to the next page, which contained an elaborate diagram of Hogwarts, far more detailed than any modern map, showing passages and rooms that had likely been forgotten for centuries. For specific locations were marked with colored gemstones embedded in the parchment itself, a ruby in the highest tower, an emerald deep beneath the lake, a sapphire in the western wing, and a topaz near the kitchens. "The entrances to their personal chambers," Harry murmured, tracing the locations with his finger. The gemstones warmed at his touch, and the diagram seemed to shift slightly, additional details appearing like ink rising to the surface of the parchment. "Gryffindor's chamber is accessed through the highest room of the North Tower," Hermione read, peering at the tiny script that had appeared. "Slytherin's through the passage beneath the lake, that must be the infamous Chamber of Secrets. Ravenclaw's is connected to the West Tower Observatory, and Hufflepuff's." She paused, frowning slightly. Hufflepuff's entrance is described as, where food becomes sustenance and sustenance becomes knowledge. Near the kitchens, Ron interpreted. But what's that bit about sustenance becoming knowledge? We can figure that out later, Harry said, turning more pages. Each section of the book appeared to be written primarily by one founder, with occasional notes or corrections from the others. The range of topics was staggering, everything from spell creation to magical architecture, from healing arts to battle magic, from potion innovation to magical creature breeding. "This is incredible," Hermione breathed, her academic curiosity clearly overriding any remaining caution. The combined magical knowledge of the four greatest witches and wizards of their age, preserved perfectly for 1,000 years. The magical theory alone could revolutionize how spells are taught. "Yeah, but look at this part," Ron said, pointing to a section titled, Bloodline Protections and Vulnerabilities. "Their warning about something called, resonant targeting, seems like magic specifically designed to attack certain bloodlines." Harry read the passage Ron indicated, a chill settling in his stomach. While bloodline magic provides significant advantages, it also creates unique vulnerabilities. An adversary with knowledge of specific blood traits can craft curses that target those traits directly, causing damage that bypasses standard magical protections. This principle of resonant targeting was employed by Herpo the Foul to devastating effect against the Thessalian mage families. As our heir will carry all four bloodlines, they face potential vulnerability to four distinct vectors of magical attack. We have therefore created the Founder's Shield, a multi-layered protection that must be activated within each chamber in sequence. Only when all four components are awakened will the complete protection be established. So I'm potentially vulnerable to specialized attacks until I visit all four chambers, Harry summarized grimly. Great. As if I didn't have enough to worry about. We need to tell Dumbledore about this, Hermione insisted. If there are people who might know how to exploit vulnerabilities in Founder bloodlines, Dumbledore already knows, came a voice from the stairway. They spun around to find Professor McGonagall standing in the doorway, her expression a complex mixture of concern and resigned acceptance. "Professor!" Hermione exclaimed. "We were just, following Mr. Potter's instincts, I presume," McGonagall finished for her, entering the chamber and looking around with evident wonder. "Rowena's study. It has been sought by scholars for centuries, yet somehow I am not surprised that you three would locate it within days of arriving at Hogwarts." "You knew about this place, Professor?" Harry asked. "Not its exact location, no," McGonagall admitted. "But the headmaster has long suspected that each founder created personal spaces within the castle, accessible only to those they deemed worthy. When you didn't appear for your history of magic lesson, and Madame Pants reported you had left the library via a wall that was no longer a wall, it wasn't difficult to surmise what had happened." She approached the table, her gaze falling on the open codex. "The Founder's Codex," she breathed. "Albus was right after all." "Professor Dumbledore knew about this book?" Hermione asked. "He suspected its existence," McGonagall clarified. "There are references to it in several ancient texts in his personal collection. However, until Mr. Potter's heritage was revealed, we had no way of accessing it." Harry looked down at the book, then back to his head of house. "The Founders split up their bloodlines on purpose. They were afraid of what would happen if anyone could access all their power at once." "A wise precaution," McGonagall agreed. "And yet, they created contingencies for a time when that very convergence might be necessary." She gestured to the book. "What have you learned so far?" Harry summarized their discoveries, the locations of the four chambers, the mention of Founder artifacts, and the warning about bloodline vulnerabilities. "The implication that you must visit each Founder's chamber to activate certain protections is concerning," McGonagall said when he had finished. "Particularly as the location of most of these chambers has been lost to time." "The book shows where they are," Ron pointed out. "Showing an entrance on a 1,000-year-old map and actually accessing it in the present day are rather different challenges, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall replied dryly. "Hogwarts has undergone numerous renovations and expansions over the centuries. Walls that once existed may now be gone, and new structures may block ancient passages. Harry closed the codex carefully, feeling the seals automatically re-engage. The castle will help me find them. It's been trying to guide me since I arrived. McGonagall studied him thoughtfully. Perhaps so, Mr. Potter. But I would strongly advise against attempting to locate these chambers without proper supervision. If the Founders themselves took such precautions regarding their combined power, we should exercise similar caution. Yes, Professor, Harry agreed, though a part of him, the part increasingly attuned to the castle's subtle guidance, chafed at the restriction. Now, McGonagall continued, I suggest you bring the codex with you. If it has indeed awakened to your touch, it belongs with its rightful heir. The headmaster will want to examine it, but I suspect only you will be able to fully access its contents. Harry picked up the ancient tome, surprised by how light it felt despite its size. As his fingers closed around it, he felt a subtle shift in his connection to the castle, as though holding the book had somehow strengthened the bond. There is one more matter before we return to the upper levels, McGonagall said, her expression growing more serious. Professor Dumbledore has received an urgent communication from Gringotts. It seems news of your heritage has created quite a stir among the Goblin Nation. The director is insisting your visit be moved forward to tomorrow morning rather than Saturday. Tomorrow? Harry repeated, startled. But what about classes? Arrangements have been made, McGonagall assured him. Given the exceptional circumstances, your morning classes will be excused. You will depart after breakfast and, assuming all goes well, return before dinner. As they followed McGonagall up the spiral staircase, Harry clutched the codex to his chest, his mind racing. In the span of a few days, his world had expanded beyond recognition, from a boy who had only just learned magic existed to the heir of 4 magical legacies, carrier of ancient bloodlines, and apparent focal point of prophecies and thousand-year plans. The weight of responsibility was daunting, but as they emerged back into the library proper, the walls sliding seamlessly back into place behind them, Harry felt something else alongside the anxiety, a growing sense of purpose. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever enemies might target him for his heritage, he now had access to knowledge and guidance his parents had never had. Tomorrow he would visit Gringotts and learn what the Founders had stored in their vaults. Soon after, he would begin the quest to find their hidden chambers. And somewhere along the way, he would discover exactly why his bloodlines had converged now, after 1,000 years of deliberate separation. The castle's whispers accompanied them through the library, a constant reminder that Hogwarts itself was now his ally in whatever was to come. The heir walks the path. The circle begins to close. The darkness gathers, but the light remembers. The rest of the day passed in a blur of excited discussions and hastily completed homework. News of Harry's absence from History of Magic had somehow transformed, through the Hogwarts rumor mill, into a story that he had been summoned by the Minister of Magic himself to discuss national security implications of his founder status. By dinner, the rumors had escalated to claims that he had actually been in negotiations with the International Confederation of Wizards regarding his legal status as the heir to what amounted to magical royalty. The things people will believe, Hermione said disapprovingly as they took their seats in the Great Hall. As if the minister would pull a student out of classes for political discussions without proper guardianship present. I dunno, Ron grinned, helping himself to shepherd's pie. Harry's basically magical royalty at this point. Did you see the way those Slytherin third years practically bowed when we passed them in the corridor? Harry groaned. Don't remind me. I've gone from that Potter kid to His Majesty the Heir in 3 days. Next thing you know, people will be asking for my autograph or trying to touch my robes for good luck. Speaking of Slytherins, Hermione said quietly, nodding toward the entrance. Draco Malfoy was approaching their table with uncharacteristic solemnity, flanked not by Crabbe and Goyle but by Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini, both from more politically sophisticated families. Potter, Malfoy said formally when he reached them. A moment of your time. Harry sighed inwardly but nodded. What is it, Malfoy? Not here, Malfoy replied, glancing meaningfully around at the interested faces nearby. "This is a matter of some delicacy." Harry exchanged looks with Ron and Hermione before reluctantly rising. "Fine. But they come too," he said, indicating his friends. Malfoy's lip curled slightly, but he nodded. "Of course. Family advisors are traditional in such conversations." They followed the three Slytherins to a relatively secluded corner of the entrance hall. Once there, Malfoy's demeanor shifted subtly, not exactly friendly, but distinctly less antagonistic than in their previous encounters. "I'll be direct, Potter," he began. "My father has instructed me to convey certain information to you before your visit to Gringotts tomorrow." "How does your father know about that?" Harry demanded, immediately suspicious. Malfoy waved a dismissive hand. "The Malfoy family has significant business interests with Gringotts. When the goblins suddenly reschedule all morning appointments to accommodate an emergency session with the Potter heir, people notice." "What information?" Harry pressed, not interested in Malfoy's posturing. "Two things," Malfoy replied, holding up fingers to enumerate them. "First, the goblins will almost certainly attempt to claim management rights over any founder vaults you access. Do not agree to any such arrangement, regardless of how reasonable it may sound. Goblin management comes with significant hidden obligations that would place you at a disadvantage." Despite himself, Harry was intrigued by this unexpectedly practical advice. "And the second thing? The Sacred 28 meeting this weekend will include motions regarding your legal status," Malfoy continued. "Some families will propose establishing a Regency Council to guide you in managing your founder heritage. This would effectively place you under the control of selected pureblood families until you come of age." "That's outrageous!" Hermione exclaimed. "They can't just declare themselves in charge of Harry's life." "Actually, they can try," Nott spoke up, his voice softer but more precise than Malfoy's. "The Wisingamot has historical precedent for establishing regency in cases where minors inherit positions of significant magical or political importance. With 4 founder bloodlines, Potter represents the most magically significant inheritance case in centuries." "And let me guess," Ron said sarcastically, "your fathers would be happy to volunteer for this Regency Council?" Zabini chuckled, a surprisingly warm sound from the typically aloof boy. "Of course they would. As would every other politically ambitious family. The question is not whether they'll try to control Potter, but which faction will succeed." "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked Malfoy directly. "What does your father get out of warning me?" A calculating expression crossed Malfoy's pale, pointed face. "Let's call it an investment in future goodwill. Not all alliances need to begin with friendship, Potter. Sometimes mutual interest is sufficient foundation. Or he wants to make sure you're suspicious of everyone else who approaches you, leaving him a clearer path," Ron suggested darkly. Malfoy shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. "Believe what you will, Weasley. The information is accurate regardless of your interpretation of the motive behind it." He turned back to Harry. "One final suggestion, Potter, take something from each founder vault tomorrow. Physical possession of founder artifacts will strengthen your claim to independent management of your inheritance." With that parting advice, Malfoy nodded to his companions and they departed, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione to exchange bewildered looks. "That was unexpectedly helpful," Hermione admitted reluctantly. "Or a very clever trap," Ron countered. "What if he's telling you to take artifacts because doing so would trigger some kind of magical penalty or obligation?" Harry considered both perspectives. "I think the advice about goblin management is probably sound. As for taking artifacts, I'll see what's actually in the vaults before deciding. The Codex might have information about what would be safe to remove." They returned to the Gryffindor table, where Fred and George immediately pounced, demanding to know what the junior snakes had wanted. After Harry explained, minus some of the specific details about the Sacred 28 meeting, the twins exchanged significant looks. "Dad's mentioned this kind of political maneuvering before," Fred said, uncharacteristically serious. The old families have been jockeying for influence for generations, but this is bigger than their usual games. You should write to Dad tonight, George suggested to Ron. He works at the ministry, might be able to give Harry some insight into what's brewing politically, outside the pure-blood circles. Good idea, Ron agreed, reaching for seconds of treacle tart. Dad's always said the Malfoys never do anything without calculating all the angles. If Lucius Malfoy is sending warnings through Draco, he's definitely plotting something. After dinner, they returned to Gryffindor Tower, where Harry found yet another surprise waiting, a small package wrapped in brown paper, delivered to his dormitory and placed on his bed. A note attached read simply, "For tomorrow's journey. Your mother would want you to have this. Use it wisely." APWBD. Unwrapping the package carefully, Harry found a fluid, silvery gray cloth that seemed to flow like water through his fingers. When he held it up, Ron gasped in recognition. "That's an invisibility cloak. And a really good one too. Most of them start showing wear after a few years, but this one looks perfect." "Dumbledore says it was my mother's," Harry said, reading the note again. The initials clearly stood for Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. "Why would he give you an invisibility cloak specifically for the Gringotts trip? Does he expect you to need to hide?" "Maybe it's just an extra precaution," Harry suggested, though he shared her concern. "Or maybe he's giving me an opportunity to explore the vaults without being constantly watched." The implications of this possibility hung in the air between them. Was Dumbledore subtly encouraging Harry to take initiative, perhaps to access information or artifacts that others might prefer he not discover? Either way, Harry decided, carefully folding the cloak, it could be useful tomorrow. And if it really was my mother's? He trailed off, unable to fully articulate what it meant to possess something that had belonged to Lily Potter, something tangible connecting him to the woman who had died protecting him. Later that night, after Ron and Hermione had gone to bed, Harry sat alone by the common room fire with the Founders' Codex open in his lap. The common room had emptied early, as if the other Gryffindors sensed his need for privacy with the ancient tome. He had turned to the section on Founder vaults and artifacts, hoping to find guidance for his Gringotts visit the following day. The relevant chapter was primarily in Gryffindor's bold, slashing handwriting, with occasional annotations from the others. Each of us has established a personal vault beneath Gringotts, sealed with blood magic to open only to our true heirs. These vaults contain not merely gold and jewels, though such material wealth is included, but artifacts of significant magical importance that must not fall into unprepared or unworthy hands. Within my vault lies the first sword I ever forged, imbued with magic to enhance the wielder's courage and battle clarity. It is not the sword of Gryffindor that I leave to the school itself, to appear in times of need to worthy members of my house, but an earlier creation, more personal, if somewhat less powerful. RR note, less powerful but more precisely tuned to your bloodline, Godric. An important distinction. Also stored therein are battle robes of dragon hide treated with potions of my own devising, SS note, with significant assistance from me, as you recall, my personal grimoire of combat magics, and several devices created in collaboration with Rowena that enhance protective enchantments around dwellings. Helga has entrusted to her vault her mother's wand, a powerful focus for earth magic and healing, seeds from plants now extinct in the wild, and her collection of enchanted cooking implements that infuse food with subtle magical properties to enhance learning and memory. HH note, do not underestimate the power of properly enchanted nourishment, my friends. The body and mind are inseparably linked. Rowena's vault contains her earliest attempts at creating self-updating books, texts that revise themselves as magical knowledge advances. These are distinct from her later, more perfected versions, which sadly have been lost. RR note, not lost, merely hidden until needed. My daughter understood my intentions, despite our differences. Also stored are astronomical instruments of remarkable precision, enchanted quills that correct errors in magical theory as they are written, and memory crystals containing her personal recollections of pre-Roman magical techniques. Salazar, ever secretive, has been reluctant to fully catalogue his vault's contents. SS note, with good reason. Some knowledge must be earned, not given freely. What we know with certainty is that it contains his personal potions equipment, preserved under stasis charms, several texts written in Parseltongue that cannot be translated by conventional means, and a collection of artifacts from his travels in the East, including divination tools of extraordinary accuracy when used with serpent venom as a catalyst. Should our bloodlines ever converge as Rowena's visions suggest, our combined heir will need to claim items from each vault to fully activate their inherited powers. The specific artifacts will call to the heir's blood when the time is right. Trust in this magical resonance rather than intellectual selection. Most critically, each vault contains a founder's key, 1/4 of the means to unlock the 5th chamber where our greatest combined work awaits. These keys are not physical objects in the conventional sense, but magical imprints that will mark the heir upon contact. Only when all 4 marks have been received can the 5th chamber be accessed. SS note: I maintain that this convergence is dangerous and potentially catastrophic. My agreement to this arrangement is contingent upon the protections we have discussed. The heir must prove worthy of each bloodline individually before claiming the combined legacy. RR note: the visions show no other path, Salazar. The darkness that rises will require nothing less than our united power to oppose. HH note: let us trust in the worthiness of our distant child, friends. Blood calls to blood, and magic recognizes its own. Harry closed the book thoughtfully, the founder's words echoing in his mind. The image of 4 distinct vaults, each filled with magical knowledge and artifacts specifically chosen to be passed down to future generations, stirred something deep within him, a sense of connection to these 4 extraordinary individuals whose blood now flowed in his veins. The fire had burned low, its embers casting the common room in a warm, reddish glow. As Harry rose to head up to his dormitory, the castle whispers accompanied him, softer now but clearer than ever before: tomorrow begins the gathering. For become one. The heir awakens. Morning arrived with a sense of anticipation that seemed to permeate the very stones of the castle. Harry woke before dawn, his sleep having been filled with vivid dreams of underground chambers and gleaming treasures that pulsed with magical energy. The whispers had continued throughout the night, sometimes loud enough to half-wake him, other times merging seamlessly with his dreams. As he dressed, he noted that the physical changes in his appearance had continued to develop. His eyes now literally glowed in dim light, the green irises containing tiny flecks of red, yellow, and blue that shifted like embers when he moved. His scar had transformed completely from an angry red lightning bolt to a silvery marking that contained all 4 house colors woven through it in an intricate pattern. Most striking of all, his features had subtly altered to incorporate aspects reminiscent of the founders as depicted in their portraits throughout the castle: Gryffindor's strong jawline, Ravenclaw's high cheekbones, Hufflepuff's expressive eyes, and Slytherin's aristocratic nose. "Blimey, Harry," Ron said when he emerged from the bathroom. "You look, well, different." Like some kind of magical royalty, Neville added shyly from his bed, where he was pulling on his socks. "Gran would say you have the bold blood look now." Harry examined his reflection one last time, trying to reconcile this new appearance with his self-image. He still saw himself, still Harry, but as if viewed through a lens that emphasized aspects of his heritage that had always been present but dormant. "Will people even recognize me?" he wondered aloud. "They might do a double take," Ron admitted, "but it's not like you've grown an extra head or turned purple. You're just more, somehow." That was as good a description as any, Harry supposed. He felt more, too, more connected to Hogwarts, more aware of the magic flowing through and around him, more attuned to the subtle currents of power that existed in the wizarding world. At breakfast, the changes in his appearance drew stares even more pronounced than before. The Hufflepuffs actually stood as he passed their table, a gesture of respect that made Harry blush furiously. The Ravenclaws watched him with calculating intensity, clearly cataloguing every alteration for later analysis. Most Slytherins affected indifference, though Harry noticed both Malfoy and not studying him with undisguised interest. Professor McGonagall approached as they were finishing their meal. "Mr. Potter, it's time." Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you before you depart for Gringotts. Harry nodded, rising from the table. Ron and Hermione stood as well, but McGonagall shook her head. I'm afraid Mr. Potter must attend this meeting alone. You will see your friend when he returns this evening. But Professor, Hermione protested, we've been helping Harry understand his heritage. We've read the Codex together. I'm aware of your involvement, Miss Granger, McGonagall replied, not unkindly. However, this particular meeting concerns matters of a personal nature. I'm sure Mr. Potter will share what he can upon his return. Harry gave his friends a reassuring nod. It's okay. I'll tell you everything later. Lowering his voice, he added, and I've got the you-know-what in my pocket, just in case. Hermione bit her lip worriedly but nodded. Be careful, Harry. And remember what the Codex said about the Goblin Vaults. Following McGonagall from the Great Hall, Harry felt the weight of stairs on his back. News of his Gringotts trip had apparently spread throughout the school overnight, adding to the growing legend of the heir of the Founders. Instead of heading to the headmaster's office, however, McGonagall led him to a small chamber off the entrance hall, the same room where the first years had waited before their sorting. Inside, Harry was surprised to find not only Dumbledore but also a tall, bald black wizard in elegant purple robes and a young witch with spiky pink hair and a heart-shaped face. Harry, excellent, Dumbledore greeted him warmly. Allow me to introduce Aurors Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, who will be accompanying us to Gringotts today. Don't call me Nymphadora, the pink-haired witch said automatically, then grinned at Harry. Watch her, Harry. Just Tonks is fine. Aurors are magical law enforcement, Dumbledore explained, seeing Harry's confusion. In this case, they are serving as your security detail, though we hope their presence will be purely precautionary. Kingsley Shacklebolt extended a hand, his deep voice resonant and calming. An honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. We'll be ensuring your visit proceeds without any unwelcome interruptions. Harry shook the offered hand, immediately liking the Auror's straightforward manner. Thank you, sir. Now, Harry, Dumbledore continued, his expression growing more serious, there are several matters we must discuss before we depart. First, the goblins have indicated that your visit will involve more than simply accessing the Founder Vaults. It appears they wish to conduct certain tests regarding your bloodline claims. Tests? Harry repeated warily. What kind of tests? Goblins have their own methods of verifying magical lineage, McGonagall explained. More precise than wizarding techniques, though often more invasive. They typically require blood samples. Harry nodded, recalling the Codex's mention of blood magic sealing the vaults. That's fine. The book said the vaults will respond to my blood anyway. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. The Founder's Codex has been most informative, I see. Excellent. That brings me to my second point. I would advise discretion regarding what you share about the Codex and any other Founder knowledge you've acquired. The goblins have their own agenda where ancient magic is concerned, and not all wizarding authorities would view your access to Founder magic favorably. You mean the Ministry might try to interfere? Harry asked, remembering Neville's grandmother's letter and Malfoy's warning about the Sacred 28. The Ministry of Magic maintains a somewhat complex relationship with historical magical artifacts and knowledge, Dumbledore said diplomatically. Certain factions might argue that Founder artifacts belong to Wizarding Society as a whole rather than to any individual, regardless of bloodline claims. Tonks snorted. What the headmaster's too polite to say is that the Department of Mysteries would love to get their hands on anything with Founder magic, and some of the old pureblood families would kill to control access to that kind of power. Tonks, Shacklebolt said warningly. She shrugged unapologetically. Just being straight with him. No point sugarcoating the political minefield he's walking into. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Indeed, perhaps directness is best under the circumstances. Harry, you should know that I have already received formal inquiries from the Minister for Magic regarding your heritage and its implications. Additionally, several members of the Wisengamot, our High Court and legislative body, have suggested establishing a special committee to supervise your magical development. They want to control me, Harry said flatly. Some do, Dumbledore acknowledged. Others are genuinely concerned about the concentration of historically significant magical bloodlines in someone so young and relatively untrained. The founder bloodlines carry not only power but certain legal and traditional authorities that have never been formally revoked. This was new information. What kind of authorities? Various ancient charters and magical decrees recognize the founders and their direct heirs as having certain rights regarding Hogwarts, magical education in Britain more broadly, and even aspects of magical governance, McGonagall explained. Most of these have fallen into disuse or been superseded by modern legislation, but magical law has a peculiar relationship with precedent and tradition. Ancient claims sometimes retain unexpected validity. Harry's head spun with the implications. Not only was he dealing with emerging magical abilities and hidden chambers, but apparently his bloodlines carried political and legal weight he'd never imagined. The third matter, Dumbledore continued, concerns your physical safety. While Gringotts is generally considered neutral territory, your public identification as the heir of the founders may have attracted unwanted attention from various quarters. Aurors Shacklebolt and Tonks will remain with you throughout the visit, but I have also provided you with an additional means of protection, should circumstances require it. His blue eyes twinkled meaningfully. Harry nodded, understanding the reference to the invisibility cloak. I'll be careful, sir. Excellent. And finally, regarding the founder vaults themselves, you should be prepared for the possibility that accessing these long-sealed repositories may trigger further changes in your magical development. The Codex likely mentioned the founder's keys. Yes, sir. It said each vault contains a magical imprint that will mark the heir. Precisely. These marks may accelerate the manifestation of inherited abilities, possibly in ways that could be temporarily disorienting or difficult to control. I would advise accepting only one such mark today, rather than attempting to claim all four at once. Harry frowned. But the Codex suggested I should take something from each vault. And so you shall, Dumbledore assured him. I merely advise caution regarding the founder's keys specifically. Your magic is already adapting rapidly to your heritage, overwhelming it with 4 powerful magical imprints simultaneously might prove unnecessarily taxing. There was something in Dumbledore's tone that made Harry suspect the headmaster might have additional concerns he wasn't voicing. Nevertheless, the advice seemed reasonable. Now, Dumbledore said, checking a peculiar watch with 12 hands and tiny planets moving around the edge, we should depart. The goblins value punctuality above most other virtues. How are we traveling, sir? Harry asked, expecting to hear they would use the Floo network he'd read about. Portkey, Dumbledore replied, withdrawing a tarnished silver teaspoon from his pocket. A method of magical transportation that will deliver us directly to a private arrival chamber within Gringotts. If everyone would please touch the spoon, 1 finger is sufficient. Harry followed the other's example, placing his index finger on the teaspoon. Dumbledore counted down, 3, 2, 1, a powerful jerk behind his navel made Harry feel as though he'd been hooked by an invisible line and yanked irresistibly forward. The world dissolved into a swirl of color and howling wind. His finger seemed magically glued to the teaspoon as they hurtled through space. Then, abruptly, his feet slammed into solid ground. Only Kingsley's steadying hand prevented him from falling face-first onto a marble floor. First Portkey? Tonks asked sympathetically, looking completely unruffled by the journey. They're a bit rough until you get used to them. Still better than splinching yourself with apparition, though. Harry took a moment to regain his equilibrium and survey his surroundings. They had arrived in a small, circular chamber with white marble walls and floor. The ceiling was domed, decorated with an intricate mosaic depicting goblins crafting various magical objects. A single door of burnished bronze stood opposite them, flanked by 2 goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms. Headmaster Dumbledore and Harry Potter for Director Ragnarok, Dumbledore announced formally. We believe we are expected. The goblin on the left stepped forward and bowed. "You are indeed expected, Wizard Dumbledore. However, our instructions are to admit Harry Potter and his security detail only. You were not included in the director's invitation." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he showed no other sign of surprise. "I see. As Mr. Potter's magical guardian, the matter of Mr. Potter's guardianship is one of the topics for today's discussion," the goblin interrupted, showing remarkable boldness in cutting off one of the most powerful wizards in Britain. "Director Ragnarok has determined that your presence would constitute a conflict of interest." An awkward silence followed this pronouncement. Harry glanced uncertainly between Dumbledore and the goblins, unsure how to proceed. "It's all right, Harry," Dumbledore said finally, his voice calm though his eyes had lost their characteristic twinkle. "Aurors Shacklebolt and Tonks are fully qualified to accompany you, and the goblins will ensure your physical safety within Gringotts itself. Their magic is bound to protect all clients in good standing." "What should I do about the things we discussed?" Harry asked, trying to communicate his concerns about the Founder's keys and potential goblin manipulation without being explicit. Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Trust your instincts. The castle has recognized you, I suspect the vaults will as well. And remember that in matters of ancient magic, intent often matters more than procedure." He turned to the goblin guards. "I shall await Mr. Potter's return in the main hall of Gringotts, if that is acceptable." The goblins exchanged a look before the one who had spoken nodded curtly. "That will be permitted. This way, Herr Potter." As the bronze doors swung open, revealing a long corridor beyond, Harry felt a momentary panic at facing this situation without Dumbledore's guidance. Then he squared his shoulders, remembering that he carried the Founder's Codex in his bag and had studied the relevant sections carefully. Whatever tests or negotiations awaited, he had more knowledge than the goblins realized. With Shacklebolt and Tonks falling into step behind him, Harry followed the goblin guards into the depths of Gringotts, where the Founder vaults had waited 1,000 years for their heir's return. The keys await. The blood remembers. The circle's near completion. The castle's whispers, impossibly, reached him even here beneath London, a reminder that his connection to Hogwarts transcended physical distance. Drawing strength from that connection, Harry stepped forward to claim his inheritance. Chapter 3, The Founder's Chambers. The corridor beyond the bronze doors stretched deep into the bedrock beneath London, illuminated by crystal lamps that emitted a cool, blue-white light. Harry walked between the two goblin guards, with Aurors Shacklebolt and Tonks following closely behind. The walls were no longer marble but rough-hewn stone, inscribed with runes and symbols that seemed to shift and change as they passed. "The ancient vaults lie far beneath the standard Gringotts chambers," the lead goblin explained without turning his head. "They were established before the current bank was built, when this location housed only the goblin nation's most sacred repositories." "How long have the Founder vaults been sealed?" Harry asked, trying to mask his nervousness with curiosity. The goblin's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. The last recorded access to any Founder vault was in 1702, when a distant Hufflepuff descendant claimed certain agricultural enchantments. The Ravenclaw vault was briefly opened in 1831 by a claimant who proved inadequate. She did not survive the experience. Harry swallowed hard. "And the Gryffindor and Slytherin vaults?" "Sealed since their creation, Herr Potter. No claimant has presented sufficient blood right to pass their guardians." "Guardians?" Kingsley's deep voice rumbled from behind them. "The standard vault protections are not sufficient." The second goblin gave a harsh, barking laugh. "The Founders did not trust goblin magic alone, or. Each vault has its own protections, designed by its creator. Those who approach without proper claim face consequences." They continued downward, the passage growing narrower and the air cooler with each step. Harry estimated they had descended at least a mile beneath the surface when they finally reached an immense circular chamber carved from black stone veined with silver. For massive doors were set into the walls at cardinal points, each bearing one of the Hogwarts house emblems. In the center of the chamber stood a raised dais upon which sat a stone basin similar to Dumbledore's pensieve, though this one was carved with goblin runes rather than wizarding symbols. Beside it waited a regal-looking goblin wearing elaborate golden armor and a circlet set with blood-red rubies. Director Ragnarok, Kingsley murmured to Harry. Head of Gringotts and leader of Britain's goblin clans. This is unprecedented honor, he rarely meets with wizards directly. Ragnarok's sharp black eyes fixed on Harry as they approached, studying him with penetrating intensity. Harry James Potter, he said, his voice surprisingly melodious for such a fierce-looking creature. Claimed heir of the 4 founders. You stand now at the threshold of one of the greatest magical inheritances in our records. Harry bowed slightly, recalling from the codex that goblins respected proper formalities. Director Ragnarok, I'm honored by your personal attention to this matter. A flicker of approval crossed the goblin director's face. Well spoken, young heir. Tell me, do you understand why you have been summoned? The founder vaults have recognized my blood claim, Harry replied. I've come to access my inheritance. Partly correct, Ragnarok said, circling Harry with measured steps. But incomplete. You have been summoned because your emergence as the convergent heir activates certain ancient agreements between the founders and the Goblin Nation, agreements that supersede standard wizarding inheritance law. Tonks shifted uneasily behind Harry. What kind of agreements? Ragnarok's gaze flicked dismissively toward her before returning to Harry. When the founders established their vaults, they negotiated specific terms governing the eventual emergence of a convergent heir. Primarily, they ensured that such an heir would receive direct goblin recognition of their status, recognition that carries significant weight in magical law. What does that mean exactly? Harry asked. It means, young heir, that by goblin law you are considered magically adult upon claiming your founder inheritance, regardless of your physical age. Ragnarok's sharp teeth gleamed in the crystal light. The founders foresaw the possibility that wizarding authorities might attempt to control or manipulate their heir. They created legal safeguards to prevent this, safeguards that the ministry has conveniently forgotten but which remain binding in magical contract law. Harry's mind raced, immediately grasping the implications. So the ministry couldn't appoint guardians or committees to control me or my inheritance? Not without violating treaties that would have severe consequences for wizarding-goblin relations, Ragnarok confirmed with a predatory smile. However, before such protections can be activated, you must prove your blood right to our satisfaction and formally claim your inheritance. Are you prepared for the ritual of verification? Harry hesitated, remembering Dumbledore's warnings about goblin agenda. What does the ritual involve? Blood, naturally, Ragnarok gestured to the stone basin. 7 drops freely given, combined with founder essences preserved within Gringotts since the vault's creation. If your claim is valid, the blood will identify your connections to each founder line and quantify their strength. And if his claim isn't valid? Shacklebolt asked, his hand resting casually on his wand. Ragnarok's expression hardened. Then he is an impostor attempting to claim protected vaults, and goblin justice would apply. But, he added, his tone softening slightly as he turned back to Harry, the castle's recognition suggests this is merely a formality. Hogwarts does not make mistakes in matters of blood right. Harry approached the basin, studying the silvery liquid that already half-filled it. The founder essences are already in there. Correct. All that remains is your contribution. Ragnarok produced an ornate silver dagger with a crystal hilt. 7 drops, freely given. Taking the dagger, Harry felt the weight of history pressing down on him. This was the moment of truth, either his bloodlines would be confirmed, or he would be exposed as, what? A fluke? A mistake? The Sorting Hat, the castle itself, and his developing abilities all pointed toward his heritage being genuine, yet doubt still nagged at him. I'll do it, he said firmly, pressing the dagger's point to his palm. A sharp sting, and 7 drops of his blood fell into the silvery basin. The liquid immediately began to swirl, changing color rapidly, first crimson, then emerald, then sapphire, and finally topaz, before settling into a shimmering, pearlescent mixture that contained traces of all four colors. Ragnar leaned over the basin, his expression shifting from calculated neutrality to genuine surprise. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "Not merely connection, but direct descent from all four lines, and in near-perfect balance." He looked up at Harry with newfound respect. "The convergence is even more complete than our records predicted." With a wave of his long-fingered hand, Ragnar conjured a scroll that unfurled to reveal an elaborate family tree written in gleaming golden ink. "Your blood has confirmed the paths of descent. From Godric Gryffindor through your father's line, 15 generations. From Salazar Slytherin through a cadet branch that merged with the Potters 12 generations past. From Rowena Ravenclaw through your mother's maternal line, squibs for 9 generations before magic re-emerged. And from Helga Hufflepuff through your mother's paternal line, a similar pattern of dormant magic across centuries." Harry stared at the family tree in wonder, tracing the lines with his eyes. There were his parents' names at the bottom, James Potter and Lily Evans, with lines extending upward and branching outward to connect them, through various marriages and births, to the 4 founders at the very top of the scroll. "May I keep this?" he asked. "It is yours by right," Ragnar confirmed. "Now that your bloodlines have been verified, we may proceed to the claiming." He gestured toward the 4 doors. "Each vault requires its own verification and will present its own challenge. Which do you wish to attempt first?" Harry considered carefully, remembering Dumbledore's advice to claim only one founder's key today. If he was going to limit himself to a single vault, which should it be? Gryffindor, he decided finally. His father's most direct connection, and perhaps the most straightforward of the 4 founders in terms of intentions. Ragnar nodded and led them to the northern door, which bore the emblem of a roaring lion worked in gold and rubies. "Place your hand upon the crest and state your claim," he instructed. Harry pressed his palm against the golden lion, feeling the metal warm beneath his touch. "I, Harry James Potter, claim this vault by right of blood as the heir of Godric Gryffindor." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the lion's ruby eyes began to glow, and Harry felt a sharp sting in his palm, as though tiny needles had emerged from the metal to pierce his skin. Instead of withdrawing his hand, instinct told him to press harder. The lion's mouth opened, and a deep, resonant voice emerged. "Blood calls to blood. Courage calls to courage. The lion awakens." With a grinding of ancient hinges, the massive door swung slowly inward, revealing a chamber bathed in warm, golden light. Harry stepped forward, dimly aware of Shacklebolt and Tonks moving to follow. "The heir alone may enter first," Ragnar warned. "The guardians must recognize him before permitting others to pass." Harry glanced back at the Aurors, who looked concerned but nodded for him to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the doorway into Godric Gryffindor's personal vault. The chamber beyond was not the pile of gold and treasures he had half expected, but rather a space that resembled a cross between an armory and a study. Weapons of various types, swords, axes, maces, and others Harry couldn't name, hung on the walls alongside shields bearing different variations of the Gryffindor crest. Interspersed among them were bookshelves containing leather-bound tomes and scrolls. In the center of the circular room stood a life-sized statue of a warrior in full battle regalia, sword raised as if to strike. As Harry approached, the statue's head turned toward him, stone grinding against stone, and those empty eye sockets fixed upon him with unnerving intensity. "Who seeks the lion's legacy?" the statue demanded, its voice the same that had spoken through the door. "Harry Potter, Godric's heir," Harry replied, surprised at the steadiness in his own voice. "Many claim descent," the statue rumbled. "Few are worthy. Prove your right by blood and deed." Before Harry could ask what that meant, the statue moved with shocking speed for an object made of stone. Its sword swung downward in a glittering arc aimed directly at Harry's head. Pure instinct took over. Harry's hand shot up, not to block the blow, which would have shattered his arm, but in a gesture of magical defiance. The shield charm he'd produced in Quirrell's classroom manifested instantly, but stronger and more defined, a glowing disk of crimson energy shot through with gold filaments. The stone sword struck the shield and stopped dead, as though it had hit a wall of solid steel. Vibrations rang through the chamber like a struck bell, and Harry felt the impact reverberate through his magical core, testing but not breaking his concentration. "The blood remembers," the statue observed, withdrawing its sword. "But courage is more than defense. Will you strike back, heir of Godric?" Harry realized this was a test of worthiness, not just bloodline. Godric Gryffindor valued courage expressed through action, not just self-preservation. Drawing his wand, Harry sent a concentrated blast of magical force toward the statue, not to destroy, but to demonstrate his willingness to fight back. The spell struck the statue square in the chest, rocking it backward several steps. Stone lips curved in what might have been a smile. "Well struck. The hand is firm, the heart bold. Approach and claim what is yours by right." The statue stepped aside, revealing a pedestal that Harry hadn't noticed before. Upon it rested three objects: a small golden key, an ornate sword smaller than the one the statue wielded, and a leather-bound journal embossed with the Gryffindor crest. "The sword is my first creation, forged before I mastered the craft that produced my namesake blade. It carries my blood within the steel and will serve as focus for battle magic beyond ordinary wands. The journal contains knowledge I deemed too personal or dangerous for Hogwarts General Library. And the key." The statue's voice softened slightly. "The key is myself, a fragment of my magical essence that will awaken what sleeps within your blood." Harry approached the pedestal cautiously. "Professor Dumbledore advised claiming only one Founder's key today. Would taking just the sword and journal be considered a rejection of your legacy?" The statue seemed to consider this. "Wisdom sometimes tempers courage. My essence is potent and may conflict with your existing magics if claimed alongside others too quickly. Take what you judge appropriate now, the key will await your return when you are prepared to bear it." Relief washed through Harry. He reached for the sword and journal, feeling their magic respond to his touch, warm and fierce, like standing before a roaring fire on a winter's night. The sword's hilt seemed to mold itself to his grip, while the journal's cover warmed like a living thing beneath his fingers. "I'll return for the key when I'm ready," Harry promised, carefully placing the sword and journal in his bag, which he'd magically expanded following instructions in the Founder's Codex. "One thing more before you depart," the statue said. "Within Hogwarts walls stands my true chamber, not the trophy room known to students, but a private sanctum where my greatest works were conducted. Seek the place where the morning light first touches the castle's stone at summer solstice. Speak my personal motto, and the way will open." "What is your personal motto?" Harry asked. The statue's stone features arranged themselves in what might have been a smirk. "That, young heir, you must discover for yourself. Knowledge earned holds greater power than knowledge given freely." With that parting wisdom, the statue resumed its original position, sword raised, becoming once more an ordinary, if imposing, stone carving. Harry turned back toward the entrance, where Shacklebolt, Tonks, and Ragnarok waited with expressions ranging from concern to curiosity. "You passed the Guardian's test," Ragnarok observed, eyes falling to Harry's bag where the sword and journal now resided. "But you did not claim the key." "Not today," Harry confirmed. "I've been advised to integrate the Founder magics gradually." Ragnarok's eyes narrowed slightly. "Dumbledore's caution, no doubt. Perhaps wise, perhaps convenient for those who might prefer your powers remain dormant until you can be properly guided." "Director," Kingsley said warningly, "I remind you that we are here in an official capacity to ensure Mr. Potter's safety and interests." The goblin inclined his head slightly. "Of course, Auror Shacklebolt. I merely observe that young Potter faces political realities beyond Gringotts walls that might influence supposedly disinterested advice." He turned back to Harry. "Do you wish to attempt another vault today, or shall we conclude with the legal formalities?" Harry hesitated. He'd intended to follow Dumbledore's advice about claiming only one vault today, but Ragnarok's insinuation nagged at him. Was the headmaster's caution truly for Harry's benefit, or were there other motivations? The castle's whispers, still reaching him even deep beneath London, seemed to grow more insistent. All four must be acknowledged. The circle requires completion. Time grows short. I'd like to visit the Ravenclaw vault next, Harry decided, trusting his instincts over external advice. I won't necessarily claim the key, but I want to see what's there. Ragnarok's sharp teeth flashed in what might have been approval. He led them to the eastern door, which bore the emblem of an eagle in flight worked in bronze and sapphires. As with the Gryffindor door, Harry placed his hand on the crest and stated his claim. This time, the eagle's sapphire eyes glowed blue, and Harry felt not a sting but a curious sensation like cool fingers probing inside his mind. The eagle's beak opened, and a clear, melodious female voice emerged. Blood calls to blood. Wisdom calls to wisdom. The eagle soars. The door swung open to reveal a chamber that couldn't possibly have fit in the physical space available. It was an enormous, circular library, with bookshelves stretching up at least 50 feet toward a domed ceiling enchanted to show constellations slowly rotating overhead. Floating platforms and spiral staircases provided access to the higher shelves, while the center of the room contained a cluster of tables bearing astronomical instruments, complex magical models, and what appeared to be early prototypes of self-writing books. A ghostly figure materialized before Harry, not a statue this time, but a translucent blue projection of a tall, elegant witch with long dark hair and penetrating eyes. She wore medieval robes adorned with astronomical symbols, and a replica of Rowena's famous diadem sat upon her brow. "Greetings, descendant," the projection said, studying Harry with evident curiosity. "I am Rowena's echo, created to evaluate those who claim her blood. You have already faced Godric's test of courage, I see. Mine is of a different nature. What must I do?" Harry asked, his voice hushed in the presence of this simulacrum of one of history's greatest witches. "Knowledge without understanding is merely information," the echo replied. "Understanding without wisdom is merely cleverness. I would know the quality of your mind, not merely its contents." She gestured, and a table near Harry's right hand illuminated. Upon it sat three objects, a crystal sphere, a silver dagger identical to the one he'd used for the blood verification, and a plain wooden box. "A puzzle for you, heir of my line," the echo continued. "The sphere contains a memory I valued. The dagger can cut through any substance, including thoughts. The box holds nothing, yet contains everything. Use them correctly to gain my approval." Harry stared at the objects, baffled by the cryptic instructions. This was clearly a test of logical thinking and insight. Ravenclaw valued intelligence applied with wisdom. "Can I touch them?" he asked. "Of course. They are as real as anything in this chamber." Harry picked up the crystal sphere first, feeling its cool weight in his palm. Unlike a pensive memory, which appeared silvery and fluid, this one seemed solid, a swirling blue mist trapped within crystal. The dagger came next, its edge gleaming with impossible sharpness. Finally, he examined the wooden box, which was indeed empty when he opened it, though strange runes carved on its interior seemed to shift and change as he watched. "The dagger can cut through thoughts," he murmured, thinking aloud. "And the sphere contains a memory, a thought preserved in physical form. An idea formed." Harry carefully positioned the box beneath the sphere, then, holding his breath, he lightly touched the dagger's edge to the crystal surface. Instead of shattering, the crystal parted like water, and the blue mist within flowed down the blade and dripped like liquid into the waiting box. The moment the last wisp of memory entered the box, the runes inside blazed with blue light. The mist expanded, rising from the container and forming a three-dimensional image, a detailed model of what Harry recognized as an early design for Hogwarts Castle, with various sections highlighted and annotated with floating text. "Well reasoned," the echo approved. "You discern the nature of the tools and their proper application without excessive trial and error." Rowena valued elegant solutions over brute force approaches. The image collapsed back into the box, transforming into a small, leather-bound book similar in size to the Gryffindor journal but bound in blue leather with bronze fittings. This grimoire contains my personal observations on spell creation and modification, techniques I developed but deemed too advanced for general instruction. Like Godric's journal, it contains knowledge I judged should be earned rather than freely given. The echo gestured to a small pedestal that materialized nearby, upon which rested a bronze key. And here lies my essence, should you choose to claim it. Harry carefully picked up the grimoire, feeling it respond to his touch with a cool clarity, like a mental fog lifting to reveal sharp, precise thoughts. As with Godric's vault, I'll return for the key when I'm better prepared to integrate it. The echo studied him with increased interest. Deliberate restraint. Unusual in one so young, and not what I would have expected from Godric's blood. Perhaps my sister Helga's influence balances his impulsivity in your veins. She nodded toward a section of bookshelves behind her. Before you depart, you may select one additional item from my collection. Choose thoughtfully. Harry approached the shelves with reverence. Hundreds of ancient tomes lined them, many with titles in languages he couldn't read. Others contained symbols rather than words, their significance lost to modern understanding. One volume, however, caught his attention, a slender book bound in silver blue leather with a familiar constellation pattern embossed on its cover, the same pattern as the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall. The Architects of Illusion, he read aloud, tracing the title with his finger. Ah, the echo smiled slightly. My treatise on creating spaces that transcend physical limitations, the magical principles behind Hogwarts' enchanted ceilings, moving staircases, and rooms that contain more than their external dimensions would suggest. A practical choice with immediate applications for one who seeks the Founder Chambers. Harry carefully added the book to his bag alongside the grimoire. Thank you. And, where would I find your chamber within Hogwarts? Seek the tower where stars fall at midnight on the winter solstice. Count 7 stones down and 13 across from where celestial fire touches earth. Press your hand there and recite the first principle of transfiguration in its original Gaelic form. Another cryptic direction, Harry noted wryly. The Founders seem to enjoy their puzzles and tests. I'll find it, he promised. I believe you will, the echo replied. You have satisfied my assessment, heir of my blood. Go now with my knowledge, and return when you are prepared to claim my essence fully. As the echo faded, Harry turned back toward the entrance where his companions waited. Ragnar's expression was difficult to read, but both Aurors looked impressed. 2 vaults successfully navigated, Tonks remarked. You're full of surprises, Potter. Indeed, Ragnar agreed. Most claimants find Rowena's test particularly challenging. Your approach showed both insight and restraint, qualities not commonly paired in young wizards. Despite the goblin's complimentary words, Harry detected an undercurrent of calculation in his tone. Ragnar clearly had his own agenda regarding the Founder vaults and their heir, though his exact motives remained obscure. Shall we proceed to the next vault? The director asked. Hufflepuff, perhaps. Her test is generally considered less hazardous than the others. Before Harry could respond, a sudden commotion erupted from the chamber entrance. Shouts and the distinctive cracks of spellfire echoed down the corridor, growing rapidly closer. Shacklebolt and Tonks immediately moved to defensive positions, wands drawn. The bank is under attack, Ragnar snarled, drawing a wicked-looking blade from beneath his robes. Impossible. Gringotts has not been breached in 7 centuries. Harry, stay behind us, Kingsley ordered, his deep voice tense but controlled. The sounds of fighting grew louder, and then a goblin guard stumbled into the chamber, bleeding from a gash across his chest. Director. Wizards, disguised as bank clients, they knew the heir was here. The guard collapsed, and in his place appeared 3 figures in hooded black robes, wands extended. They moved with practiced coordination, spreading out to cover different angles of attack. The heir comes with us, the central figure announced, voice magically distorted to disguise its natural tone. Stand aside, Aurors. This need not involve you. Ministry of Magic. Tonks shouted, her hair shifting from pink to a battle-ready crimson. Lower your wands immediately. Instead of complying, the attackers launched a coordinated barrage of spells, not directly at the aurors, but at the ceiling above them. Stone fragments rained down as the chamber shook with the impact. Kingsley conjured a shield that protected them from the worst of the debris, but the distraction achieved its purpose. One of the hooded figures broke away, charging directly toward Harry with inhuman speed. Without conscious thought, Harry's hand went to his bag, fingers closing around the hilt of Gryffindor's sword. As he drew it forth, the blade gleamed with inner fire, responding to his heightened emotions. The charging attacker faltered momentarily at the sight of the Founder artifact, giving Harry the split second he needed. Drawing on the combat instincts that had awakened during Quirrell's class, Harry slashed the sword in a diagonal arc. He wasn't aiming to wound but to cast, using the sword as a focus for magic instead of his wand. A wave of concentrated force erupted from the blade, slamming into the attacker and hurling them backward into a stone column with bone-crushing impact. The hood fell back, revealing not a human face but a blank silver mask. The air fights, the figure wheezed, struggling to rise despite injuries that should have been incapacitating. Unexpected resistance, but futile. The chamber had descended into chaos. Tonks dueled one attacker while Kingsley and Ragnarok faced the other, spells and goblin curses flying in all directions. Harry realized with growing alarm that these were no ordinary wizards. Their movements were too fast, their endurance too great, and their magic carried a strange, oily quality he could perceive with his heightened senses. Enough, the masked figure facing Harry hissed, raising its wand high. We end this now. Cruentus vincularis. A jet of sickly purple light shot toward Harry, not a standard spell, but something darker and more insidious. Acting on pure instinct, he raised Gryffindor's sword to block, not knowing if the blade could deflect such magic. To everyone's shock, including Harry's, the spell didn't simply deflect, it was absorbed into the sword, which pulsed with angry red light. The masked figure took an involuntary step backward. Impossible, it breathed. That curse is keyed to Founder Bloodlines specifically, unless... Harry felt the sword growing painfully hot in his hand as it contained the malevolent spell, but instinct told him the blade could redirect the energy it had captured. Grimacing against the burning sensation, he pointed the sword back at his attacker and willed the stored magic to release. The result was spectacular and terrifying. The purple light erupted from the sword's tip, transformed into a crimson beam that struck the masked figure square in the chest. Instead of simply knocking them backward again, the redirected curse seemed to find something within the attacker's body and tear it free, a writhing, shadow-like essence that was pulled screaming from the collapsing form. It's consuming the host, one of the other attackers shouted in alarm. Retreat. The air has awakened the blood rite. The shadow essence dissipated like smoke in a strong wind, leaving behind an empty robe and mask. The remaining attackers immediately abandoned their duels, activating some form of emergency port key that shouldn't have functioned within Gringotts wards. They vanished with twin pops of displaced air, leaving the chamber suddenly, eerily silent. Harry stared at the empty robe where his attacker had stood, the sword still glowing faintly in his grip. What just happened? Ragnarok approached slowly, eyeing the sword with newfound respect and wariness. Blood magic of the highest order. Godric's blade recognized an attack specifically designed to target Founder Bloodlines and reversed its effect. The goblin knelt beside the empty robe, examining it with careful fingers. This is no ordinary fabric. Ancient symbols woven into the thread, preservation enchantments, this garment is centuries old. And its wearer? Kingsley asked, helping Tonks to her feet. She had a nasty cut across her cheek but seemed otherwise unharmed. Not human, or not entirely, Ragnarok replied grimly. Some form of construct or possessed vessel. The curse young Potter reflected was designed to bind Founder Bloodlines, likely to capture rather than kill. When reflected by Founder magic, it instead extracted whatever animating force controlled this shell. Harry lowered the sword, which had cooled and dimmed to normal appearance. Who would know about founder bloodline vulnerabilities? And why attack here, in Gringotts of all places? Desperation, Kingsley surmised, his deep voice troubled. Someone wanted to prevent you from accessing the founder vaults and claiming your inheritance. They were willing to risk breaking Gringotts' neutrality, an act that will have severe diplomatic consequences. Tonks was examining the chamber entrance, where more goblin guards had arrived. They knew exactly when and where to find Harry. That means they had inside information about his visit. An infiltrator at Hogwarts or the Ministry, Kingsley agreed. This operation was too well planned to be opportunistic. Ragnarok had gone very still, his sharp features set in a mask of cold fury. Gringotts has been violated. Blood has been shed on sacred ground. This cannot, will not, stand. He turned to Harry. Heir Potter, I advise you to complete your business with us quickly. While the bank remains secure, additional attempts may be made before you return to Hogwarts. Harry nodded, the reality of his situation crashing down on him. Someone wanted him badly enough to risk attacking Gringotts itself, someone with knowledge of ancient magic specifically designed to target founder bloodlines. The danger Dumbledore and others had warned him about wasn't theoretical or distant, it was immediate and deadly. I need to see the remaining vaults, he decided, grip tightening on Gryffindor's sword. Especially if someone's trying so hard to prevent me from accessing them. Ragnarok nodded sharply. The Hufflepuff vault next, then. It lies in that direction. He pointed toward the southern door, which bore the emblem of a badger worked in black iron and topaz. As before, Harry placed his hand on the emblem and stated his claim. The badger's topaz eyes glowed with warm, golden light, and Harry felt a curious sensation like roots growing from his palm into the metal, connecting him to something deep and ancient. The badger's mouth opened, and a kind and gentle female voice emerged, blood calls to blood. Loyalty calls to loyalty. The badger emerges. The door swung open to reveal a chamber that couldn't have been more different from the previous two. Instead of an armory or library, Harry stepped into what appeared to be a living ecosystem, a circular garden filled with plants, many of which he recognized from herbology lessons, others completely unfamiliar. Sunlight, somehow present despite being deep underground, filtered through a canopy of leaves, while a small stream burbled around the perimeter. The air smelled of rich earth and growing things. In the center of the garden stood a simple wooden table with a comfortable-looking chair. Upon the table sat a teapot and cup, steaming as if freshly brewed, alongside a small pot of honey. As Harry approached, the plants around him seemed to lean in his direction, like flowers tracking the sun. No statue or projection appeared to challenge him. Instead, the teapot rose of its own accord and poured amber liquid into the waiting cup. A small card beside it bore a simple message in flowing script, "Drink and be restored." Harry hesitated, wary after the attack. Was this another test, or perhaps a trap? Yet something in him, the Hufflepuff blood, perhaps, sensed no deception here. Helga's test would not involve trickery or hidden danger. He sat at the table and lifted the cup to his lips. The tea tasted of sunshine and honey, with complex undertones of herbs and flowers he couldn't identify. Warmth spread through his body as he drank, healing minor scrapes and bruises from the recent skirmish and clearing his mind of lingering fear and confusion. As he set down the empty cup, the table's surface rippled like water, and three objects rose from its suddenly liquid center: a small golden key similar to those in the previous vaults but worked with black iron accents, a leather-bound journal with the Hufflepuff crest, and a small cloth bag that clinked softly with its contents. No voice spoke, but words appeared in the wood grain of the table: knowledge of growing things, both plants and people. The key to nurturing what sleeps in your blood. Seeds of life that answer to your call. Take what you need, when you need it. The garden grows according to its nature. Harry understood immediately. Unlike Godric's test of courage or Rowena's test of wisdom, Helga's test was one of trust and natural harmony. She offered her gifts freely, trusting her heir to take only what was needed, when it was needed. He reached for the journal and the cloth bag, feeling them respond to his touch with a sensation of grounding stability, like bare feet connecting to fertile soil. The journal contained Hufflepuff's knowledge of magical plants and their applications, while the bag held seeds preserved for a millennium, waiting to grow again under the care of her heir. As with the previous vaults, Harry left the key for later, sensing that Hufflepuff's essence would integrate more smoothly once he had prepared himself properly. "Thank you," he said aloud to the garden. "Where will I find your chamber in Hogwarts?" The wood grain shifted again, forming new words, where food becomes sustenance and sustenance becomes knowledge. "Seek the barrel that never empties, 2 from the bottom, middle of the second row. Tap in the rhythm of my name and speak of friendship's eternal value." Another cryptic direction, but clearer than the others. Harry suspected it referred to the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, which was rumored to be near the kitchens. As he turned to leave, the plants around him released a collective breath of sweet-scented air, and several flowers bloomed spontaneously along his path to the door. The garden was bidding him farewell in its own way. Rejoining his companions at the entrance, Harry found Tonks looking considerably better. The cut on her cheek had been treated with some goblin remedy, leaving only a faint line that was rapidly fading. "Hufflepuff's vault accepted you, I see," Ragnarok observed, eyeing the journal and seed bag. "Her tests are subtle but meaningful. Those who mistake kindness for weakness often fail to recognize the strength in nurturing." Harry nodded, increasingly aware of how each founder's approach reflected not just their personality but their fundamental understanding of magic itself. Gryffindor saw magic as an extension of will and courage. Ravenclaw approached it as a puzzle to be solved through insight. Hufflepuff understood magic as a natural force to be cultivated and directed rather than commanded. "One vault remains," Kingsley reminded them, his wand still held ready. Additional goblin guards had arrived and formed a protective perimeter around the chamber, but tension lingered in the air. The attack had shaken everyone's confidence in Gringotts' legendary security. Harry turned toward the western door, which bore the emblem of a serpent worked in silver and emeralds. Unlike the other emblems, this one seemed to move slightly, the snake shifting position as if alive. "Slytherin's vault is reputed to be the most challenging," Ragnarok warned. "His test eliminates those he deems unworthy by methods I would describe as permanent." "But I speak Parseltongue," Harry pointed out. "And I've already passed the other founders' tests." "Salazar valued cunning and ambition above all," Ragnarok replied. Even his direct bloodline was not exempt from his judgment. "Approach with caution, Heir Potter." With this sobering warning, Harry stepped forward and placed his hand on the serpent emblem. Immediately, he felt a cold, calculating presence probing his mind, not gentle like Ravenclaw's assessment, but invasive and searching, examining his thoughts, memories, and motivations with clinical precision. Instinctively, Harry began to resist, trying to push the presence out of his mind. The serpent's emerald eyes flashed warningly, and the invasive probing intensified. Then Harry remembered something from the Codex: Slytherin valued self-preservation and adaptability. Perhaps resistance was the wrong approach. Instead of fighting, Harry opened his mind, allowing the presence to see him fully, his fears, his hopes, his ambitions, his resentments. Nothing hidden, nothing disguised. It was terrifying to be so exposed, but something told him Slytherin would value honest ambition over pretended humility. The presence withdrew slightly, seeming almost surprised. Then the serpent's mouth opened, and a cold, calculating voice emerged, not in English, but in Parseltongue: "Blood calls to blood. Cunning calls to cunning. The serpent strikes." The door swung open, revealing not a chamber but a narrow, twisting passageway that descended into darkness. Harry glanced back at his companions. "It wants me to go down alone," he explained. "The path is designed for a single person." "Absolutely not," Tonks objected immediately. "Not after that attack. We're supposed to protect you." "I don't think we have a choice," Harry replied. "Slytherin's test requires me to proceed alone. Besides," he added, raising Gryffindor's sword slightly, "I'm not defenseless." After further protests from the Aurors and assurances from Ragnarok that no unauthorized persons had reached this level of Gringotts, Harry was finally permitted to enter the passageway, promising to call for help at the first sign of danger. The passage twisted and turned like the body of a snake, descending deeper beneath Gringotts. The walls were lined with carvings of serpents that seemed to move in the flickering green light of unseen torches. Harry heard whispers in Parseltongue, too faint to make out individual words, but creating an atmosphere of secrets and hidden knowledge. Finally, the passage opened into a circular chamber much smaller than the previous vaults. The room was stark and utilitarian, containing only a stone table upon which sat a shallow basin filled with clear liquid. The walls were bare except for a large carving of a basilisk that encircled the entire chamber, its head meeting its tail in an endless loop. As Harry approached the table, the liquid in the basin rippled, and an image formed on its surface, the face of Salazar Slytherin himself, proud and austere, with penetrating eyes that seemed to look directly into Harry's soul. So, the image hissed in Parseltongue, "My blood returns at last, mingled with those of my former companions. How interesting. I've come to claim my inheritance," Harry replied in the same language, finding it easier each time he used it. "Have you indeed?" The image's expression was calculating. "Many have sought my knowledge over the centuries. Few have been worthy of it. What makes you different, boy who carries 4 bloodlines?" Harry considered his answer carefully. Slytherin would value honesty combined with ambition and self-awareness. "I didn't seek this inheritance," he replied finally. "It found me. But now that it has, I intend to use it, not for power over others, but to protect myself and those I care about from those who would control or destroy me for what I am." The image studied him for a long moment. Self-preservation. A fundamental principle too often dismissed as selfishness by those who lack the will to ensure their own survival. The face in the basin shifted slightly, becoming more corporeal. "Unlike my former colleagues, I do not offer my knowledge freely. Everything has a price. Are you willing to pay for what you seek?" "That depends on the price," Harry answered cautiously. A cold smile spread across Slytherin's face. "Practical. Good. The price is simple, a vow to preserve my true teachings, uncorrupted by the simplistic notions of dark and light that plague modern magical thinking. Magic is power, heir of my blood. Power has no inherent moral quality, only purpose and consequence." Harry frowned. "I won't promise to practice dark arts if that's what you're asking." A predictable Gryffindor response, Slytherin's image sneered. "I do not ask you to practice anything. I ask you to preserve knowledge, to ensure techniques and insights developed through centuries of careful study are not lost to prejudice and fear. Learn, understand, then decide what serves your purpose." Harry considered this. The preservation of knowledge, even controversial knowledge, wasn't inherently wrong. Understanding dark magic might even help him defend against it. "I vow to preserve your teachings and judge them on their merits rather than by preconceived notions." The image nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Acceptable. Place your hand in the basin." Harry hesitated only briefly before plunging his hand into the liquid. It felt neither wet nor dry but something in between, as if he were touching magic in its purest form. The liquid clung to his skin, then was absorbed into it, leaving a faint silvery sheen that faded after a few seconds. The basin's contents swirled and transformed, revealing 3 objects rising from its depths: a silver key with emerald inlays, a black leather-bound journal with the Slytherin crest, and a small silver knife with a serpentine handle. "My grimoire contains potion craft and ritual magic beyond what I taught at Hogwarts," Slytherin's voice explained as the basin emptied. "The athame is for ingredient preparation and ritual work. It can harvest essence without destroying form, a technique I developed for obtaining rare magical components ethically." Harry reached for the grimoire and knife, feeling them respond to his touch with cool precision, like the clarity of a still pond reflecting moonlight. As with the previous vaults, he left the key for later integration. A wise choice, Slytherin's voice approved, now emanating from the basilisk carving as the basin dried completely. My essence is powerful but demanding. It would not integrate easily with the others you have already encountered. The carved snake's head moved slightly, emerald eyes glinting in the torchlight. You seek my chamber within Hogwarts as well, I presume? Yes, Harry confirmed. I've been told each founder created a personal space beyond what's commonly known. Indeed. Mine lies beneath the lake, accessible through the mouth of Salazar's guardian. Speak to the serpent in the language of serpents, commanding it to reveal the true chamber beyond. But be warned, the basilisk I left to protect the entrance has slumbered for centuries without guidance. Its mind may be unstable after such prolonged isolation. Harry started. There's actually a basilisk in Hogwarts. Of course. The greatest of serpents for the greatest of chambers. It was meant to protect the school from external threats in times of danger, not to harm students as later rumors suggested. However, without a Parselmouth to guide it for generations, its original purpose may have become confused. This was valuable information, and potentially life-saving, if Harry needed to access Slytherin's chamber. Thank you for the warning. I'll approach with caution. The carved snake inclined its head slightly. One final matter before you depart. The attack you experienced today will not be the last. There exists an organization that has monitored founder bloodlines for centuries, working to prevent their convergence. They call themselves the Custodians of Separation, founded, ironically, by former students of all 4 Hogwarts houses who believed our combined knowledge was too dangerous to exist in a single vessel. Harry's blood ran cold. They were behind the attack. How would they even know about me? They have agents throughout the wizarding world, many in positions of significant influence. Some may be closer than you realize. Trust selectively, heir of my blood. Not all who offer help do so with pure intentions. With this ominous warning, the chamber began to dim, signaling the end of their conversation. Harry carefully stored Slytherin's grimoire and a thame in his bag alongside the other founder artifacts he had claimed. As he made his way back up the twisting passage, his mind raced with everything he had learned. Not only had he successfully accessed all 4 founder vaults, claiming historical knowledge and magical tools that had been locked away for centuries, but he now knew of a specific threat targeting him, this Custodians of Separation organization that viewed his very existence as dangerous. When he emerged from Slytherin's vault, he found his companions waiting tensely, clearly relieved to see him unharmed. That took longer than the others, Tonks observed, eyeing him for signs of injury or enchantment. Slytherin had more to say, Harry replied simply, not yet ready to share everything he'd learned. I've collected what I needed from all 4 vaults, though I've left the founder keys for a future visit. Ragnarok nodded approvingly. A prudent decision. The magical integration of 4 such powerful essences would require careful preparation and likely several days of recovery. He gestured toward the central chamber. Now that you have accessed your inheritance, we must complete the formal recognition process. This way. Back in the main chamber, Ragnarok directed Harry to stand once more before the blood verification basin. The goblin produced an elaborate parchment document covered in runes and symbols alongside conventional text in multiple languages. The Founder's Recognition Decree, he explained. When signed with your blood after accessing the vaults, it activates the legal protections established by the Founders themselves. As mentioned earlier, these protections include recognition of your magical majority for purposes of self-governance, regardless of physical age. So the Ministry couldn't force guardians on me or control my founder inheritance? Harry confirmed. Correct. While you would still be subject to ordinary wizarding law, your status regarding founder artifacts, properties, and knowledge would be legally autonomous. No committee, guardian, or authority could compel you to surrender these birthrights or dictate their use. Harry glanced at Kingsley and Tonks, wondering if they, as Ministry representatives, would object to this circumvention of normal procedures for magical minors. Kingsley's expression remained professional, but he gave Harry a slight nod that suggested he understood the necessity of these protections. I should note, Ragnarok continued, that Gringotts would be honored to offer management services for your inherited assets. Our expertise in handling historical magical artifacts is unparalleled in the wizarding world. Ah, Harry thought, recalling Malfoy's warning. Here was the goblin agenda revealing itself. Thank you, Director, but I'll make those decisions after I've had time to fully inventory and understand what I've inherited. Ragnarok's expression flickered with what might have been disappointment, but he recovered quickly. Of course. A reasonable approach. The decree requires 7 drops of your blood on the central seal to activate. Using the ritual dagger provided, Harry carefully let 7 drops of his blood fall onto the ornate wax seal at the bottom of the parchment. The blood seemed to sink into the document, and the entire parchment glowed briefly with golden light before returning to normal. It is done, Ragnarok announced formally. By blood and magic, Harry James Potter is recognized as the convergent heir of the 4 founders, with all rights, privileges, and responsibilities thereof. May your gold always flow and your enemies tremble before you. Thank you, Director, Harry replied, matching the goblin's formality. May your vaults overflow and your blade never dull. The traditional goblin exchange completed, Ragnarok instructed 2 guards to escort them back to the main levels of Gringotts. In light of today's incident, he added grimly, we will provide additional security during your departure. The attackers may have allies watching for your emergence. We have protocols for high-risk extractions, Kingsley assured Harry. Tonks and I will get you safely back to Hogwarts. As they made their way back up through Gringotts' labyrinthine passages, Harry felt the weight of his expanded bag against his side, filled now with priceless founder artifacts and knowledge. More valuable still was the information he had gained, about his heritage, about the threats arrayed against him, and about the chambers waiting to be discovered within Hogwarts itself. The castle's whispers, which had guided him throughout the vault visits, grew more insistent as they approached the surface. Return quickly. The circle nears completion. The chambers await their master. The return to Hogwarts proved less eventful than Harry had feared. Kingsley and Tonks employed a series of misdirections and decoys, including having a goblin glamour to resemble Harry exit the bank while the real Harry left under his invisibility cloak through a secondary entrance. They traveled via a series of linked port keys rather than using a direct route, finally arriving at the Hogwarts gates in mid-afternoon. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them, her face tight with concern. Mr. Potter, thank heavens. Albus informed me there was an incident at Gringotts. Are you unharmed? I'm fine, Professor, Harry assured her as he removed the invisibility cloak. The attackers were dealt with before they could do any real damage. McGonagall's sharp eyes took in his appearance, widening slightly at the changes that had become even more pronounced during his time in the vaults. I see the founder magic continues to manifest physically. Did you claim all 4 keys, against the headmaster's recommendation? No, Professor. I visited all 4 vaults but left the keys for later integration. I did collect some books and artifacts, though. McGonagall looked relieved. A wise decision. The headmaster is waiting in his office to hear a full account of your experience. Aurors, will you be accompanying us? We need to report to the ministry immediately, Kingsley replied. The attack on Gringotts requires urgent attention at the highest levels. Madam Bones will want a complete briefing. After the Aurors departed, McGonagall escorted Harry through the castle grounds. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the lawn as they walked, and Harry noticed students watching from windows and doorways, word of his return spreading rapidly through the school. Your friends have been quite concerned, McGonagall mentioned as they approached the castle entrance. Miss Granger has been pestering professors for news hourly, while Mr. Weasley organized what I believe he called a lookout rotation among Gryffindor first-years to watch for your return. Harry smiled, warmed by his friend's loyalty. Can I see them before meeting with Professor Dumbledore? McGonagall considered this request. A brief reunion would be acceptable. They are currently in history of magic, but I suppose Professor Binns is unlikely to notice if they slip out early. 20 minutes later, after McGonagall had extracted Ron and Hermione from their class, Binns indeed didn't seem to notice their departure. Harry found himself in a tight hug from Hermione while Ron hovered nearby, looking both relieved and curious. "We were so worried when we heard there was some kind of attack," Hermione exclaimed, finally releasing him. "Are you all right? What happened? Did you visit all the vaults? What did you find?" "Blimey, Hermione, let him breathe," Ron interjected, though his expression was equally eager for answers. "But yeah, mate, what happened? You look even more foundery than before." Harry glanced at McGonagall, who was waiting a discreet distance away. "I can't tell you everything right now, I need to report to Dumbledore first. But yes, I visited all 4 vaults and got some amazing artifacts and books. And yes, there was an attack, but I'm fine." He lowered his voice. "I need to talk to you both privately later. There's something called the Custodians of Separation, that's apparently been tracking Founder bloodlines for centuries, trying to prevent them from converging. They're dangerous and might have infiltrated Hogwarts." Hermione's eyes widened. "That sounds like what Neville's grandmother was warning about in her letter." "Yeah, except now they're attacking directly instead of just playing politics," Harry agreed grimly. "Look, I'll find you after dinner and tell you everything. For now, I need to meet with Dumbledore." With promises to reconnect later, Harry followed McGonagall to the headmaster's office, his mind already sorting through what he would and wouldn't share. Slytherin's warning about trusting selectively echoed in his thoughts, alongside the Codex's caution about those who might seek to control the Founder heir for their own purposes. Dumbledore greeted Harry warmly, though his blue eyes showed concern as they took in Harry's altered appearance and the expanded bag he carried. "Harry, my boy. I'm relieved to see you safely returned. I understand there was trouble at Gringotts." Harry nodded, taking the offered seat. "Masked attackers somehow breached Gringotts security. They were trying to capture me using some kind of specialized curse targeting Founder bloodlines." "Most disturbing," Dumbledore murmured, his expression grave. "And yet, you seem to have not only survived this attack but successfully visited the Founder vaults as well." "All 4 of them," Harry confirmed. "Each had different tests and challenges, but I passed them. I collected journals and artifacts from each Founder, though I left the essence keys for later as you advised." "A prudent decision," Dumbledore approved. "The magical integration of 4 such powerful essences would be extremely taxing, particularly for someone still adjusting to the initial awakening of Founder abilities." He leaned forward slightly. "May I ask what you discovered in these long-sealed repositories?" Harry carefully described the physical layout and contents of each vault, sharing details about the tests he had faced and the artifacts he had claimed. He mentioned Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's books, Hufflepuff's journal and seeds, and Slytherin's grimoire and ritual knife. What he omitted, deliberately, were the specific locations of the Founder chambers within Hogwarts and Slytherin's warning about the Custodians of Separation. "Most illuminating," Dumbledore said when Harry had finished. "The Founders clearly intended their heir to receive not merely magical power but specific knowledge and tools relevant to each bloodline." "Did the vaults or their guardians offer any guidance regarding the integration of these separate legacies?" "They suggested claiming the essence keys gradually, allowing each to be fully incorporated before adding another," Harry replied truthfully. "And they mentioned something called the 5th chamber, which can only be accessed after all 4 Founder chambers within Hogwarts have been found and some kind of key components collected from each." At the mention of the 5th chamber, a flicker of something, surprise, recognition, crossed Dumbledore's features briefly before his expression returned to benign interest. "Fascinating. There have been rumors of a chamber created collectively by all 4 Founders, but no historical record confirms its existence or purpose." "The Codex mentioned it too," Harry added, watching the headmaster carefully. "It said the 5th chamber contains their greatest combined work, whatever that means." "Indeed. Most intriguing." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I would be most interested in examining this codex, Harry, if you would permit it. Such a historical document would be invaluable for understanding the Founders' intentions regarding their convergent heir. Harry hesitated. The codex had responded specifically to his blood and might not function properly for others. More importantly, it contained information he wasn't yet ready to share, about bloodline vulnerabilities, about the Founders' concerns regarding the concentration of their power, and about the specific protections they had established against those who might seek to control their heir. I'm still studying it myself, Professor, he said carefully. Some of the content seems to respond differently depending on who's reading it, blood magic of some kind. I'd like to understand it better before sharing it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though Harry thought he detected a hint of disappointment behind the grandfatherly facade. Of course, my boy. A perfectly reasonable approach. Perhaps when you've become more familiar with its properties. The conversation continued, touching on the legal implications of the Founders' recognition decree Harry had signed at Gringotts and the potential political reactions to his newly established autonomous status regarding Founder matters. Dumbledore seemed particularly interested in the attack itself, pressing for details about the masked assailants and their unusual abilities. Not fully human, you say? He mused when Harry described how his attacker had continued fighting despite injuries that should have been incapacitating. And the curse they attempted was specifically designed to target Founder bloodlines. This suggests an organization with both extensive historical knowledge and significant magical resources. That's what Ragnarok thought too, Harry agreed, carefully avoiding direct mention of the custodians of separation. He said the robes were centuries old, with special preservation enchantments. Dumbledore's gaze grew distant, as if searching ancient memories. There have been whispers, throughout wizarding history, of groups dedicated to monitoring and controlling particularly powerful magical bloodlines. Most were thought to have disbanded or died out centuries ago, but perhaps. He refocused on Harry. This bears further investigation. In the meantime, your security at Hogwarts must be reinforced. The castle protects me, Harry said with quiet certainty. It's been getting stronger since my heritage was revealed, and after today's visit to the vaults, the connection feels even more powerful. Hogwarts' sentience and protective capabilities are indeed remarkable, Dumbledore acknowledged. Nevertheless, additional precautions would be prudent. I will speak with the staff about appropriate measures. By the time their conversation concluded, the sun was setting over the Forbidden Forest, casting the headmaster's office in warm, golden light. Harry felt mentally exhausted from the day's events and the careful navigation of his conversation with Dumbledore, but also exhilarated by the knowledge and artifacts he had acquired. You should join your friends for dinner, Dumbledore suggested as Harry rose to leave. No doubt they are eager to hear about your adventures today, those parts you wish to share, of course. His blue eyes twinkled. And Harry? While I understand your need for discretion regarding certain aspects of your heritage, please remember that you need not face these challenges alone. My door is always open to you. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied sincerely. Despite his growing caution about whom to trust fully, he still believed in Dumbledore's fundamental goodness and wisdom. The headmaster might have his own agenda regarding the Founder heir, but Harry didn't doubt his desire to protect him from those with darker intentions. The great hall buzzed with excited whispers as Harry entered for dinner. Word of his return had spread throughout the school, along with rumors of an attack at Gringotts and speculation about what Founder treasures he might have claimed. The physical changes in his appearance, now impossible to miss, fueled additional gossip, with some students claiming he was transforming into some kind of magical hybrid embodying all four house traits. Just ignore them, Hermione advised as Harry slid into a seat at the Gryffindor table, conscious of hundreds of eyes tracking his movements. They'll find something else to talk about eventually. Not likely, Fred Weasley commented, leaning across the table. Our little Harry is turning into a proper magical celebrity. Did you really fight off a dozen dark wizards at Gringotts using wandless Founder magic? Or summon the ghosts of the Founders themselves to defend you? George added with a straight face. That's the version the Hufflepuffs are telling. Harry couldn't help but laugh. It was 3 attackers, not a dozen. And I used Gryffindor's sword, not wandless magic or ghosts. The twins' eyes widened in perfect synchronization. You actually found Godric Gryffindor's sword? Fred whispered, suddenly serious. The legendary blade that's supposed to appear only to worthy Gryffindors in moments of great need? Not that sword, Harry clarified, reaching for a platter of shepherd's pie. It's a different one, his first creation. Still magical, but not the famous one that belongs to Hogwarts. His casual correction did nothing to dampen the twins' enthusiasm. Within minutes, they had spread word down the table that Harry had indeed claimed magical weapons and artifacts from the Founder vaults, sending the rumor mill into overdrive once again. During dinner, Harry noticed Dumbledore in deep conversation with Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout at the high table, presumably discussing security measures and how to handle his expanded abilities. More concerning was Professor Quirrell, who watched Harry with undisguised interest throughout the meal, occasionally touching his turban as if adjusting it. "Quirrell keeps staring at you," Ron muttered between bites. "More than usual, I mean." "I noticed," Harry replied quietly. "There's something off about him. Has been since that defense lesson when my scar hurt." "Speaking of defense," Hermione interjected, "you missed an interesting lesson today." Quirrell actually demonstrated a shielding charm, without stuttering once while casting. "He said it was inspired by your performance last time." Harry frowned, filing this information away for later consideration. Quirrell's inconsistent stuttering had struck him as odd before, now it seemed potentially significant. When dinner concluded, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to the 7th floor, seeking a private place to talk. Following an instinct he couldn't fully explain, Harry led them to a corridor containing a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to train trolls for ballet. "The castle wants us to go here," he explained when his friends looked confused. "It's been guiding me more directly since I visited the vaults." "There's nothing here, mate," Ron pointed out, gesturing to the blank wall opposite the tapestry. "Not yet," Harry murmured, sensing a strange magic emanating from the apparently solid stone. Acting on the whispered guidance in his mind, he paced back and forth 3 times, thinking intently, "We need a secure place to talk where no one can overhear or interrupt us." On his 3rd pass, an ornate door materialized in the previously blank wall, causing Ron to jump back in surprise and Hermione to gasp in delight. "It's the Room of Requirement," she exclaimed. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history, but the book said it was just a legend, a room that appears when needed and configures itself to the seeker's requirements." "Apparently not just a legend," Harry said, pushing open the door. Inside, they found a comfortable sitting room with 3 plush armchairs arranged around a crackling fireplace. Bookshelves lined the walls, while a large table occupied one corner, perfect for spreading out notes or artifacts. Most importantly, magical symbols carved into the doorframe pulsed with protective energy, wards against eavesdropping and detection. "Bloody brilliant," Ron breathed, sinking into one of the armchairs. "So the castle just creates rooms when you need them?" "Not exactly," Harry replied, setting his expanded bag on the table. "I think this room always existed but is hidden until properly summoned. It's responding to me more readily because of my connection to the Founders." He ran a hand along the nearest bookshelf, feeling the familiar mix of all 4 Founder magical signatures in the room's enchantments. This was a collaborative creation, all 4 of them contributed to its magic. "It's perfect for what we need," Hermione approved, examining the protective wards with interest. "Now, tell us everything that happened at Gringotts. Don't leave anything out." For the next hour, Harry recounted his experiences in exhaustive detail, the blood verification ritual, the tests in each Founder vault, the attack by the masked assailants, and the information he had gathered about the custodians of separation. He showed them the artifacts he had claimed, allowing Hermione to reverently examine the Founder journals while Ron marveled over Gryffindor's sword and Slytherin's ritual of fame. "So these custodians have been around for centuries, working to keep the Founder bloodlines separate?" Ron summarized when Harry had finished. And now they're after you because you represent exactly what they've been trying to prevent. That's what Slytherin's echo told me, Harry confirmed. And it fits with what your brother Percy mentioned about the Knots being involved in monitoring bloodlines, and with Neville's grandmother's warning about ancient factions mobilizing. Hermione had been taking extensive notes, her quill racing across parchment as she organized the information. We need to identify potential custodian agents at Hogwarts or in positions of influence over you. Based on what you've told us, they could be anywhere, the ministry, the school staff, even among the students. You think there are student custodians? Ron asked skeptically. Not full members, perhaps, but children of members who report back to their parents, Hermione clarified. It would explain how information about Harry has been leaking so quickly, like how the Daily Prophet knew about his heritage almost immediately. Harry nodded, impressed by Hermione's analytical approach. The question is, what do they ultimately want? If they just wanted to prevent the bloodlines from converging, it's too late for that. I exist, and my heritage has awakened. Control, then, Ron suggested. If they can't prevent your existence, they'd want to control how you use your abilities and access to founder knowledge. Or neutralize you entirely, Hermione added grimly. If they consider you a fundamental threat to whatever vision of magical society they're protecting, they might decide elimination is the only option. A sobering silence followed this assessment. Harry absently ran his fingers along the hilt of Gryffindor's sword, which he had placed on the table. The Founders anticipated this. That's why they created the recognition decree and other legal protections, to prevent anyone from controlling their heir through conventional means. Which leaves unconventional means, Hermione pointed out. Manipulation, coercion, magical binding. We need to be vigilant about any attempt to limit your autonomy or access to your heritage. Ron had been examining the family tree scroll from Gringotts, tracing the complex lines connecting Harry to the four founders. So your mum wasn't really Muggleborn after all? She was from squib lines of both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Apparently, Harry said, still processing this revelation himself. The magic went dormant for generations before reappearing in her. Dumbledore seemed to have suspected something like this but didn't know the specifics until the Gringotts verification. That explains her exceptional magical abilities, Hermione mused. By all accounts, Lily Potter was brilliant at charms and potions, areas connected to Ravenclaw's analytical magic and Hufflepuff's nurturing magic. And my dad had both Gryffindor and Slytherin blood, Harry added. Though the Slytherin connection was more distant, through a cadet branch that merged with the Potters 12 generations back. The magical potential from all four founders, concentrated in a single heir after 1,000 years of separate development, Hermione summarized, a note of awe in her voice. No wonder these custodians are concerned. The founders were the most powerful witches and wizards of their age, potentially of any age. Their combined knowledge and magical affinities in one person. Makes me a target, Harry finished when she trailed off. But also gives me tools to defend myself. He gestured to the artifacts spread across the table. Which brings me to the next step, finding the founder chambers within Hogwarts itself. He explained the cryptic directions each founder had provided: Gryffindor's chamber where morning light first touched the castle at summer solstice, Ravenclaw's where stars fell at midnight on winter solstice, Hufflepuff's near the kitchens by the barrel that never empties, and Slytherin's accessible through the mouth of a basilisk guardian. The Chamber of Secrets is real, then, Hermione breathed. But with an actual basilisk inside. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous. A basilisk's gaze kills instantly. I know, Harry acknowledged. Slytherin warned me it might be unstable after centuries without a Parselmouth to guide it. I'll need to be extremely careful when approaching that chamber. Let's focus on the others first, Ron suggested practically. Hufflepuff sounds easiest to locate. We know the kitchens are behind the fruit painting on the ground floor. The barrel clue probably refers to the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, which is supposedly nearby. And Gryffindor's requires figuring out where sunlight first touches the castle at summer solstice, Hermione added thoughtfully. That would be the easternmost tower at dawn on the longest day of the year, probably the astronomy tower or north tower. We can't wait until summer to check, Harry pointed out. But maybe the castle can help us narrow it down. He closed his eyes, focusing on his connection to Hogwarts, and directed a specific query toward the sentient structure: where does the morning light first touch your stones at summer solstice? The response came not in words but in a mental image: the North Tower's eastern face, specifically a section about halfway up where a narrow balcony protruded. Harry recognized it as part of the divination classroom, currently unused since the subject wasn't offered to first years. The North Tower, he said, opening his eyes. There's a balcony on the eastern face, part of the divination classroom. That's where the summer solstice sun first touches the castle. Ron stared at him. Did you just ask the castle a question? And it answered. More or less, Harry confirmed, still getting used to this direct communication himself. It's becoming clearer since I visited the vaults. Less like whispers and more like shared understanding. That's extraordinary, Hermione breathed. The implications for magical theory are tremendous. If Hogwarts is truly sentient to that degree, let's focus on finding these chambers first, Harry interrupted gently, knowing Hermione could easily go down an academic rabbit hole. I think we should start with Hufflepuff's tonight. It sounds the most straightforward, and I'm drawn to it, somehow. His friends readily agreed, and after shrinking and repacking his artifacts, except for Hufflepuff's journal, which he kept out for reference, they left the room of requirement and made their way down to the kitchens. The castle guided Harry through the least traveled corridors, avoiding prefect patrols and professors with uncanny precision. The kitchen corridor was deserted when they arrived. Harry had visited once before with Fred and George, who had shown him how to tickle the pear in a fruit bowl painting to gain access to the kitchens themselves. Beyond this painting, further down the corridor, stood a stack of large barrels in a shadowy nook. Those must be what Hufflepuff's clue referred to, Hermione whispered, pointing to the barrels. The entrance to the Hufflepuff common room is supposed to be the most well-defended in Hogwarts. It's never been breached by non-Hufflepuffs. Harry approached the barrels, examining them carefully. Hufflepuff's voice echoed in his memory: seek the barrel that never empties, 2 from the bottom, middle of the second row. Tap in the rhythm of my name and speak of friendship's eternal value. The barrels were stacked in neat rows, forming a rough pyramid. Harry identified the one matching Hufflepuff's description: 2 from the bottom, middle of the second row. Unlike the others, this barrel emanated a subtle magical signature that responded to his presence, warming slightly as he placed his hand upon its lid. Tap in the rhythm of my name, he murmured thoughtfully. Helga Hufflepuff, that's 5 syllables. He tapped the lid 5 times, matching the rhythm of the founder's name, Helga Hufflepuff. The barrel's magic stirred in response but didn't fully activate. The second part of the clue, Hermione reminded him. Speak of friendship's eternal value. Harry considered what this might mean. Hufflepuff was known for valuing loyalty and friendship above all other traits. What phrase might encapsulate this philosophy? Acting on instinct, he leaned closer to the barrel and whispered, friendship endures when all else fades. The barrel's lid swung upward, but instead of revealing the Hufflepuff common room as they had half expected, it exposed a narrow tunnel sloping gently downward. Warm, golden light emanated from somewhere below, along with the faint scent of fresh earth and growing things. This isn't the common room entrance, Ron observed unnecessarily. Must be a separate passage to Hufflepuff's personal chamber. She would have wanted it accessible but not obvious, Hermione agreed. Clever to place it near the common room entrance but with a slightly different access method. Harry led the way into the tunnel, which was surprisingly comfortable, lined with smooth, packed earth and supported by sturdy wooden beams engraved with badgers and magical plants. The passage descended for about 100 feet before opening into a chamber that took their breath away. Helga Hufflepuff's personal sanctum was an underground garden of impossible beauty and diversity. Magical plants from across the world grew in carefully arranged beds, some flowering despite being out of season, others bearing fruit or useful magical components. The ceiling was enchanted to show a perpetual summer sky, providing perfect sunlight for the garden below. A small stream wound through the chamber, feeding pools and irrigating the plant beds through an ingenious system of tiny channels. In the center of the garden stood a circular stone table surrounded by comfortable benches. Upon the table sat a small, golden cup, not the famous cup of Hufflepuff mentioned in historical accounts, but a simpler version that nevertheless pulsed with powerful magic. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed, carefully stepping onto the moss-covered path that wound between the plant beds. "A perfect self-sustaining ecosystem, preserved for 1,000 years. Ron whistled low. "No wonder Neville's so good with plants if he's got Hufflepuff blood too. This place feels, I dunno, peaceful. Like nothing bad could happen here." Harry approached the central table, drawn to the golden cup. As he drew near, words appeared on the table's surface, formed by vines and roots rearranging themselves into legible script. "Welcome, heir of my blood. This garden contains specimens of every magical plant known in my time, preserved by enchantments tied to Hogwarts itself. The cup before you is my working chalice, not the ceremonial cup of Hufflepuff, but a tool I use daily in creating plant-based remedies and magical sustenance. It purifies any liquid placed within it and enhances the natural properties of herbal infusions." "Another founder artifact," Harry murmured, carefully lifting the cup. It felt lighter than its golden appearance suggested, and warm to the touch. This could be incredibly useful for brewing healing potions or antidotes. "Harry, look," Hermione called from nearby. She was examining a section of wall partially hidden behind a trellis of climbing roses. "There's an inscription here." Harry and Ron joined her, finding an engraved stone tablet set into the earthen wall. The inscription was in Old English, but as Harry looked at it, the letters seemed to rearrange themselves into modern English before his eyes. "To find what was divided, for keys must unite. Earth's nurturing strength joins with water's cunning might. Add fire's brave protection and air's wisdom true, where four streams meet, the hidden path comes into view. Beneath the heart of Hogwarts lies the founder's final trust, a power sealed away until awakening is just. Heir of our united blood, this burden falls to you, to judge if world and time are ready for what we knew." It's about the fifth chamber, Harry realized. Each founder chamber contains a key or component needed to access it. "And it's located beneath the heart of Hogwarts," Hermione added thoughtfully. "That could mean directly under the Great Hall, which is often described as the castle's heart. Or under the central courtyard," Ron suggested. "That's literally the center of the castle's layout." Harry traced the inscription with his fingertips, feeling a resonance with the magic embedded in the stone. "We need to find all four founder chambers before we can determine the exact location. Each will provide a piece of the puzzle." As if responding to his touch, a section of the stone tablet slid aside, revealing a small niche containing a golden object about the size of his palm. It was a finely crafted badger figurine with tiny topaz eyes and intricate detailing. "The first key," Harry breathed, carefully removing the figurine. It pulsed with Hufflepuff's distinct magical signature, warm, nurturing, and connected to the earth. "One down, 3 to go." Before they could discuss further, a distant noise from the tunnel entrance put them on alert. Someone was coming down the passage. "Quick, hide!" Harry whispered, pulling his friends behind a large flowering bush near the far wall. They crouched low, peering through the foliage as a figure emerged into the garden, Professor Sprout, looking both surprised and delighted at the chamber's condition. "Marvelous," she murmured, moving toward a bed of rare-looking purple flowers. "The preservation charms have held perfectly." Helga's touch with magical flora was unparalleled. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, silently debating whether to reveal themselves. Before they could decide, Sprout spoke again, apparently to herself. "The heir has been here recently. I can feel the chamber's response to his presence. He's claimed the cup but left the plants untouched, a good sign. Respect for living things suggests Helga's influence balances Godric's impetuosity in his blood." She moved to the central table, running her fingers over the surface where the vine script had appeared for Harry. The first key has been taken too. Progress is being made, just as Albus predicted. The question remains whether the boy will use the founder legacy as intended or be swayed by those who would exploit it. This private monologue confirmed something Harry had suspected. Dumbledore and at least some of the staff knew more about the founder chambers and their purposes than they had revealed. Whether this constituted a benign oversight or something more concerning remained unclear. Professor Sprout spent several more minutes examining various plants, making notes in a small journal, before finally departing the way she had come. Harry waited until the sound of her footsteps had completely faded before emerging from their hiding place. "She knew about this chamber all along," Hermione whispered. "And she expected you to find it." "Dumbledore too," Harry added. "She said, just as Albus predicted. They're monitoring my progress through the founder chambers. But why not just tell you about them directly?" Ron wondered. "Why all the secrecy?" "Because finding them myself is part of proving my worthiness," Harry realized, remembering the consistent theme of earning knowledge across all 4 founder vaults. "They're letting me discover my heritage at my own pace, while watching to see how I handle it." "Or they're making sure you only discover what they want you to find," Hermione suggested more cautiously. "Remember what Slytherin's Echo warned about trusting selectively." Harry considered this perspective, troubled by its implications but unable to dismiss it entirely. "Either way, we should be more careful about when we explore. Next time we'll bring the invisibility cloak." After ensuring they'd left no obvious signs of their presence, besides the missing cup and badger figurine, which couldn't be helped, they made their way back through the tunnel and returned to Gryffindor Tower. It was well past curfew now, but the castle continued to guide them along paths that avoided detection. "What next?" Ron asked as they huddled in a corner of the common room, which was empty except for a 7th year who had fallen asleep over a pile of NEWT revision materials. "Gryffindor's chamber at the North Tower. Tomorrow night," Harry decided, stifling a yawn. After the Gringotts' visit, the attack, and now finding Hufflepuff's chamber, fatigue was finally catching up to him. "I need to rest and process everything that's happened today." Hermione nodded in agreement. Trying to access all 4 chambers too quickly might be risky anyway. Each seems to contain powerful magic, it's probably best to approach them methodically. With plans made for the following evening, they finally parted ways to their respective dormitories. Harry's roommates were already asleep when he entered, their steady breathing filling the darkened room. As he prepared for bed, he carefully stored his expanded bag containing the founder artifacts in his trunk, adding several protective charms from the Founder's Codex for good measure. Lying in his 4-poster, Harry found his mind still racing despite his physical exhaustion. The events at Gringotts, the revelation about the custodians of separation, finding Hufflepuff's chamber, each would have been overwhelming on its own. Combined, they represented a fundamental shift in his understanding of his place in the wizarding world. The castle's whispers, which had been his constant companions throughout the day, gentled to a soothing murmur as he drifted toward sleep. "Rest, young heir. The chambers have waited 1,000 years. They will wait 1 night more." Harry woke early the following morning, his dreams having been filled with images of the remaining founder chambers, a tower room bathed in dawnlight, a star-filled observatory, and a vast underground cavern containing a coiled serpent of impossible size. The castle's whispers, dormant during his deepest sleep, resumed as consciousness returned, urging him to continue his quest. Classes that day passed in a blur of distraction. In charms, Professor Flitwick had them practicing the levitation charm they had learned previously, but Harry found his version of the spell had evolved dramatically since his visit to the vaults. When he cast Wingardium Leviosa, his feather not only rose into the air but began to glow with a soft blue light and move in complex patterns that matched his thoughts rather than his wand movements. "Extraordinary adaptation, Mr. Potter." Flitwick squeaked in delight. "You're channeling Ravenclaw's intuitive spell modification." The luminous effect and thought-responsive movement are hallmarks of her approach to charm work. In Transfiguration, the differences were even more pronounced. The matchstick-to-needle exercise that had previously affected nearby objects now extended to every match in the classroom when Harry cast the spell, causing Professor McGonagall to raise her eyebrows so high they disappeared beneath her hat brim. "Perhaps a more challenging exercise is in order, Mr. Potter," she suggested, conjuring a small wooden cube on his desk. "Advanced students typically begin partial animal transfiguration in third year. Let's see if you can transform this cube into a small turtle." The task should have been well beyond a first year's capabilities, but as Harry focused on the cube, visualizing its transformation while drawing on Gryffindor's transfiguration affinity, the wood seemed to soften and flow like liquid, reshaping itself into a perfectly formed turtle that immediately began exploring his desk. "Most impressive," McGonagall commented, though Harry detected concern beneath her professional tone. "Your abilities are developing at an extraordinary rate. We must schedule those special sessions with the heads of house immediately, before your magic outpaces your control." By lunchtime, news of Harry's enhanced magical performances had spread throughout the school, adding to the growing legend of the Founder's heir. Students whispered as he passed in corridors, some with admiration, others with apprehension. The Slytherins seemed particularly divided, some, like Malfoy's group, watching him with calculating interest, while others actively avoided his gaze, as if afraid to draw his attention. "They're treating you like some kind of magical royalty," Ron observed as they ate lunch. "Or maybe a bomb about to explode." "It'll get worse before it gets better," Hermione predicted. "Especially once word spreads that you've accessed the Founder vaults. Speaking of which..." She lowered her voice. "Neville's been trying to catch your eye all morning. I think he has news." Sure enough, Neville was seated nearby, glancing anxiously in their direction. When Harry nodded to him, he hurriedly gathered his things and moved to join them, his round face unusually grave. "Harry," he began without preamble, "Gran sent me an urgent letter this morning. The Sacred 28 meeting happened yesterday, a day earlier than planned. They've formed a Founder Heritage Preservation Committee with authority to guide and oversee the magical development and education of the Convergent heir." Harry frowned. "They can't do that. I signed the Founder's recognition decree at Gringotts yesterday. It establishes my autonomous status regarding Founder matters." "That's just it," Neville continued anxiously. "They're challenging the validity of the decree. Lord Knot submitted a motion claiming that as a magical minor, you couldn't legally sign such a document without guardian approval. The Wizengamot is holding an emergency session tomorrow to rule on the matter. But the Founders specifically designed the decree to prevent exactly this kind of interference," Hermione protested. "It predates most modern wizard law. Which is why there's a legal battle brewing," Neville explained. "Gran's fighting it. She claims the old blood rights supersede ministry regulations where Founder magic is concerned. But the Malfoys, Knots, and several other families have allied against her position." Harry absorbed this news grimly. The political maneuvering was happening even faster than he'd anticipated. "What happens if they invalidate the decree?" "They'll appoint representatives from the Sacred 28 families as your Magical Guidance Council," Neville replied. "With authority over your access to Founder artifacts, special training, and potentially even which professors can instruct you at Hogwarts." "That's ridiculous," Ron exclaimed. "They're just trying to control Harry's Founder powers for their own benefit." "Exactly," Neville agreed. "Gran says it's the most blatant power grab she's seen in 50 years of wizarding politics. She's called in old alliances, but the opposition is strong." He hesitated, then added in an even lower voice, "There's something else. Gran mentioned rumors of an ancient organization becoming active again, something called the Custodial Order. She wouldn't explain exactly what it is, but said you should be extremely careful about who you trust, even at Hogwarts." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged significant looks. The Custodial Order had to be connected to the Custodians of Separation that Slytherin had warned about. "Thanks, Neville," Harry said sincerely. "This information is really valuable. Would you ask your grandmother to keep us updated on the Wizengamot's decision?" "Of course," Neville promised. "And Harry. Gran said to tell you that House Longbottom stands with House Potter, whatever comes. There's an old alliance between our families that she's formally reinstated. The simple loyalty behind this statement touched Harry deeply. Thank you, he said again, his voice slightly hoarse. That means a lot. After Neville returned to his original seat, Harry turned to his friends. We need to find the remaining founder chambers as quickly as possible, he said urgently. If this committee gets legal authority over me, they might find ways to restrict my movements or access to founder magic. Let's do Gryffindors tonight as planned, Ron agreed. But maybe we should try for Ravenclaws too, if we can manage it. The more founder artifacts and knowledge you claim before this committee forms, the stronger your position. The North Tower at sunset, Harry confirmed, remembering the clue. And Ravenclaws is in the West Tower Observatory, accessible at the winter solstice when stars fall at midnight. He frowned thoughtfully. We'll need to figure out what that means exactly, since we can't wait until winter. The Room of Requirement might help, Hermione suggested. If we ask it for information about Ravenclaw's chamber specifically, it might provide books or maps that could clarify the clue. The remainder of their classes that day passed with agonizing slowness. Harry found it nearly impossible to concentrate on Professor Binns' droning lecture about goblin rebellions when his mind was filled with thoughts of hidden chambers and political machinations. Even potions, which should have been interesting given his newly enhanced understanding of the subject, proved frustrating as Snape watched him with undisguised suspicion throughout the lesson. Your technique has improved dramatically, Potter, the potions master observed coldly as Harry perfectly prepared ingredients for a simple healing potion. One might almost suspect, outside assistance. Just applying myself, Professor, Harry replied neutrally, aware that antagonizing Snape would accomplish nothing. The subject seems more intuitive now. Snape's black eyes narrowed. Slytherin's affinity for potion craft awakening in your blood, no doubt. Be warned, raw talent without proper discipline leads to catastrophic errors in this field. Many gifted potioneers have died from overconfidence. The warning, though delivered in Snape's typically harsh manner, seemed genuinely intended as cautionary rather than merely critical. Harry nodded acknowledgement, recognizing that despite the man's personal antipathy, the magical obligation to protect Slytherin's heir was exerting its influence. By dinner time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had formulated a plan for the evening's exploration. They would visit the Room of Requirement first to research both Gryffindor's and Ravenclaw's chamber locations in more detail, then proceed to the North Tower under Harry's invisibility cloak. If time permitted, they would attempt to locate Ravenclaw's chamber as well. The room provided exactly what they needed, a comfortable study space containing specific books and maps related to founder chambers. One particularly valuable find was Architectural Evolutions, Hogwarts Through the Centuries, which documented changes to the castle's structure over time and included annotations about areas historically associated with individual founders. According to this, Hermione said, poring over a detailed floor plan of the North Tower, the eastern balcony is part of what's now the divination classroom, but was originally Gryffindor's personal study. It's marked here as, the Lion's Outlook. And it says his personal motto was inscribed above the original entrance, Ron added, reading over her shoulder. Something in Old Celtic that translates roughly as, courage shines brightest in darkness. That must be the phrase needed to access his chamber, Harry realized. The guardian in his vault said I'd need to speak his personal motto. Armed with this information and a better understanding of the tower's layout, they donned the invisibility cloak and made their way through the castle. Evening was falling, bathing the corridors in golden light that streamed through high windows. Few students were about, most having returned to their common rooms for study or recreation before curfew. The North Tower was accessible via a tightly spiraling staircase that left them slightly dizzy by the time they reached the top. A trapdoor in the ceiling led to the divination classroom itself, a circular room filled with small tables, overstuffed armchairs, and shelves containing teacups, crystal balls, and other divination paraphernalia. The balcony should be through there, Harry whispered, pointing to a narrow door on the eastern wall. Still under the invisibility cloak, they crossed the classroom and slipped through the door onto a small stone balcony overlooking the Hogwarts grounds. The view was spectacular. The forbidden forest stretched into the distance, Hagrid's hut was visible below with smoke curling from its chimney, and the great lake reflected the colors of the sunset. Where exactly would the summer solstice sun first touch? Ron wondered, examining the balcony's stone floor and balustrade. Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with his enhanced senses to feel the magic embedded in the ancient stones. There, a section of the balustrade felt different, resonating with Gryffindor's distinct magical signature. He placed his hand on the stone, feeling it warm beneath his touch. "This is it," he murmured. "This is where the solstice sun would first touch." Drawing on his connection to Hogwarts, Harry focused on the Celtic phrase they had discovered, "Courage shines brightest in darkness." The castle's whispers provided the original Celtic form, which Harry spoke aloud, Miss Nietzsche's Soilire and Endorcatus. The stone beneath his hand glowed with a soft red light that spread outward in the pattern of a lion's paw print. With a low grinding sound, a section of the balcony floor slid aside, revealing a narrow spiral staircase descending into the tower. "Wicked," Ron breathed as they removed the invisibility cloak. "Hidden in plain sight all these years." The staircase led down to a chamber that clearly reflected its creator's personality, a combination of war room and magical workshop. Weapons similar to those in Gryffindor's vault hung on the walls, though these showed signs of regular use rather than ceremonial display. A large table in the center held maps and tactical diagrams, frozen in time from when Gryffindor had last used them. In one corner stood a forge and anvil, with tools for metalworking and weapon crafting arranged neatly nearby. Most impressive was a massive fireplace occupying nearly an entire wall, above which hung a portrait of Godric Gryffindor himself, a tall, powerfully built man with a lion-like mane of reddish hair and beard. Unlike the static paintings in the Muggle world, this portrait moved, the painted Gryffindor straightening up from a battle-ready stance as they entered. At last, the portrait said, its voice deep and resonant. "The heir returns to the lion's den, approach, blood of my blood, and be recognized." Harry stepped forward, feeling a powerful magical current emanating from the portrait. This was more than a standard wizarding painting, it contained a significant portion of Gryffindor's personality and knowledge, preserved across the centuries. "Godric Gryffindor," Harry acknowledged respectfully. "I found your chamber as directed by your vault guardian." The portrait's painted eyes narrowed, studying Harry intently. "You carry more than my blood, young heir. I see my old friends in you as well, Rowena's insight, Helga's compassion, even Salazar's calculating ambition. The convergence is more complete than we anticipated." "You expected this? The bloodlines coming together?" Harry asked. "Expected? No. Prepared for? Absolutely." The portrait gestured to the room around them. "Each of us created contingencies for various possible futures. The confluence of all four bloodlines was among the least likely scenarios, yet potentially the most significant." "Why?" Hermione asked, unable to contain her curiosity despite addressing one of history's most legendary figures. "Why would combining the bloodlines be so important?" The portrait's gaze shifted to her, one bushy eyebrow rising in appreciation of the question. "Because, young scholar, magical bloodlines carry more than mere hereditary traits. They channel specific approaches to magic itself, philosophies and methodologies developed over lifetimes of magical innovation. When separated, these approaches develop along distinct paths. When combined..." He smiled slightly. "Well, that's what we're about to discover, isn't it?" "I've been told I need to find a key in each founder's chamber," Harry said, bringing the conversation back to his immediate purpose. "Something related to accessing a fifth chamber." "Ah yes, the Nexus Chamber." Gryffindor's portrait nodded. "Rowena's idea originally, though we all contributed to its creation. A repository for our greatest combined work, magic that we judged too powerful to leave accessible without proper safeguards." He gestured toward the fireplace. "My key lies within the heart of the eternal flame. Only the blood of my line can withdraw it unharmed. Harry approached the fireplace, which burned with magical fire that gave off heat but consumed no fuel. Remembering similar magical flames from his potions textbook, he suspected these would not burn him if he was indeed Gryffindor's true heir. With only slight hesitation, he reached into the dancing flames. As expected, the fire felt pleasantly warm but caused no pain. Deep within the hearth, his fingers closed around a small metal object. When he withdrew his hand, he held a finely crafted golden lion figurine, similar in size to Hufflepuff's badger but with tiny rubies for eyes. The second key, he murmured, feeling the artifact pulse with Gryffindor's fierce, protective magic. Guard it well, the portrait advised. The complete set of 4 must be united at the heart of Hogwarts when the time is right. And when is that? Harry asked. How will I know? Gryffindor's expression grew more serious. When the threat the Founders foresaw approaches. Rowena's visions were unclear on specifics, but certain on the nature, a darkness born from within Hogwarts itself, returning to threaten all we built. The painted eyes narrowed. Tell me, heir of my blood, has anything unusual occurred within the castle this year? Any signs of malevolent magic seeking entry or influence? Harry thought immediately of his painful scar during Quirrell's class and the strange wrongness he had sensed in the defense classroom. There might be, he admitted. I'm not certain yet. Trust your instincts, Gryffindor's portrait advised. The Founder blood awakening in you grants heightened sensitivity to magical threats, particularly those that target Hogwarts itself. He glanced toward a window, where darkness had fallen completely. You should seek Rowena's chamber next. The celestial alignment is favorable tonight. We were planning to, Harry confirmed. Though her clue about stars falling at the winter solstice is confusing, since that's months away. The portrait chuckled. Typical Rowena, precise yet cryptic. She refers not to actual falling stars but to the tears of wisdom, a magical phenomenon visible only from her observatory. The stars appear to weep light that flows down the western tower's exterior at certain astronomical alignments. The winter solstice produces the most dramatic display, but any clear night with the moon in the third quarter will create a smaller version. Like tonight, Hermione breathed, immediately recalling the lunar calendar she'd consulted for astronomy class. Tonight's moon is in its third quarter. Indeed, Gryffindor nodded approvingly. You have Rowena's quick wit, young lady. The tears should begin flowing around midnight, about 2 hours from now. Enough time to reach the West Tower Observatory if you depart soon. Before leaving, Harry explored the chamber briefly, discovering a small armory containing additional weapons and armor. Most significant was a shield bearing Gryffindor's crest, which the portrait identified as having special protective properties against magical attacks. It pairs well with my sword, the painted Gryffindor explained. Together, they form a combat system designed specifically to counter the most dangerous dark arts of my era, many of which have been forgotten in your time, thankfully. Harry carefully added the shield to his collection, shrinking it with a charm from the codex to fit in his expanded bag. After bidding farewell to Gryffindor's portrait, which encouraged him to return for combat training once he had secured all 4 Founder keys, they donned the invisibility cloak again and made their way down from the North Tower. The castle guided them efficiently toward the West Tower, which housed the astronomy classroom and observatory. Unlike the North Tower's cramped spiral staircase, the West Tower featured a broader, more elegant ascent with windows placed to frame specific celestial views as one climbed. Ravenclaw designed this entire tower, Hermione explained as they climbed, her voice hushed with reverence. It's said to incorporate astronomical alignments that enhance certain types of magic depending on the positions of stars and planets. The main astronomy classroom and observatory occupied the top level of the tower, a circular room with a domed ceiling that could be opened to the night sky for classes. Telescopes of various sizes were positioned around the room, and charts depicting star movements covered the walls. This isn't Ravenclaw's personal observatory, Harry said with certainty as they entered the room. Her chamber must be hidden somewhere nearby. They explored carefully, mindful of the time. Midnight approached, and they needed to be in position when the tears of wisdom began to flow. Harry extended his magical senses, feeling for the distinctive signature of Ravenclaw's magic as he had with Gryffindor's balcony. "There," he said finally, pointing to a section of curved wall between two tall windows. "It feels different, like it's not quite solid." Examining the wall more closely, they discovered faint markings that might be the star-counting coordinates Ravenclaw had mentioned. Count 7 stones down and 13 across from where celestial fire touches earth. Celestial fire would be starlight, Hermione reasoned. So we need to find where starlight touches the stone wall and count from there. As if in answer, a beam of moonlight suddenly streamed through one of the windows, striking the wall at a precise point. From that spot, a shimmering, tear-like trail of silvery light began to flow downward, the first of the tears of wisdom that Gryffindor had described. "That's it!" Harry exclaimed. "That's where celestial fire touches earth." Carefully counting 7 stones down and 13 across from that point, Harry placed his hand on the indicated stone. It felt cool and responsive to his touch, Ravenclaw's magical signature clear and distinct. "Now I need to recite the first principle of transfiguration in its original Gaelic form," he murmured, drawing again on the castle's guidance for the correct phrase. The words came to him clearly, Athorakid and Intin and Tisli don Draoid hecht. As he spoke, the stone beneath his hand glowed with soft blue light, spreading outward in the pattern of an eagle's wing. The section of wall rippled like water and became transparent, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. They stepped through the wall-turned doorway into Rowena Ravenclaw's personal observatory, a space of breathtaking beauty and magical sophistication. Unlike the school's utilitarian astronomy classroom, this circular chamber featured a complex mechanical model of the cosmos suspended from the ceiling, turning silently in perfect synchronization with the actual movements of celestial bodies. The walls were lined with books and scrolls, interspersed with astronomical instruments of silver and bronze whose purposes Harry could only guess at. In the center of the room stood a raised dais upon which rested a silver pedestal. The pedestal held what appeared to be a miniature night sky contained within a sphere of clear crystal, stars, planets, and even comets moving in precise patterns within the confined space. As they watched, tiny tears of light began to fall within the sphere, mirroring the phenomenon occurring outside the tower. "A model of the tears of wisdom," Hermione breathed, approaching the sphere with reverent steps. "But it's more than that, isn't it? It's showing the actual sky right now, in real time." "Indeed it is," said a serene voice from behind them. They whirled to find a ghostly blue projection similar to the one from Ravenclaw's vault, the translucent image of Rowena herself, tall and elegant with the famous diadem upon her brow. Unlike Gryffindor's portrait, which had been confined to its frame, this projection moved freely around the chamber. "My celestial sphere," the projection continued, gesturing to the crystal globe. "It maps not merely the visible cosmos but the currents of magical energy that flow between celestial bodies. Understanding these currents was key to many of my most significant magical innovations." "Lady Ravenclaw," Harry greeted her with the same respect he'd shown Gryffindor. "We've come seeking your chamber and the key you left for your heir." The projection studied him with penetrating intelligence. "And you have found both, heir of 4 houses. Your mind shows promising development, the analytical structures necessary for higher magical thinking are forming nicely." She turned to Hermione with an approving nod. "You have chosen your companions well. This one has the potential for significant magical scholarship." Hermione blushed with pleasure at this assessment from her intellectual hero. "The key you seek lies within the celestial sphere," Ravenclaw's projection continued, returning her attention to Harry. "It responds only to the touch of my blood, combined with the correct astronomical knowledge. Tell me, heir of my line, what celestial alignment marks the founding date of Hogwarts School?" Harry hesitated, uncertain. Astronomy had never been his strongest subject, and this specific historical information wasn't something he'd studied. "May I?" Hermione asked hesitantly. When Harry nodded gratefully, she addressed the projection. Historical records suggest Hogwarts was founded during a grand conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in the house of Leo, with Mars in opposition, a configuration occurring approximately once every 960 years. This alignment symbolized the four elements in balance: Leo's fire, Jupiter's air, Saturn's earth, and Mars providing the water component through its opposition. Ravenclaw's projection smiled with genuine pleasure. Excellently reasoned and articulated. Your friend has the makings of a true scholar, heir of my blood. She gestured to the celestial sphere. Place your hand upon the crystal and visualize the alignment she has described. Harry did as instructed, resting his palm against the cool surface of the sphere. Focusing his mind on the celestial configuration Hermione had detailed, he felt the crystal warm beneath his touch. The miniature cosmos within shifted and rearranged itself, stars and planets moving rapidly until they formed the described alignment, Jupiter and Saturn conjoined in Leo, with Mars opposite. When the alignment was complete, the sphere emitted a soft blue glow, and a small section at its base opened to reveal a finely crafted silver eagle figurine with sapphire eyes, the third founder key. Well done, Ravenclaw's projection approved as Harry carefully removed the figurine. 3 of the 4 keys now rest in your possession. Salazar's remains, perhaps the most challenging to obtain, given the guardian he placed to protect his chamber. The basilisk, Harry said grimly. His vault guardian warned me it might be unstable after centuries without a Parselmouth as guidance. A valid concern, Ravenclaw acknowledged. Salazar's beast was intelligent but bound by specific magical constraints. Without regular reinforcement of those constraints, its baser nature may have overcome its original purpose. How do I safely approach a creature whose gaze kills instantly? Harry asked, the practical question overriding his awe at conversing with Rowena Ravenclaw herself. There are several methods, the projection replied thoughtfully. Reflective surfaces diminish the lethal effect to mere petrification. Complete visual obstruction prevents it entirely, though this creates obvious difficulties in navigation and communication. However, she paused, considering. As Salazar's descendant and a Parselmouth, you possess certain protections not available to others. The basilisk cannot kill one of its master's blood through direct gaze, though prolonged eye contact would still cause harm. This was valuable information that Harry hadn't found in any reference book or even the Codex. Thank you. That significantly improves our chances of safely accessing Slytherin's chamber. Before you attempt that particular challenge, Ravenclaw cautioned, I suggest you spend time studying the materials you've collected from our vaults and chambers. Knowledge precedes effective action, a principle I often reminded Godric of, usually to his considerable irritation. Harry smiled at this glimpse of the Founder's interpersonal dynamics. I will. Hermione's been helping me understand the more complex magical theory in your grimoire. Excellent. The projection nodded approvingly. Now, I believe it is time for you to return to your dormitories. While Hogwarts itself may overlook your nighttime explorations, your professors might be less accommodating. With this gentle dismissal, the projection began to fade. Before it disappeared completely, Ravenclaw offered one final piece of advice. The 5th chamber can only be opened when all 4 keys are united by one who understands the Founder's true legacy. Not merely power, young heir, but purpose. Remember that when the time comes. As the projection vanished entirely, Harry carefully added the eagle figurine to his collection alongside the badger and lion. 3 down, 1 to go, he murmured, feeling the distinct magical signatures of the 3 keys resonating together in his bag. The snake will be the hardest, Ron observed as they prepared to leave the chamber. Not just because of the basilisk, but because Slytherin was the most secretive of the Founders. Who knows what other protections he might have added besides the obvious one. We'll need to prepare thoroughly before attempting it, Hermione agreed. Research basilisks completely, practice protective spells, maybe find some roosters, their crow is fatal to basilisks, according to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. As they made their way back toward Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, Harry reflected on their progress. In just 2 nights, they had located and accessed 2 founder chambers, claiming their keys and additional artifacts. Only Slytherin's chamber remained, the infamous chamber of secrets that had been rumored for centuries but never found. The castle's whispers accompanied them through the darkened corridors, more excited now that 3 of the 4 keys had been united. The circle nears completion. The serpent awaits. The heir must face the final test. But beneath these encouraging murmurs, Harry detected something else, a faint sense of urgency, as if the castle itself sensed an approaching threat. The Founders had created their chambers and the Nexus chamber beyond for a specific purpose, to counter a darkness they had foreseen emerging from within Hogwarts itself. Was that darkness already here? Was it connected to the strange wrongness Harry had sensed around Professor Quirrell, or to the custodians who had attacked him at Gringotts? And how did all of this relate to the prophecy about him and Voldemort that Dumbledore had shared? These questions swirled in Harry's mind as they reached the fat lady's portrait, which swung open at his approach without requiring the password. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, the Wizengamot's ruling on his legal status, continued political maneuvering by the Sacred 28, and the daunting prospect of confronting Slytherin's basilisk. But for tonight, at least, he could rest knowing that the Founder legacy was gradually revealing itself, preparing him for whatever trials lay ahead. The next morning dawned grey and overcast, the ceiling of the great hall reflecting clouds heavy with unshed rain. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table discussing plans for researching basilisks when the Daily Mail delivery arrived in a flurry of wings and feathers. Hermione's copy of the Daily Prophet landed in front of her, nearly upsetting her pumpkin juice. She unfolded it quickly, scanning the front page before gasping aloud. "Oh no," she breathed, pushing the paper toward Harry. They moved faster than we expected. The headline blazed across the page in bold black type: Ministry establishes Founder Heritage Oversight Committee Emergency Wizengamot Session votes to protect magical heritage through supervised education program. Below this, a subheading added, Potter's Gringotts declaration deemed legally insufficient, Minister appoints distinguished panel to guide young heir. Harry scanned the article rapidly, his heart sinking with each paragraph. The Wizengamot had indeed ruled that as a magical minor, he could not independently claim Founder status without proper supervision. The newly formed committee would have authority to approve or deny his access to Founder artifacts, monitor his educational progress, and even restrict certain magical practices deemed potentially destabilizing to the developing wizard. Most concerning was the committee's composition: Lord Lucius Malfoy, Lord Theodore Nott, Lady Augusta Longbottom, apparently included as a concession to the opposition, and 3 ministry officials from departments Harry had never heard of: Magical Heritage Preservation, Historical Enchantment Registry, and Educational Standards. They didn't even wait for the Wizengamot ruling, Ron said incredulously. This article says the committee was formed last night, before the legal decision was even announced. They knew the outcome in advance, Hermione concluded grimly. The vote was probably just a formality. Harry stared at the moving photograph accompanying the article, which showed Lucius Malfoy shaking hands with the Minister for Magic, both men smiling broadly for the camera. "They're moving quickly to establish control before I can access all the Founder chambers and claim their knowledge. Look at the last paragraph," Hermione pointed. "The committee's first official act will be a complete inventory and assessment of any Founder artifacts in your possession. They're arriving at Hogwarts this afternoon to meet with you and Dumbledore. They can't just take your things, can they?" Ron asked anxiously. "I mean, they're your birthright." "They might not take them permanently," Hermione said thoughtfully, "but they could restrict access or place them in supervised storage until Harry reaches magical majority." The article's language is deliberately vague about the committee's exact powers. Harry felt a cold determination settling in his chest. "We need to find Slytherin's chamber before they arrive. If I can claim all 4 keys and locate the Nexus chamber, it might strengthen my position." "But that's in just a few hours," Hermione protested. "We haven't properly researched basilisks or prepared protective measures." "We don't have the luxury of time anymore," Harry replied, pushing aside his barely touched breakfast. The committee is clearly moving faster than anyone anticipated, including Dumbledore. If we wait, we might lose our chance entirely. After a hurried conference, they decided to skip their morning classes and head directly to the Chamber of Secrets. The castle's whispers, which had grown increasingly urgent overnight, confirmed Harry's instinct that immediate action was necessary. Time grows short. The darkness gathers strength. Complete the circle before shadows fall. Using the invisibility cloak to avoid being seen by professors or prefects, they made their way to the second-floor girls' bathroom where Harry's connection to the castle indicated the entrance to Slytherin's chamber was located. The bathroom was out of order, had been for years, according to the castle's knowledge, making it an ideal location for a secret entrance. A girl's bathroom? Ron whispered incredulously as they slipped inside. Slytherin hid his secret chamber entrance in a girl's bathroom? It wasn't a bathroom originally, Hermione explained, looking around at the cracked mirrors and leaking faucets. According to Hogwarts, a history, this section of the castle was significantly remodeled in the 18th century when modern plumbing was installed. Harry moved directly to a circular arrangement of sinks in the center of the room. One sink in particular called to him, Slytherin's magical signature emanating strongly from it. Examining it closely, he found a tiny snake etched into the copper faucet. "This is it," he murmured. "The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." Focusing on the small snake carving, Harry spoke in Parseltongue, "Open." The sink began to move immediately, sinking out of sight to reveal a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. A damp, musty smell rose from the opening, along with distant echoes from far below. "That pipe must lead deep under the school," Hermione observed, peering cautiously into the darkness. "Probably all the way to beneath the lake, based on what Slytherin's Vault Guardian told you." Harry nodded, already preparing himself mentally for what lay ahead. "I should go alone," he said. "The basilisk is too dangerous, and only I can speak Parseltongue to control it." "Not a chance," Ron replied immediately. "We're coming with you, mate. Just tell us how not to get killed by this thing." After brief but intense debate, they agreed on precautions. Harry would go first and attempt to communicate with the basilisk in Parseltongue, asserting his authority as Slytherin's heir. Ron and Hermione would follow but remain at a safe distance, eyes closed or covered if Harry warned them of the basilisk's approach. As an additional safeguard, Hermione transfigured 3 pairs of sunglasses from broken mirror fragments, explaining that while they wouldn't provide complete protection, they might reduce direct eye contact from fatal to merely petrifying. With these minimal preparations, Harry sat at the edge of the pipe and pushed off, sliding down into darkness. The pipe twisted and turned, descending at a steep angle for what felt like miles. He finally shot out the end onto a damp stone floor covered with small animal bones. Ron and Hermione followed shortly, landing beside him with soft thuds. "Lumos Maxima," Hermione whispered, creating a floating ball of light that illuminated their surroundings, a stone tunnel large enough to stand in, stretching away into darkness. "This way," Harry said quietly, feeling Slytherin's magic pulling him forward. They proceeded cautiously through the tunnel, stepping carefully to minimize noise. After several minutes, they encountered a massive snake skin, at least 20 feet long, shed by the basilisk during some previous molt. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, his face pale in the magical light. "That thing's enormous." "Keep moving," Harry urged. "And be ready to cover your eyes if I say so." The tunnel eventually opened into a vast chamber with towering stone pillars carved with serpents. A greenish light of uncertain origin illuminated the space, revealing a floor partially covered with shallow water and walls adorned with more snake carvings. At the far end of the chamber stood an enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, his severe features exaggerated to monumental proportions. "The Chamber of Secrets," Hermione breathed, gazing around with a mixture of academic fascination and genuine fear. Exactly as historical accounts described it, though few believed those accounts. Harry approached the statue, drawn by the powerful magic emanating from it. Following the instructions from Slytherin's Vault Guardian, he spoke in Parseltongue, speak to the serpent in the language of serpents, commanding it to reveal the true chamber beyond. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a grinding of ancient stone, Slytherin's mouth began to open, widening to create a black aperture large enough for the basilisk to pass through. "Get ready," Harry warned his friends, who immediately donned the transfigured sunglasses and positioned themselves behind a large pillar. "It's coming." He could hear movement from within the statue, the dry rasp of scales on stone, growing louder as the creature approached. Drawing a deep breath, Harry called out in Parseltongue, "Great Serpent of Slytherin, guardian of the chamber, I address you as heir of your creator's blood. Show yourself to me, but harm none who accompany me." A massive, scaled head emerged from the statue's mouth, bright poisonous green with skin like overlapping emeralds. The basilisk was truly enormous, its body as thick as an ancient tree trunk, with razor-sharp fangs longer than Harry's hand visible as its jaws parted. "A speaker," the basilisk hissed, its voice a dry, ancient rasp in Harry's mind. After so long, so very long in darkness and silence. Remembering Ravenclaw's advice about his partial immunity to the basilisk's gaze, Harry kept his eyes fixed on the serpent's snout rather than meeting its lethal yellow eyes directly. "I am Harry Potter, descendant of Salazar Slytherin. I have come to claim his chamber and the key he left for his heir." The basilisk's tongue flicked out, tasting the air around Harry. "Yes, the blood is true, but mixed. I smell the lion, the eagle, the badger alongside my master's line. Curious, very curious." "The bloodlines have converged," Harry explained, maintaining a calm, authoritative tone despite his racing heart. "I am heir to all 4 founders, as was foretold in Salazar's time." The great serpent moved closer, circling Harry in coils that could easily crush him in an instant. "The great convergence, my master spoke of this possibility. He left instructions, specific instructions." Harry tensed, unsure whether these instructions would prove beneficial or dangerous to him. What instructions did Salazar leave regarding his convergent heir? The basilisk's massive head swayed slightly, as if considering the question. "To test, to verify, to judge worthiness beyond mere blood." Its voice took on a more focused quality. "Answer me this," claimed heir, "something went wrong with this response, please try again. Trace ID, 7E59089F, 9942. Start the next chapter now." The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.